I think about how my wife and brother disappeared for 23 years. The police suddenly called, telling me to come to the station to pick up my wife. I thought it was some kind of scam call. After confirming multiple times that it was real, I went to the station. "Hello, officer. I'm here to pick up a family member." "Hello, officer. I'm here for Emily Johnson. You're the one who called me to come." "Ah, Emily Johnson." The young officer remembered. "She's the only passenger who found family." He glanced up at me, then looked down toward the door. "She's behind you." I clenched my fists, took a deep breath and slowly turned around. My heavy gaze fell toward the door. And finally, Emily saw me. In her mind, the person before her was her husband. Just last week we were still intimate and passionate. Yet now, standing face to face, we were so estranged we didn't dare come close. During the 2 hours waiting for me to arrive, she had imagined in her head so many ways I might appear. Like maybe she'd rush into my arms, pouring out all her fears and grievances. Or maybe she'd stomp her feet, pretend to ignore me, blame me for being so late. She had also thought that after 23 years, our reunion would be a bit awkward, but she never expected it to be this awkward. Emily didn't expect me to greet her first. I called her full name, even with a hint of uncertainty. Emily responded with a sound, awkwardly avoiding eye contact with me, hesitantly raising her hand in a stiff greeting. I looked at her, seemingly completely calm. The air felt frozen. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Fortunately, there was an officer nearby, who broke through at just the right moment. This suffocatingly strange atmosphere. The officer finished writing and held some papers. Said to me, "You're David Chen, right? What's your relationship to Emily Johnson?" The officer asked. Before she disappeared, we were husband and wife. Emily heard my answer, looked at me with some restraint, because of the words husband and wife that slipped from my mouth. Because I deliberately emphasized, before she disappeared. The officer glanced at both of us, calmly said to me, "Follow me to sign, then you can take her home." All right, my heart was full of questions. About the 23 years she vanished. Before coming, the police had briefly told me. I also checked today's news to be sure it was real, but I still found it hard to believe. If I hadn't seen her with my own eyes, seen that face that hadn't changed at all, I really couldn't believe it. I politely said to Emily, "Wait for me a moment." Emily nodded. Then I followed the officer a few steps, suddenly remembered something. Worried, I turned back to tell her, "Don't wander off." I followed the officer's instructions to fill out the paperwork. The officer added, "This is a temporary ID. Keep the original safe. Important documents like this ID. In a few days there will be a notice to come remake them. If there's nothing else, you can go." "Okay, thank you." I carefully put away Emily's temporary ID, walked over to her, picked up the suitcase. "Let's go." Emily walked beside me. She raised her hand wanting to pull the suitcase, but felt too awkward to come close. For some reason, things she used to take for granted suddenly felt embarrassing when troubling me. We walked out the door one after the other, not saying a word on the way. At the door, I suddenly stopped, took out my phone to send a voice message to the driver, then turned to Emily. "Wait a moment. Couldn't find parking when I arrived. I told the driver to circle around nearby. Should be here soon." "Okay?" Emily glanced at me curiously, thinking, seems like he's doing quite well. Even has a personal driver. Back when she went places with me, it was always walking or subway. To save money for a house, we couldn't even bear to buy an electric scooter. I kept holding my phone, like holding a walkie-talkie, speaking some medical terminology, looking very busy. Emily couldn't understand or see through it, feeling even more separated. She looked up at this unfamiliar street, now this city. What felt foreign to her wasn't just me, turning to look at the deep alley behind, thinking of the conference room, those passengers in the same situation as her. Before leaving, they all looked at her with envious eyes. After all, she was the lucky one. At least someone came to pick her up. In this completely unfamiliar city, there was still someone who could take care of her. While thinking, a black car stopped in front of them. Emily didn't recognize what kind of car it was, just saw the logo on the car, a fancy letter B, with wings, looking like a benevolent angel, like me, her angel, riding in an angel's car, coming to rescue her, the one who'd been lost all these years. "Sorry, Professor Chen, for keeping you waiting." "It's fine." I politely opened the car door for Emily. Emily was stunned. The person before her in a suit, opening the door for her. Polite, elegant movements, calm and composed, carrying a special aura, belonging to a mature man, especially compared to the young man also in a suit. but still inexperienced, standing out even more. Of course, me now, compared to the smart, handsome young man in her memories, was also worlds apart. She even remembered when I first graduated and went for interviews. The suit back then was borrowed from a senior. That senior was almost as tall as me, but heavier. It was a bit loose. She stayed up late with needle and thread, sewing 2 lines inside, so I could fit in it. Back then I smiled brilliantly, grabbed her face and kissed her several times, praising her skillful hands. Emily secretly glanced at me. The man in the suit, both elegant and luxurious, as if born this way, quietly biting her lip, thinking to herself, he really has changed. A moment later, I got in the car too. The door closed. The enclosed space made the awkwardness and distance reach its peak. She gently rubbed her hands on her thighs. I looked down, noticing her unease. Despite all these years passing, I could still easily recognize her small gestures. I remembered back in school, whenever Emily had exams, or went on stage to perform, even during interviews, she would unconsciously do this. I used to find this gesture of hers adorable. Always couldn't help pulling her hand, bringing it to my lips for a gentle kiss. I suddenly lost focus. Didn't expect these tiny details from over 20 years ago. I still remembered clearly. Professor Chen, are we still going to the conference center? The driver asked from the front. No, go to my old house, I thought and said, but there are many experts and leaders at the venue, waiting for your report. The driver reminded. It's fine, Michael is there, I'll just give him a call. Emily pressed her lips, looking at me. She thought, am I disrupting his work? She wanted to say she was fine, but before she could speak, she saw me making another call. Sorry, I'm not coming. I have some personal matters right now. I'll send you the materials. You can present them. I'll definitely attend tomorrow's press conference. Don't worry, I hung up, using the laptop in the car to start sending emails. Emily noticed. My laptop was small and thin. The silver body had beautiful curves, much nicer than her old bulky desktop from before. I opened documents on the computer, wanting to edit some data, usually familiar with data from multiple experiments. Yet today, I kept entering them wrong. Emily's sudden appearance really threw my heart into chaos. I took a deep breath, slowly calmed down, then finished editing all the documents, compressed and sent them. Emily kept sitting quietly on the side when I closed the laptop and put down my phone. After a while, seeing I was okay, she mustered courage to gently say, sorry, did I disrupt your work? I turned to look at her, said softly, it's fine, just a meeting. Doesn't matter if I go or not. Emily didn't know if my meeting was important or not, but looking at the situation, probably got the call during the meeting, then rushed to pick her up. Does it really feel like only 10 hours have passed? I asked a question I'd been holding back for so long. Emily nodded. For me, this morning my parents just saw me off at the door. Oh right, are you still in touch with my parents? Emily asked hurriedly. I slightly startled. Your parents, what about them? Emily started to worry, eyes full of fear, afraid of hearing bad news. I looked at her deeply, said, I haven't been in touch with them for a long time. Emily looked at me in shock, not expecting this answer. After we got married, her parents really loved me. Last night, her mother even packed a bunch of things stuffed in her suitcase, telling her to bring them for me to eat. Yet now we're no longer in touch. Oh right, it's been 23 years already. Who knows, maybe he's remarried by now. How could he still be in touch with his ex-wife's parents? I just nodded slightly, was silent for a moment before saying, I'm sorry. Emily forced a smile. Her eyes reddened as she pretended to be fine, quickly lowering her head. It's okay. Everyone has their own life. After all, they're not your biological parents. It makes sense. Everything's in the past now. No one can wait forever. After Emily finished speaking, the air turned cold. She didn't know what else to say. I also lowered my head, not saying another word. Emily looked out the window, biting her lip hard as if to control her emotions, taking a deep breath, regaining composure. If it's convenient, could you take me to the train station or bus terminal? Or help me call a car would be fine too. I want to go home. Right now I just want to go home to find my parents. Your old house was demolished long ago. Where your parents moved to now? I don't know anymore either. I looked at her and said, my hands unconsciously clenched tight, placed on my knees. I tried to appear calm as I said, how about I have someone help look into it? Wait for news first. Stay a few more days before going back. It's been demolished. Emily's heart turned ice cold. She felt the world darken around her, and she was like a small boat in the vast ocean. lonely, empty, and afraid. The only person she could still see was just me, someone familiar yet strange. "Then I'll trouble you," Emily said softly. "It's nothing." I also responded with polite tone. Such formal conversation seemed to build a wall between us, making both of us unable to break through that wall, to understand each other's feelings and thoughts. We continued in silence for the rest of the journey. The air in the car was quiet. Emily kept her head down. She gritted her teeth, trying not to cry, trying not to get too close to me. I was like a side character in her story. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of an old apartment complex. Emily looked around the building. Though it seemed a bit run down in the night, she could still recognize this was the house she and I had bought together years ago. Emily looked at me asking, "You still live here?" I shook my head. "This place is close to my office. Sometimes I come here for lunch breaks. The inside is still well maintained. Electricity and water still work. Go in and take a look. If you can stay, then stay. Otherwise, I'll take you to another hotel." Emily gave a bland, In my words, there wasn't a single sentence, indicating I wanted to take her home. Must really be inconvenient. "Mr. Chen, I'll wait for you downstairs," the driver asked quietly. I thought for a moment, then said, "You can go ahead. I'll call you later." The driver nodded and drove away. "Let's go." I carried Emily's luggage ahead. She followed behind me, step by step climbing the stairs. Emily followed closely behind me, step by step up the stairs. Reaching the third floor, I took out keys to open the metal door, conveniently turning on the room lights. Emily glanced around. The room was indeed very clean. Obviously someone regularly cleaned it. The furniture arrangement was exactly the same as when she left. Only the wooden items had aged. The walls had also yellowed. Emily, seeing that familiar scene, her tense emotions eased a bit. "Come in," I called when I saw her still standing frozen at the door. Emily walked in, sat down on the sofa. I brought her luggage to the bedroom, turned on the light and asked, "Can you stay in this room?" Emily followed and looked. This was the master bedroom, once our wedding room. After getting our marriage certificate, countless times we had lain on this bed. Emily felt awkward seeing I was still calm. She answered, "It's fine." Then I brought the luggage in, then took out a clean set of sheets from the closet. I said, "Let me change them for you." "No need, I can do it myself." Emily hurriedly grabbed the bedding. "Let me do it, it's quick." I firmly held the sheets in my hands, not letting Emily snatch them back. She felt awkward fighting with me, so let go, watching me make the bed very quickly, then going to the kitchen to boil water, while also wiping the floor once over. At first, Emily awkwardly followed me, but seeing how skilled I was at cleaning, she felt embarrassed and sat back on the sofa, not daring to stand nearby for fear of being in the way. He really has changed. Before, when we lived together, he was like a pampered young master, never willing to do any housework. Whenever I asked him to mop the floor, he'd put on a pitiful look and be lazy. When I couldn't stand it anymore, he'd say, "Let's hire a housekeeper. Housekeepers are expensive. We just got married, shouldn't waste money. I promised to earn more money later. Let's just hire someone temporarily now. When I make money, we'll stop." I'd pull his ear and scold him to mop right now. "Don't be lazy." Only then would he reluctantly go mop. After mopping, he'd run over, demanding hugs and kisses, acting like a child, making a mess of the whole house. Now, watching me quietly cleaning everything properly, Emily turned away, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. She lowered her head, sitting silently on the sofa, unable to say a word. Now he does housework so skillfully. Could it be he was trained by another woman? After finishing cleaning everything, I poured Emily a glass of hot water. "Thank you." Emily took it, sipping in small gulps. I just watched her, not saying anything, just watching for a long time, to the point Emily felt embarrassed. At that moment, suddenly, there was a stomach growling sound. Emily embarrassedly looked away. I immediately stood up from the sofa, saying, "I was so busy cleaning. You must be hungry." Emily nodded embarrassedly. "A little. Wait for me a moment. I'll go out and buy something to eat." I hurried to the door to change shoes, grabbed the keys and went out. The door closed with a click. The moment the door shut, Emily exhaled in relief. But before she could finish exhaling, she heard the sound of keys rattling to open the door. I pushed the door open, sticking half my body in, looking inside asking, forgot to ask, "What do you want to eat?" "Anything's fine, as long as it's edible." Emily was never picky about food. Thinking of those passengers in the same situation as her, wondering if anyone had come to pick them up by now, I looked at her deeply, reminded her Don't go outside, remember? Emily nodded. I remember. I still wasn't reassured. Reminded again, remember? Emily nodded once more. She thought I would leave right away. But I still held the door handle, staring at her. She couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Nothing. I shook my head. Looked at her once more before closing the door. I even locked the door twice from outside, only leaving after hearing the lock click twice. Emily raised her eyebrows, listened for a moment, making sure I had left, before relaxing her whole body, lying down on the sofa, turning to look around the familiar house. This was our newlywed home. When we first married, we didn't have much money. Borrowed from Wells Fargo to buy this apartment. Barely had any money left for renovations. Too embarrassed to ask our parents for help. Just enough money to redo the bathroom and kitchen. Then bought a few buckets of paint ourselves. Slapped it on and moved in. Later, when I got my salary, we bought floorboards, added some potted plants and small furniture. The house finally began to feel like a home. Don't think because David Chen was tall and smart. He was actually very clumsy with his hands. Painting walls, he'd spill the whole bucket. Hammering shelves, he'd hit his hand. Didn't even know how to change a light bulb. When we renovated together, she always teased me, "What can you actually do?" Every time I said that, I'd hold my face acting cute. I'm handsome. Knowing how to warm the bed is enough. Emily remembered. She could never stand that. Always pulling me over, lowering her head for a light kiss. Every time after kissing, I'd freeze up. I'd forgive that clumsiness again. Thinking of those sweet past times, Emily couldn't help but laugh. But they weren't really old stories. In her heart, like just half a year ago, before the New Year holiday, she was still hugging me, acting spoiled every day. Thinking of this, she remembered the cold man from today, compared to me in her memories, had really changed too much. Emily sighed once more. Just then, she heard the door unlocking again. I pushed the door open and walked in, holding plastic bags, breathing heavily from rushing, eyes immediately searching for her in the room. I said, "Got it, come eat." Emily went to the dining table, taking the bag I handed her, opening it to look. Inside was a portion of KFC's New Orleans grilled wings, a box of egg tarts, and a New Orleans grilled chicken burger. Emily felt something pierce her heart. She looked up, voice trembling as she asked, "Why did you buy this?" 23 years ago. Before getting in the car, Emily had texted me, saying she wanted KFC for dinner. 23 years passed before she returned. Could I still remember? I lowered my head, tearing open the packaging, taking out each item. Just happened to be selling it downstairs, so I bought it. Emily bit her lip. Right, how could he possibly remember? Though for her, it was only a dozen hours. But for me it was a full 23 years. A text from 23 years ago. How could he possibly remember? I don't even know if back then, I bought KFC to the bus station to wait for her. Maybe I really did do that back then. "Just eat," I said, seeing she wasn't touching the food. So I opened the egg tart box, pushing it toward her. Emily grabbed an egg tart and stuffed it in her mouth. 2 bites and it was gone, then grabbed the chicken leg and put it in her mouth, chewing while tears fell. I don't even know if that year, I bought KFC to the bus station to wait for her. I probably really did do that. "Just eat," I said, seeing she wasn't touching the food. So I opened the egg tart box, pushing it toward her. Emily grabbed an egg tart and stuffed it in her mouth. 2 bites and it was finished, then grabbed the chicken leg and stuffed it in her mouth, chewing while tears fell. She knew if she didn't do this, she would cry. Had to use food to swallow all the emotions wanting to burst out. Swallow it all down. Eat slower. I couldn't help reminding her. I can't. I haven't eaten in so long. It's too delicious. Emily tried hard to swallow. I didn't say anything more, just quietly watched her, until my eyes started turning red. I forced myself to look away, had to wait a moment before turning back to continue watching her, in that heavy gaze, as if filled with longing and regret that couldn't be spoken. After eating, I quietly cleaned everything on the table. Emily watched me being so diligent, always felt very unfamiliar. She didn't know what to say or do. After drinking the milk, could only awkwardly avoid eye contact. I saw those small gestures, just lowered my head, saying nothing. The room fell into strange silence again. Emily was dying of frustration. When getting on the car, she clearly thought coming home would mean 300 rounds of battle with her little husband, would discuss forbidden topics from the past with him. But now, suddenly, everything was completely different. The person was still the person, but whether he was still her husband, she wasn't sure anymore. Moreover, looking at me now so cold and serious, she really couldn't guess what I was thinking. Emily finally couldn't stand it anymore. softly asked, "Aren't you going home?" I looked up at her. Emily immediately remembered, this was my house. That sentence just now seemed like she was kicking me out. Not good, not good. She hurriedly forced a smile. I mean, how have you been living these years? Pretty well. I still kept looking at her deeply. Emily nodded. I also think you must be living well. Now looking at you, you're like a successful person. A pillar of society. Ha ha. Emily felt awkward after saying it, closing her mouth. Such flattery was so bland, formal, without any substance. Why was she saying such things to me? Back when she was with me, she never said anything serious. Just okay, I replied just as superficially. Emily screamed and wanted to cry inside. Turned to grab the remote to turn on the TV, wanting to break this silent atmosphere. Changed several channels but only saw blue screens. Why is there no signal? I didn't pay for cable. I walked out from the kitchen after throwing out trash. Emily immediately turned off the TV. Once again remembered I didn't live here. Maybe I wasn't even her husband anymore. After all, I had been declared dead. I saw her mood drop, quickly pulled out my phone saying, "Nowadays few people watch TV. Everyone uses phones. What's fun about phones?" Emily adjusted her emotions. Continuing playing games? I smiled. Not just that, there are many other apps. You can read news, watch TV, play games too. Really? Emily asked. Can I see? I nodded and handed her my black phone. Emily immediately took it to study. On the road she had noticed my phone, had been itching to look for a long time. Phones are really beautiful now. Looks like those handheld game consoles from before. She kept touching it, but still didn't know how to turn on the screen. Surprised, she said, phones after 23 years don't even have a single button. Where do I press? I laughed, walked over from the single sofa, sat down beside her, raised my hand to unlock with fingerprint, softly said, "Press here." So advanced, so amazing. Emily smiled brilliantly, eyes sparkling, looking at me. I looked at her and also smiled slightly, lowered my head, sliding my finger on the screen, voice gentle saying, "If you want to watch TV, just use these video apps." Wait, I'm sliding the screen but it's not moving. Emily forgot all about being awkward, completely immersed in the new phone. Use your fingertip to slide, not your fingernail. I raised my hand to demonstrate. Emily nodded repeatedly, quickly learning from me and sliding successfully. So that's how, it's really easy. I didn't say anything. Quietly stood up, returned to the single chair from before, looking down, as if unconsciously saying, "It was always simple." Emily, hearing this, froze. It was always simple. That was the sentence I used to say to her most. Back in middle school, I was a grade skipper, though youngest in class but best at studying. She sat right behind me, always asking me to explain lessons. I explained very clearly. She understood after hearing once, then surprised exclaimed, "So it's that simple." I always curled my lip coldly answering, "It was always simple." Later, when I proposed marriage, she felt she was older than me, didn't go to as good a school, family wasn't as good. Everything felt unworthy of me. But I said, "Why think so much? I like you is enough. But marriage isn't that simple." She was very confused then. Doesn't everyone say, marriage is about two families? I firmly replied again, it was always simple. Actually, she knew. My mother didn't like her. But thanks to my determination, we still married smoothly. Being with me, everything seemed simple. Just follow me, and it would be fine. What's wrong? I asked, seeing Emily freeze. Nothing. This phone is really great. Emily forced a smile, finding an excuse. Do you like it? I'll have the driver buy you one tomorrow. No need. Emily immediately refused. At this hour there's probably nowhere selling them. Buy what phone? Just looking, you know it's expensive. The little money she had probably wasn't enough to spend in this era. Couldn't spend carelessly. I seemed to guess what she was thinking. Gently said, "How about this? Tomorrow I'll take you around a few places. Get familiar with the surrounding area. We can buy a phone while we're at it, okay? Would that trouble you too much?" Emily hesitantly asked. "Your current wife, would she let you go shopping with another woman?" "It's fine, no trouble at all." I smiled, reassuring her, feeling like helping her this much was natural. Emily was very happy. She also wanted to go out a bit. This new world made her extremely curious, though still a bit afraid, but naturally optimistic. She believed as long as she tried, she would quickly adapt. Emily looked up at me smiling. It was the first natural smile since we met again. "Thank you so much." "It's nothing." I just quietly watched her. Tonight I kept using that gaze to watch her, sitting in the single chair, far away. Back then, we never sat so far apart. Always liked sticking together. she nestled in my arms, or I rested my head on her lap. But now, that distance seemed to carry a 23-year chasm no one dared to cross. Emily didn't know how to find videos on the phone. I took the phone back to help her. She secretly looked at me, eyes sharper than before, features more angular and resolute. Time had polished me into a mature man, no longer that shy boy from years ago, quiet in front of strangers, but always patient and gentle with her. She loved teasing me, making my ears turn red, biting my lip, trying to hide the joy bubbling up. She loved looking into my eyes then, because they always had brilliant light. She just needed to look to know how much I loved her. But now my eyes were like a calm ocean, no ripples, making it impossible to guess. Watch this. I opened a TV series page, handed her the phone, pulling her from her tangled thoughts. Emily lowered her head to look at the phone. A familiar show appeared. Oh, isn't this Young Detective D? Last night I only watched to episode 16 inches. Oh my god, it's all here. Great, I can binge watch it all. There's even Young Detective D 2 inches. Why did they change the male lead? Who is this person? And those Korean dramas I follow. Quick, find them all for me. Drama fanatic Emily immediately fell into her binge-watching addiction, temporarily forgetting the tangles in her heart, hugging the phone, watching intently, while I remained silent, not daring to look directly into her eyes, but couldn't help stealing glances. She was still as beautiful as in my memories, age like a blooming flower, every smile bright and vivid, fair skin with a rosy glow, black silky hair without a strand of gray. Her smile seemed to dispel all the gloom of years, making the room brighten up. She had returned, finally returned. I still couldn't believe it, but secretly thanked heaven for truly bringing her back. I propped my hand on the sofa, bit by bit inching toward Emily, finally stopping when only a finger's width away from her, the corner of my mouth slightly curved, eyes carrying a satisfaction that made one's heart ache. Yes, just being a little closer was enough to satisfy me, like when we were young and she asked me to explain lessons. After listening, she'd often rest her chin on, acting pitiful, saying being bad at studying was really hard, then tilt her head to rest, her long hair then always falling onto her desk, while my hand would also quietly move closer, just to be a little nearer to her. Like now, I just wanted to be a little closer to her, just a little more, was enough. Just this was enough. Just being near her a little was like touching brilliant sunshine and endless joy, making my heart flutter all day. Joy beyond description. So many years, yet I still hadn't improved at all. I couldn't help secretly despising myself. Just as I was about to move a bit closer, the phone suddenly jumped to an incoming call screen. She panicked, accidentally pressed the green answer button. Through the speaker, immediately came a boy's energetic voice. Dad, where are you? Why aren't you home yet? Did you buy my math practice tests? Teacher said we need them tomorrow. Emily froze in place, bewildered, turning to look at me, not even realizing the phone had fallen to the ground. In the phone the boy was still calling Dad. Dad, say something. I slowly reached down to pick up the phone. My calm, gentle voice sounded, I'll be home later. Dad already bought the practice tests. Don't eat late-night snacks now. If hungry, just drink a glass of milk. Don't wait for me. Go to sleep first. Emily felt her heart freeze, though she had guessed before. Hearing it for real still hurt beyond words. She tried to suppress the sourness in her nose, but her reddened eyes couldn't be hidden. After I hung up, she moved her lips, hoarsely asked, Is that your son? I lowered my head. After a moment softly said, How old? Emily asked again. 15 already, I answered softly. Good. Emily clenched her fists tight, forcing a smile. You should go home. Don't let your son wait anxiously. At first she was going to say, your wife and son, but the words your wife just couldn't come out. Just thinking that my wife was now someone else. She was both angry and sad, wanted to go crazy right there. Yesterday didn't. Clearly this morning I was still her wife. How could just a dozen hours change everything? But she couldn't blame anything. What could she say? Don't you understand? I was only missing for 23 years. You already rushed to marry and have children? How could she have the right to say that? Could she be that selfish? For her, it was just the blink of an eye, but for me it was 23 years. 23 years almost equal to her entire lifetime. Emily closed her eyes, gritting her teeth said, Go home. I didn't move, just lowered my head silently. Emily finally couldn't hold back anymore. She stood up almost desperately shouting, Go home, go quickly. Go rest early. I got up from the chair, softly said goodbye, step by step slowly walking to the door, opening it, then gently closing it. After hearing the door close, Emily couldn't take it anymore, covered her face sobbing uncontrollably. She had guessed it already. Why did it still hurt so much? But she couldn't accept it. The husband who loved her desperately yesterday, the one she wanted to return to be intimate with this morning, tonight had become father to someone else's child. What had she done wrong? Even got cheated on without knowing why. Unfair, too unfair. I stood outside the door, head tilted up slightly, eyes slightly red, the hallway light flickering on and off. It was a long time before I left the door. Heavy footsteps, as if bearing all the pain and suffering. August 2021. This mysterious shuttle bus incident was suppressed. Several initial news reports were deleted from the internet. No information leaked out, only recorded in the nation's top secret files as a supernatural phenomenon. Later, many years passed, scientists finally discovered the mysterious shuttle bus from 2000 in the tunnel had encountered a supernatural phenomenon, space folding that occurs once in 1,000 years. This supernatural phenomenon is like going from one end of a paper to the other. Instead of following a straight line, you can fold the paper to make 2 points touch. So as long as the speed, location, and timing allow, that phenomenon can occur. This supernatural phenomenon still occasionally happened over thousands of years afterward. People collected those cases, hoping to find the true principle of space folding, to provide more information for the scientific community. Of course, that's a story for later. As for those who experienced space folding, it seemed no one became happier because of that strange time journey. Emily certainly didn't. She regretted it to death, regretted getting on that fateful bus, irrationally losing the person she loved most. She lay face down on the sofa crying until she passed out. In her dreams, returning to the past, those days when I was still by her side. When Emily opened her eyes, she only saw a hand placed on her head, gently stroking her hair. Emily immediately forgot about time. The person before her from age 16 in her dream had turned into me at middle age. Emily threw off the blanket and sat up. Why are you here? But I seemed still in a dream, mumbling, all these years I often sat here, telling myself maybe when dawn comes you'll return. My voice low and distant, that emotion like a knife stabbing deep into her heart. Emily. You finally came back. Emily pressed her lips together, heart slightly sour, gently replied, yes, I'm back. Her answer made me wake from the dream. I immediately stepped back, standing up, both hands clenched into fists. Emily was startled by my sudden action, but quickly understood the reason. Because I had remarried. Now saying such nostalgic words to an ex really wasn't appropriate at all. Emily immediately turned away, pretending nothing happened, asking, at this hour, don't you need to take your child to school? No, he's in 9th grade, can go by himself. I seemed to have calmed down, voice more stable too. Emily exhaled in relief, but her heart was full of emptiness. Go wash your face. Today you said you'd take me to buy a phone. Oh right. Emily quickly washed her face clean, then opened her suitcase, wanting to bring some money, but not knowing how much was enough. Called me in to ask, David, how much does a phone cost now? I looked at the stack of bills in her hand, those blue-green 4th series dollar bills. Softly said, this is 4th series currency. Can't be used anymore. What? Emily stared at the money in her hand. This is what my dad gave me. It's real money, why can't it be used? Now it's new currency. This type is old. Stopped circulation since 2018. I took a card from my wallet and gave it to her. This is my highest limit credit card. You use this supplementary card for now. Password is my birthday. Do you remember? June 26th, Emily blurted out. The corner of my mouth slightly smiled. Emily thought for a moment, finally still felt she couldn't accept this card. Forget it. I can't take your card. Emily wanted to push it away, like holding a hot potato, shoving it back to me. You have a new family, a wife and child. What would it look like if I took the card? She didn't want to one day be shopping and have someone grab her hair in the street, then scold, what gives you the right to use my husband's card? I naturally understood what she was thinking, so spoke gently, don't overthink it. Back then we still have marital property that hasn't been divided. During the years you were missing, I also made some money. The part that belongs to you, once you're settled, I'll have a lawyer make a property list, transfer it all to you. No need. When we were together, we were dirt poor. What property was there to divide? Emily awkwardly smiled. I looked at her, saying nothing. She glanced away evasively, then looked up at me, trying to speak cheerfully. But I did contribute to this house. Give me half. The house is in your name, it's already yours. I pulled her hand, placing the card in it. Take the card too. Emily still wanted to refuse, but I looked up, looking at her with determined eyes. Emily softened, awkwardly accepted it. My firmness made her unable to refuse, also made her feel I was somewhat unfamiliar. We were together for over 10 years, from classmates, friends to lovers. Becoming husband and wife, she was always the one taking initiative. I always went along, rarely firm like now, but fine, just take it for now. After finding her parents, however much she uses, she'll just pay him back. Emily organized her purse, preparing to go out. I took her downstairs for breakfast. At 7 in the morning, the sky was already bright, streets gradually bustling, young people rushing to work, children held by parents' hands, hurrying to school, old ladies carrying fresh vegetables, chatting as they walked. Emily walked down the street, looking at the busy crowds and hectic life, like an illusion, as if nothing had ever changed. But looking up, the high-rise buildings sprouting up densely, made her clearly realize time had passed 23 years. I led her across 2 streets, into a breakfast shop, sat down and told her, "This is the dumpling shop you used to eat at. Street vendors aren't allowed anymore. Those aunties retired too. Their son and daughter-in-law rented the space and reopened. Still tastes good, try it, okay?" Emily looked up at the menu board, suddenly widened her eyes in shock. Now a meat bun costs $1.50. Soup dumplings $28 a basket, beef noodles $30 a bowl. But she was still living in 23 years ago, when $1 could buy a whole breakfast. Now a meat bun costs $1.50, soup dumplings $28 a basket, beef noodles $30 a bowl. She was still living in the past of 23 years ago, when just $1 was enough for breakfast. Now $1 couldn't do anything. 4 buns. Emily clutched her chest at the prices, trembling and muttering, "Why is it so expensive? Isn't there anywhere cheaper? Price increases are normal now." I kept comforting her. Emily took several deep breaths, finally tremblingly ordered only the cheapest items, plain porridge with 2 buns, then looked up asking me, "Has your salary increased?" I looked at her, nodded. "Don't worry. That's good then, good." Emily really wanted to ask how much my salary was now, but with our current relationship, that question seemed inappropriate. Thinking of before, every time I got paid, I'd give it all to her. Any bonus or unexpected money, I'd happily bring home to show off, hoping for praise. Her heart started feeling uncomfortable again. She shook her head hard, unhappily ordered another basket of soup dumplings, then angrily ate them all. After breakfast, Emily saw me holding my phone, bringing it close to a device, then telling the owner, "Paid, thank you." The busy owner glanced up and nodded. "How did you pay? I didn't see you take out money," Emily asked quietly. "With the phone. After we buy your phone, you can use it too. Okay?" Emily nodded immediately. She couldn't wait anymore. Not far from home was a large shopping mall. I planned to walk her there, to help her get familiar with the surrounding area. Along the way, Emily kept bouncing, looking all around. "David, where's the park behind? David, this place used to be all 1-story houses." Soon after, she pointed at an ad posted outside a real estate office. "David, is this $140,000 per square meter? Not the price for the whole apartment. $140,000 per square meter? Oh my God. David, how much is our house worth now? 10 million. Wow." Emily clutched her chest, heart racing. "My God, it's like winning the lottery." "David, why didn't we buy a few more back then? Can I sell the house? 10 million. I've never seen that much money in my life." The smile on her face couldn't be contained, eyes sparkling with golden light. Joy from deep in her heart made her whole being brighten, melting all coldness, dispelling all darkness. A gentle smile also appeared on my face, my eyes following her, watching her smile, watching her jump with excitement, watching her turn around, run a few steps, then come back, watching her exactly like the girl in my memories, hopping on one foot, wanting to tell the whole world that in this moment she was about to explode with happiness. She always had a way of lifting my emotions, like the little sun in my world. My little son, missing for 23 years, had finally returned. Just a pity I couldn't have her again. I watched the girl counting on her fingers, calculating how much 10 million was, smiled bitterly, and lowered my head. Emily suddenly called me. I jumped, quickly ran over asking what's wrong. Emily stood frozen at the mall entrance. "Is this the mall you mentioned? Such a big mall surely isn't just dirt roads inside." "Yeah, that's right," I smiled. "Shopping malls now are just a bit bigger than the old department stores." "Not just a bit, much bigger," Emily exclaimed. "Malls are so modern now. There's even cafes, gyms, kids' play areas, and hot pot too." Emily was like Grandma Lou entering the Grand View Garden. Everything amazed her. David, later, after buying the phone, let's have lamb hot pot. Emily pointed at the large poster on the wall. The bronze hot pot steaming fragrantly looked so tempting. She looked at me longingly. Her foodie nature couldn't be hidden. She felt she was losing face. Okay, I nodded, feeling like such a small request I could completely fulfill. Emily jumped with joy, looking at the hot pot restaurant poster again. The male model on the poster is really handsome, smiling gently like a little lamb. Which star is that? Why are all the male gods so handsome now? When she disappeared, the Little Tigers band was still popular. Emily's head was full of random thoughts. I had already bought a cup of milk tea for her. Where do you want to start browsing? Clothes or phone first? Whatever, you lead the way. The tea is so good. Emily took a sip, immediately enveloped by the sweetness of milk and syrup. So happy she could fly. What is this? So delicious. It's milk tea. I knew it. She always liked these sweet fatty things. So good, so good. Emily drank milk tea while happily walking forward. Let me take you to buy the phone first. Handle important things first. That was always my style. Then hurry up. Emily wanted to finish quickly. She was still thinking about the bronze hot pot on the poster. Emily excitedly pulled my sleeve, urging me to walk faster. I glanced at her hand, quietly pulled back, walked to the mall's central elevator area, looked at the floor map, then led her to the third-floor electronics section. Emily's attention was captured by the diverse goods in the mall. She couldn't control her desire to buy. This morning, she said she wouldn't take my card. Now she was swiping it non-stop without shame. Initially only planned to buy a phone, but then saw the new laptops were so nice. The one I was using was nice too. She wanted one. And there were tablets small as books too. Looked really convenient. Wanted it. Emily with her face full of want-to-have expressions. I quietly bought her the whole set, computer, iPad and phone. Emily hugged the pile of new stuff, eyes wide with curiosity, looking at me, saw me holding my phone, opening something called a code, QR code, bringing it close to the cash register. One scan and payment done. So advanced, she wanted to try immediately. I led her to finish buying electronics, then took her to the women's floor for more clothes, plus bags, shoes, cosmetics of all kinds. She bought while secretly sighing. Things 23 years later are really beautiful. Want to take everything home. Why be afraid to buy? After selling the house you'll get $5 million. That much money. These things are nothing. Emily felt she was being materialistic, but finally could shop freely, not having to choose between what she liked and needed. Before, she always pretended to try on clothes, actually hiding in the fitting room, looking at the price tags, comparing back and forth, walking till her feet hurt. Now with money, just pick the expensive ones. Finally, Emily was tired, thirsty, hungry, but satisfied with a bright smile. David, I'm hungry. Let's go have lamb hot pot. You've worked hard today, my treat. You pay first. When I sell the house, I'll pay you back everything. I felt a bit helpless inside. That house had special meaning to me. Never thought of selling it. Who knew she'd only been back one day, already thinking about selling the house. Really wanted to knock her head. I thought this but didn't say it. We both entered the hot pot restaurant. The pile of purchases filled both sides of the 8-person seating. Emily looked up, asking the server for a menu, wanting to order. The staff pointed at the QR code on the table. Scan to order. Emily looked confused. Extremely adorable. I had already scanned, handed her the phone. Order here. My God, everything uses phones now. Emily held the phone with wide eyes, amazed. It's the internet age now. I smiled, telling her, you'll get used to it in a few days. The two of us ordered, not noticing the young woman sitting in the far corner had secretly photographed the shopping scene, sent it to the workgroup chat. Oh my God, Professor Chen is shopping with a young girl. He paid for everything on the way. Must be a mistake. Professor Chen is famously a single dad. How could he be involved with a young girl? What trick? Look at the photos. The woman immediately sent several photos of me and Emily. In the frame were piles of shopping bags. My God, Professor Chen is really spending to chase girls. How young is that girl? Looks like a college student. Director Harrison must be about to cry. Pursuing openly for so many years. In the end, still losing to a young girl with a baby face. But then again, what man doesn't like young girls? Even if Ms. Harrison is good, age is still a big barrier. Feel so sorry for Ms. Harrison. If you feel sorry for yourself. She makes in a month what you make in a year. Stop talking about it. I'm calling the police now. The group chat was buzzing. A young girl looked at the screen, said nothing, quietly downloaded all the photos, screenshot the chat, sent to another account. In a luxurious office, in front of a large window, a carefully made-up woman, in business attire, heard the message notification sound. She put down the stack of documents in her hand, picked up the phone to look at the photos, frowning. David likes young girls. Grace Harrison smiled faintly and tossed the phone aside, not a hint of anger on her face, because she didn't believe it. No one understood that man better than her. David was someone who had probably lost the ability to love. All his love and waiting he had already given to his ex, though that was hard for her to accept, but that didn't stop her from still being drawn to his magnetism. All her love and waiting were for the man she had loved before, though that made it hard for her to accept, but that didn't stop her from still being drawn to my magnetism. Over the years she only hoped from the perspective of life and my son's growth that I could accept her being by my side. As for the girl in the photo, probably just a relative from my family, Grace Harrison didn't pay attention. She took out the documents to continue the day's work. After working for a while, she picked up the phone again to zoom in on my photo, slowly frowning. Strange that I seemed to be smiling in the photo. That gentle, relaxed smile, that loose and tolerant expression she had never seen before. Could I really have changed my heart, fallen for that young, beautiful girl? Grace swallowed nervously. She closed her eyes, thinking for a moment, found my number in contacts and called. When the phone rang, I was picking up freshly cooked lamb and putting it in Emily's bowl, while she kept her head down, studying the newly bought phone, looking more serious than cramming for college finals. I didn't say anything either. Let her play with the phone, while I blanched meat and vegetables beside her, constantly putting all sorts of good things in her bowl. Emily played with the phone, then ate a bite, suddenly heard my phone ringing. She didn't see me react, looked up puzzled, asking, "Your phone?" Only then did I reach into my pocket for the phone. Actually, I had heard it ringing for a while, just busy cooking the meat, afraid it would get tough if overcooked. I looked at the caller ID on the screen, then pressed answer. "I'm not coming to the lab today. The new project documents, I've almost finished preparing them. Can give them to you this week." "No problem." Emily, though, looking like she was playing with her phone. Her ears were listening to every word I said. "No need, it's just a small matter. You don't need to bring it personally. Really no need. Tonight Michael still has tutoring. Gets out very late. I also have things today. Don't know what time I'll get home. Yeah, let's talk at the lab tomorrow." I hung up, just sat back down when I saw Emily staring at me intently. "Who was that?" "Just a colleague," I answered offhandedly. "Female?" "Yeah, why?" I nodded, looking at her. "A female colleague, coming to your house late at night to deliver things." "Deliver what?" Emily gritted her teeth mockingly. "Not delivering to me, but to Michael. Michael likes the spicy chicken feet she makes. She made a lot today, so wanted to bring him some." I hurriedly explained. "No need to explain to me. You don't need to tell your wife that your son likes chicken feet made by another woman. Seems you meet often. Even bring your son along. Didn't see this when young. Now that you're older. Really playing all the tricks." I smelled something burning. Emily didn't understand what she was jealous about, just felt irritated inside. Irritated at the untimely anger. Irritated that hearing me call my son's name made her heart ache so much. She was so irritated, she didn't know how to face. Wanted to yell at me, ask why just because she got on the wrong black car. I became someone else's husband, someone else's father. Wanted to question where I got such charm. Clearly a married man, yet still making female colleagues infatuated. But what right did she have to ask me? Thinking of that made her even angrier. This guy was like this when young. Handsome, attractive. Always had pretty girls around. Female classmates, female teachers, female bosses, female colleagues. Even the flower shop owner downstairs liked giving me big bouquets, all the unsold flowers of the day. And I was like an idiot, not knowing how loved I was. Now older and still the same. So annoying. "I'm tired, want to go home." Emily stood up. "Why leaving already? The food isn't all served yet." By now I also realized she was upset. After all, I understood. No matter how big the issue, nothing could stop her from eating hot pot. No appetite, don't want to eat anymore. Mood plummeting without breaks. Emily picked up all the big and small bags from the floor, walked straight ahead without looking back. She wasn't angry. What right did she have to be angry? Me being involved with another woman. If anyone should be angry, it's my current wife. What does it have to do with her? After all, she's just an ex-wife who was declared dead. Emily kept walking forward, muttering as she walked. A string of bitter words. I paid and ran after her. Just happened to hear every word. Emily, walk slower. I caught up and pulled her back. In the crowded mall, I was afraid she'd get lost, afraid of losing track of her while walking, but Emily wanted to shake my hand off. She looked around guiltily. Let go. If people see you holding me like this, what then? What if your wife catches us? What would you say? Damn, why did she feel guilty? Guilty to the point of wanting to cry. Clearly just the day before I was still her husband. Clearly that evening she called planning to come home for 300 rounds. Now what? Don't even mention fighting. Even holding hands became a crime. Emily was frustrated. She was going crazy with anger. Really too unfair. Even Doi wasn't this wrong. What did she do wrong to suddenly lose her husband? I didn't let go, just silently looked at her. Now Emily felt extremely pitiful. Clearly just before she was happy shopping, forgetting everything. But thinking about it still felt sad. Immediately wanted to cry. I wasn't her husband anymore. She really had no right to throw tantrums here. She shouldn't be like this. I had no obligation to tolerate or pamper her anymore. I spent time taking her shopping, helping her swipe the card. She should be grateful. But I wasn't happy. Emily, don't run around. I gently pulled her, almost coaxing. If you want to go home, go this way. Emily heard my gentle tone, suddenly calmed down, lowered her head saying sorry. I was being childish just now. I'm just tired, don't mind it. It's okay, I just smiled tolerantly, as if the anger just now never existed. Gently asked, do you want to buy anything else? No, Emily shook her head. Just thinking about this unfortunate situation. Buying anything wouldn't make her happy. Now she just wanted to go home, back to the only place that still gave her some sense of security. She missed her parents, in this world. Besides me from before, the only ones who loved her unconditionally were just her parents. It wasn't like she didn't try, asking people to find news about her parents. Last night after I left, she pulled out her ancient phone, called every number in her contacts one by one. Only one classmate's number worked. No one knew where her parents were now. Heard that in the first few years after she disappeared, close friends still visited her home for New Year, made dumplings, and had New Year's Eve dinner with her parents. Later heard her house was demolished. No one knew where her parents moved. Emily sighed, turned to look at me beside her, eyes full of doubt. David, you really don't know where my parents are? How is that possible? Just met again the day before. The strange feeling made her not dare ask in detail, but after a day and night together, she could be sure I still had feelings for her, based on my kindness. Impossible not to care about her parents, not even have a way to contact them. Was I hiding something from her? Emily lowered her head, both hands gripping the newly bought bags, heart in chaos. I called the driver to drive up from the basement, stop at the nearest exit. We got in the car. Emily watched me carry her things the whole way, opening the car door, getting home, still arranging the afternoon for her, even paying the long overdue cable bill, using the remote to turn on the TV, switching to the idle drama channel she liked. The more thoughtful and careful I was, not missing anything, Emily became more convinced of her suspicions. Finally, when I finished tidying everything, grabbed my briefcase preparing to leave, Emily suddenly stood behind me, asked seriously, David, where are my parents? I stopped putting on my shoes and turned to look at her. Only saw Emily's serious expression. Eyes darkened, as if she had guessed something. Whole body tense, both defensive and attacking, as if just daring me to lie, she would expose it immediately. I frowned, heart full of conflict. I knew I shouldn't hide it from her. But she had just entered this strange world. I didn't want to tell her this bad news too soon. I wanted to give her more time, hoping she would suffer less somehow. But now, I knew I couldn't hide it anymore. This intelligent woman had guessed her parents were gone. I looked at her painfully, said softly. Emily suddenly saw a white flash before her eyes. Dizzy, losing all strength, she staggered 2 steps, leaning on the sofa beside her, trying her best not to fall. When Emily gritted her teeth, eyes red, asking, your mother passed early, 15 years ago. Your father passed 5 years ago. I answered in my own voice full of tension. My wife's parents were both good people, always treated me like their own son. Their passing was no small shock to me. My wife's parents were both good people, always treated me like their own son. Their passing was no small shock to me. I had taken my son to visit their graves, also picked up each incense stick, each fallen flower by the grave. I still clearly remember when her mother passed, how she wailed in my arms. Thinking back now still feels like yesterday. After all, They were among the few connections between me and Emily in this world. Emily's tears couldn't be held back and streamed down. Did they pass from illness? Her voice getting smaller. Were they in pain when they passed? I comforted her. It was okay. Their illnesses progressed quickly. They didn't suffer much. Perhaps what troubled them most was missing you. What about their funeral arrangements? The funeral was properly handled. Emily asked, choking up. I handled all the funeral arrangements. Very respectfully, don't worry. I stepped forward intending to support her, to give her some strength, wanting to hold this pitiful girl. But Emily lowered her head, forcefully restraining herself, hoarsely said, thank you, David. After saying this, she turned and slowly walked into her room, closed the door and locked it tight, as if only by doing so could she stop herself from rushing into my arms to cry. Emily bit her finger, sobbing silently. How ridiculous. In this world, not even one person for her to embrace and cry to her heart's content remained. She had no lover anymore. No relatives either. Really just herself alone. What should she do? Who could tell her? I heard the crying from inside the room, standing there stunned. Long after I called my colleague, canceling this afternoon's symposium at a university, I from the pile of shopping bags scattered on the floor, found a bag of fresh groceries bought at the supermarket, sorted them neatly, and put them all in the fridge. The whole afternoon Emily cried in her room for a long time. By evening still no movement. Perhaps she had cried herself tired. I lowered my head thinking so. On the stove was simmering a pot of seaweed pork rib soup. I stared blankly at the steaming clay pot. Life is inherently impermanent. Before Emily disappeared, once watching a Korean drama, the male lead cooked seaweed pork rib soup for the female lead. She found it incredibly romantic, so kept begging me to learn to cook it for her. I was too young then, also a child spoiled by parents. Didn't like doing housework, though agreed verbally, but took forever to learn. Then before I could cook it, New Year came. Before going home alone for New Year, she even pinched my cheek saying, wait for her to return, then cook for her. I nodded vigorously then. Who could have known it would be 23 years? I still hadn't had the chance to make it for her. Today, finally could cook seaweed pork rib soup for her. Consider that I had waited for this moment. But her parents had so many dishes they wanted to cook for her, but never got to wait. When they passed away in such regret and pain, I was worried and restless. I understood everything. And Emily's mood right now I also understood. The pain of losing loved ones, the sorrow of never being able to meet again, like a giant meat grinder, grinding the whole heart into pieces. Even crying with all your might couldn't help at all. I sat for a long time in the dining room. The seaweed soup got cold. I reheated it again, time after time, yet Emily still hadn't come out of her room. I went to knock on the door. Still no movement inside. I was too worried, so took the spare key to open the door. Only saw Emily curled up alone in the corner, still sitting crying in the pitch-dark room. I walked over and sat down beside her, reached out to gently pat her shoulder. Emily lifted her head from her folded arms, voice hoarse from crying too much. I'm okay. Actually, I had already guessed. How could it be changed numbers? How could it be to the point of not finding them? Do you want to go back home to see? I buried them in our hometown. Emily shook her head very gently while crying. I don't want to. At least not now. I'm not ready. She didn't want to face cold tombstones, didn't want to accept the truth. As long as she didn't see, she could still deceive herself that her parents were still alive, just finished their New Year break and returned to the city to work. At the end of the month, when there's a holiday, they would still be like before. Cook a whole table of food waiting for her return. She still clearly remembered the warmth in their hands, remembered their bright smiles, even clearly remembered yesterday when leaving home. Her father pulled her suitcase to the alley entrance, hailed a car for her, even insisted on taking her to the bus station, but she refused, saying, Dad, go back. Don't trouble yourself any more. If she had known it was the last time they'd meet, she definitely would have let her father see her off, would have let her father carry her luggage, would have hugged him tightly, said goodbye with all the most genuine words, used her heart to say, Dad, I love you. Thinking of this, Emily cried again. She lowered her head, sobbing, asked, David, can I wait a while longer before going? I naturally nodded. I knew she still couldn't accept it now. My voice gentle, as if magical, very soft, very calm, very reassuring to others. Take your time. When you want to go, just tell me. Emily couldn't help saying thank you again. Thank you, David. I looked at her once, didn't reply, just silently thought. Today was already The second time she apologized to me. Before, she never apologized to me, always boldly ordering this and that. When I was dissatisfied, she would hold my face, forcing me to lower my head, then smile flatteringly, saying, "I love you so much. Making you help me a little is just creating opportunities for you to show off. You should treasure it, understand?" And I was always coaxed into obedience by her sweet words. Couldn't even get angry. Yet now she kept saying, "Thank you. Thank you, David." These words were never what I wanted to hear. I stood up, saying softly, "I made seaweed pork ribs. Come eat a little." "Thank you, I don't want to eat," Emily replied sadly. I silently lowered my eyes, didn't persuade another word, turned and slowly walked out, closed the door and went to the kitchen to turn off the gas, quietly ladled a bowl of seaweed pork rib soup, placed it on the dining table, then went to the door to change leather shoes to leave, my back merging into the dark night, gradually fading, as if even the darkness couldn't hide my loneliness. Since learning her parents passed, Emily was depressed for half a month, not even stepping out the door. Only, I made time every day to visit her. Also hired a housekeeper to come daily to cook, clean the house, take care of everything for her. But at 9 p.m., I would go home on time to tutor my child. Emily watched me running back and forth, heart both touched and confused. She was very afraid my wife would suddenly follow me, then come pull her hair. After all, even she felt she was like a mistress hidden carefully in the house by me. Even the housekeeper who came daily looked at her with strange eyes, as if she was doing some improper profession. Who's the mistress? Who's small, who's big isn't certain yet. No, that's not right. She would never fight another woman for a man. She despised that type of person most, no matter how good I was. Before, she also wished to pin me down and roll around in bed every day. But now I was almost the same age as her father. She really couldn't bring herself to do it. Moreover, my son was already 15. She would never accept being stepmother to such a big boy. Every day, Emily woke up, had to go through such psychological struggle, self-hypnotizing herself. Only then could she control herself from relying on me further. She was an independent woman, well-educated, wouldn't allow herself to fall into being kept by someone else. Even if that person was me, it wasn't allowed. Moreover, if her parents knew she was being kept by me, it would be strange if they didn't rise from their coffins in anger. No matter what, she had to live well. Only then would she have the right to see her parents again. Emily determined to pull herself up, thinking the first thing she should do was find a job, reintegrate into society. She asked me to teach her how to upload a resume online, but somehow everything she sent got no response, until one day, she contacted an old classmate, then smoothly got an interview opportunity. "I feel you don't need to rush to find work like this," I somewhat objected. Didn't want her to go outside, didn't want her running around. Emily said while organizing documents, "How can I live without finding work? I don't want to be supported by you forever. Why can't you be?" I asked softly, "Why can't you, Emily? I'm not that kind of casual woman. Don't expect red flags at home, while flags flutter outside." "What? You want to keep a mistress too? Really daydreaming?" Emily glared at me, immediately showing her attitude clearly, wanting to draw clear boundaries with me. I looked at her clenched fists, lips pressed tight, suddenly asked, "What if I divorce? Can I divorce?" "No, you can't." Emily's heart skipped a beat, somewhat flustered. I don't want to be someone's stepmother." "You think I'm old?" I smiled faintly. "No, that's not it. Stop talking in riddles," Emily hurriedly denied. I looked at her. Emily was just like that. The more fiercely she argued, the more it proved her words were lies, as if speaking loudly would prevent others from noticing her guilt. I sighed. "What kind of job do you want to find? I'll help you arrange it." "No need, I already found one." Emily hurriedly bit her fingernail. "I'm an outstanding student from University C. Do I need you to pull strings to find a job?" I looked at her, eyes full of worry. Speaking louder only made it easier for others to notice her guilt. I sighed, asking, "What kind of work do you want?" "I'll help you arrange it." "No need, I already found something." Emily hurriedly bit her finger. "I'm an excellent student from Columbia University. Do I need you to pull strings for a job?" I looked at her, eyes full of concern, not reassured at all. "Do you remember Ryan Chen, my college friend? He opened a media company now, currently short-staffed, also matches my major. I plan to try there first. Using me to pull strings isn't okay, but using a male college friend is," I said uncomfortably. "It's not the same," Emily hurriedly answered. "How is it not the same? Anyway, it's just not the same." Emily stubbornly shouted, turned to prepare interview clothes. After a while, finished organizing, looking sulky, opened the door to go out. I quickly pulled her bag back. Let me drive you. No need, Emily still stubborn. I'll go myself. Do you know the way? That area is so big. What if you get lost? Emily stood still. Let me drive you. Being late for the interview wouldn't be good. I softened my tone again. Emily was always soft to coaxing, not force. Hearing me say this, finally reluctantly got in the car with me. Ryan Chen's company, located in the industrial zone outside the 5th ring. Back then, he and Emily were classmates. Initially weren't that close. Later in sophomore year, Ryan pursued one of Emily's roommates. Emily helped a lot. Their relationship improved. Actually, Ryan had no feelings for Emily. After all, just an old friend from 23 years ago. Memories had long faded, but today's matter was truly rare. So when he made the appointment with Emily, he had his secretary waiting downstairs since morning. When Emily arrived, seeing the bright, spacious office building, couldn't help exclaiming, "Ryan's really something. The company looks quite substantial." I glanced over, coldly replied, "At this age it would be strange if he hadn't achieved this." "What kind of talk is that? His company is probably bigger than yours." "I don't have a company." "Then what are you saying?" Emily was irritated, being scolded by her. I wasn't angry, calmly replied, "Though I don't have a company, I'm not inferior to him. You're both successful. Only I'm the most pathetic. Is that okay?" Emily felt dejected. "You'll get better," I comforted. Emily glanced at me, lowered her head again, thinking, annoying, why so gentle? "Ms. Johnson, right?" Ryan's secretary saw us, came from far to greet. "Director Chen is waiting in his office. Please follow me. You wait downstairs," Emily said quietly to me. I gently nodded, pointed to the sofa in the lobby. "I'll sit there waiting for you." Emily nodded, followed the secretary into the elevator. The elevator door closed. I still stood outside watching her, eyes silent and full of worry. Emily suddenly remembered. Before, when she went for job interviews, I was always free to accompany her. Back then, just graduated, no money, always squeezed onto buses. The buses were crowded. We often got pressed together. I would pull her to a corner, let her stand within my protection. I held the handrail with one hand, protected her with the other. She often gently leaned her head on my chest, arms around my waist. Every time she looked up secretly at me, thinking how handsome I was, couldn't help kissing my chin light, and I always smiled, looking down at her, eyes full of love. Every detail still engraved in memory. When the bus reached the stop, I held her hand, pulling her through the crowd, led her right to the company door, only then let go, helped fix her hair, adjust her clothes, then held her hands tight saying, "Go for it." She also nodded determinedly. Going to interview, just thinking I was waiting outside. She wouldn't worry anymore. Back then, she got accepted by several big companies. Emily lowered her eyes, smiling, remembering the past. Felt like just yesterday. The elevator reached the 4th floor. The secretary led her to Ryan's office. Opening the door, saw a middle-aged man, thinning hair, pot belly, standing up, face full of surprise, looking at her. "Emily," Ryan called. Emily tried hard to examine that round face, searching for familiar features from the past. After some pleasantries, Ryan casually announced accepting her as an monthly salary $1,000, said if she did well would increase when made permanent. Emily excitedly ran to tell me. I looked at her, working for free and still happy, like winning the lottery. Forget it. Seeing those sparkling eyes, I couldn't bear to pour cold water on her. "Then consider it like going to school. I'll definitely work hard," Emily said enthusiastically. "Then go to work. I'm starting my internship today." "Yes, what time do you get off?" 6 o'clock, Emily held up 6 fingers. I nodded. "I'll pick you up tonight." Emily wanted to refuse, but finally nodded. After all, she still wasn't familiar with the current world. "Go in quickly." "You're not leaving?" "I'll leave after you go in." "Okay then." Emily nodded, ran inside. I watched her figure enter the elevator, only then turned to leave. At the company entrance, I hesitated, then turned back in, sat on the sofa in the corner of the lobby. First day of work, I wasn't reassured. Better to sit here all morning than go to the lab unfocused. Emily was attacked by the young employees in the company, with tons of new media knowledge, registered dozens of social media accounts, also watched countless old company advertising videos. Emily was like a sponge, absorbing knowledge very quickly. She also noted several important video editing software, planning to self-study at home. She also created a Twitter account. While browsing, saw my photo on trending. She curiously clicked to read the news. Video. Title read, Young scientist in biology field David Chen, leading research team developing new medicine, major effectiveness for central nervous system degeneration diseases. This research achievement won the International Lasker Award. Emily clicked to watch the video, saw me in a sharp suit, going on stage to receive the trophy, also giving a speech in fluent English. Emily looked at the mature man in the video, felt like it wasn't the me she once knew. 23 years ago, she never dared imagine I'd be like this. Amazingly accomplished. She searched my name on Google. Keywords section, awards and titles. So brilliant, it was dazzling. Scrolling down were photos with high-level national leaders. Emily's eyes widened. Couldn't help exclaiming, back then I really picked the right stock. Really had good judgment. Too bad this stock suddenly disappeared. I haven't even received any dividends yet. Back then suffered so much with me. Emily angrily banged her head on the table. Wanted to cry. I'm really too outstanding. If I were still her husband now, she'd probably be bursting with joy. Too bad don't know who picked the fruit first. Even has a child already. She was furious. Soon it was time to leave work. Emily had just stepped out of the elevator. Already saw me waiting in the lobby. For some reason, tonight looking at me seemed to sparkle with light. No. It was the light of intelligence. Thinking of how badly she treated me the past few days, Emily felt guilty, like she'd committed a crime. Did she dare raise her voice at a national talent like this? She hurried over, said softly, You're here already. Have you been waiting long? So busy yet still coming to pick me up. I feel bad. I raised my eyebrows slightly, not understanding why she was suddenly so obedient. This morning, she was like she'd taken explosives. But I still smiled. Gentle as the setting sun. Not long, I smiled, taking the bag from her hand. Walking on her left side, asked softly, What do you want for dinner tonight? How was your first day at work? Did you get used to it? Anything's fine, Emily answered casually. The training period is okay. A month passed like this. Emily had almost gotten used to the current rhythm of life. Going to work and coming home every day. Sometimes I took her out for walks. Sometimes came to the house to check on things. Not doing anything special, just simply looking at her for a while. Teaching her basic things about current society, even the editing and design software that she had noted down. I also knew how to use. Also taught her how to use them. Felt like returning to middle school. I always explained lessons to her, while she quietly listened, heart peaceful and warm. Not thinking of anything else, until one day, Emily was in my car, going home. Just got out of the car, looked up, saw a woman around 30-something, standing at her door. The woman dressed simply, a fitted dark blue business suit, turned to look at Emily, eyes full of surprise. Who are you? Emily also asked, Did you follow David here? I saw him carry bags into the house. The woman looked Emily up and down. She looked Emily up and down, eyes carrying some contempt. I didn't answer. Just stood behind her, coldly watching that woman. The woman stepped forward. I clearly saw her nails were meticulously done. Hair lightly curled, delicate makeup. The type of woman with means. Who are you? Why are you at David's house? Her voice pitched high, full of questioning. I was about to speak. Emily had already coldly replied, I'm his ex-wife. And who are you? The other woman was choked. Face changed color. I stepped forward, blocking Emily. Voice calm. She's my family. If there's nothing, please leave. That woman stood there, biting her lower lip, then coldly snorted and turned to leave. Ask if you live here. Emily seemed to guess who this woman was. She pressed her lips. Somewhat lacking confidence answered, I live here. Why? The woman looked at the door, voice carrying sadness and reproach. Lately she leaves early and returns late every day. Doesn't even come to the lab much. I thought she was busy with something. Turns out it's to find you. Emily gripped the wooden railing, not knowing what to say. She really admired this woman, to maintain such composure at this point. If it were her, she'd have rushed up to scratch and fight, then given me another slap. The woman took a deep breath. I know David is an attractive man, but he's also a man who loves his family. His son enters high school next year. High school means preparing for college exams, at least for the next 4 years. Absolutely cannot let personal feelings affect the child's academic performance. 4 years later, he'll be nearly 50. I know you're young and can wait, but there's no need to do so, right? Besides, you're so young and beautiful. What kind of man can't you find? David, though, has some domestic reputation, but he's not wealthy or noble. What he can give you is very limited. I believe you're a smart girl. Hope I don't meet you again next time. The woman finished speaking. Step by step walked past Emily. When passing by softly reminded, "Don't let him know I came. I want to save face for him." After saying this, she didn't stop. High heels clicking away into the distance. Emily was lectured to the point she couldn't lift her head, clearly very angry inside but couldn't refute. She was suffocated to the point of dying. Clearly she was the first wife. Why endure being scolded like a mistress? The other was just someone who came later. If it were ancient times, this matter would require kneeling to serve her tea. Without her agreement, couldn't even enter the door. Yet now, she stood before her arrogantly lecturing. What about being very smart? What about saving face? Emily viciously scratched her fingertips, ashamed and angry to the point of biting her lip tight, about to run away when the door opened from inside. I showed her a gentle smile. Was just about to come down to get you. Emily lowered her head and walked in. Now she didn't dare look me in the eye. She thought of the woman earlier, who was also beautiful, also had great temperament. Words, though gentle, contained truth, and more importantly, clearly caught me hiding someone else in the house, yet still wanted to pretend not to know. Must really love David. Though she appeared strong, the panic in her eyes was still clear. She was afraid she would steal David away. Emily looked at me, busy before her. Remembered my son again. She had met that child, though not very like me, but the temperament was identical. Young and bright, proud yet humble, exactly like me years ago. Just one meal, but that child's eyes toward his father, full of admiration and respect. Anyone could see, if he knew about me and David, would certainly be greatly hurt. With someone soft-hearted and kind like me, making his child hurt, I would certainly be tormented endlessly. Emily frowned sadly. I set food on the table, called her to eat. Emily sat down, picked up her bowl, eating bite by bite. I looked at her, as usual, quietly, watching deeply, eyes full of satisfaction. "How does it taste?" I asked. "Very good," Emily answered mechanically. "If you like it, I'll come cook for you often." Hearing this, Emily paused. After a moment of silence, she felt she couldn't continue like this. Slowly put down her chopsticks, looking at me saying, "No need. David, don't be so good to me anymore." I looked up surprised at her. Emily's voice was gentle and serious, carrying some decisiveness. "Don't come find me anymore from now on." Hearing this, I slowly put down my chopsticks, sat frozen. Emily looked at me, seriously said, "You don't need to drive me to work either. I've learned to take a cab. I'll stay in this house a while longer. When I find another place, I'll move out. You don't need to worry about me. Don't manage me either. I can live well alone. I know how to use online payment. Also know how to order food and shop. I have a job too. Can support myself." I looked at her with red eyes. "But you still need me to take care of you." "No need, not anymore." Emily clenched her hands, coldly said, "I don't need you to take care of me. I can manage myself." I looked at her silently for a moment, then patiently asked, "Did something happen? Or did someone say something to you?" I was always this perceptive. Emily thought nothing could be hidden. My current wife had come to find her. She said she was my wife. I slightly frowned, thought for a moment, seemed to have guessed who it was. Emily lowered her head, looking at the table. "David, you know, I'm someone without principles. I've been trying hard to control myself. If you keep taking care of me like this, I'm afraid I'll break up your family. I don't want to become that kind of woman. Don't want you to become a bad man either. I don't want what's between us to become a relationship that can't be public. In my heart, you'll always be the most perfect person. Those memories will always be the sweetest memories." Emily sadly said, "David, thank you for taking care of me. I know you still have feelings for me, still can't bear to leave, but this is wrong. Back then I pursued you. This time let me say goodbye too." Emily looked at me, continuing softly, "David, this is where we end. Go home." Emily said softly, as if using just a bit more force would make the heart hurt more, but her heart was already shattered. "Your son is still waiting for you at home." I kept my head down, then slowly raised it, quietly, looking at her, only using those eyes she once loved most, looking at her deeply. Eyes reddened. The look of wanting to speak but holding back pained her immensely. She didn't dare look anymore. Turned away, saying, "Let me borrow this house temporarily. When I get my salary, I'll move out." After Emily finished speaking, she turned and walked away. I heard myself softly say, "The house is yours." "I don't need it." Emily's hand on the doorknob, tears falling freely. She opened her mouth, took a deep breath, saying, "When we bought the house that year, I only contributed 50,000. No need to give me a share. The deed in your name is correct." I gently replied, "It's in your name. But David, that's a matter of the past. Your property now should be left to your son. Can't casually give it to an outsider like me." After Emily finished speaking, she couldn't bear it anymore. Opened the door and left. She couldn't stay with me another minute. Staying would only hurt more. She was afraid she'd burst into tears, would scream, would embrace me, beg me not to abandon her, beg me to come back to her. But she didn't dare, afraid that I would really agree. Someone kind and upright like me would betray his family for her, alone bearing the torment with his son, bearing reproach from relatives, the eyes of those around cutting like knives, coming back to her covered in wounds. She really couldn't bear it, couldn't bear to let me suffer any more hurt. I should have had a peaceful life already. A man like me would certainly build a good life, making those around him happy, and she would destroy it all, pulling me back to days of chaos and torment. Compared to continuing in tragic entanglement, better to let her cut it off herself. That was the best way to let me go. In the room I stood alone in a daze, a table of food still steaming hot, gradually cooling, like my heart, once again falling into the cold abyss. Familiar coldness but immense pain. I blinked, lowered my head, took plastic wrap to cover the food, put it in the fridge, took the used dishes to wash, mechanically scrubbing. There were drops of water, drop by drop falling into the sink, mixing with the cold water stream. No color visible, and no one knew. The sound of running water was very loud, covering all other sounds. Long after the person in the room also left, everything returned to how it was at the beginning. When Emily came home again, what awaited her was such a scene. A clean and tidy room, dim dining room light with no one there, no one busy in the kitchen, no one sitting on the sofa waiting for her, no one cleaning back and forth, no one at all. The air cold as if frozen. She couldn't feel any warmth. After a long while, Emily suddenly muttered, "Ah, it's over. Everything has ended. Want to die so much. If only I had died that year. How good it would be. Can't cry. Emily will be fine. Even alone, I can live. Even if alone. Must live well. Really beautifully. Must happily return to see my parents." That's right. Emily kept hypnotizing herself. Returned to her room and fell onto the bed to sleep. Sleep and won't be hungry anymore. Sleep and won't hurt anymore. Just need to sleep and it'll be fine. Emily curled up in the blanket. When she wrapped the blanket tightly, I didn't know if she was asleep or not. Just that all night she didn't move once, as if she had really fallen deeply asleep. I sat in the car, face ice cold, not saying a word. The driver carefully asked, "Professor Chen, where to? Going home?" After I spoke, the driver started the car. I took out my phone to call Grace Harrison. Soon the other end picked up. "You came to my old house today. What did you say to her?" "Girls these days really don't keep their word," Grace said on the phone. "What does my business have to do with you? What right do you have to find her?" I laughed coldly, mockingly said, "The right of pursuing me for over 20 years, and still failing, or the right of self-proclaiming to be my backup girlfriend." "David, I think you should calm down a bit now. Don't speak so recklessly." "Is it me speaking recklessly, or you being shameless?" I laughed coldly, said Grace. "I've said this sentence to you many times. Today I'll say it once more. You and I will never be possible. All these years, I let you chase away the women around me, not because I like you, but because I don't want to be bothered by them." After speaking, I didn't hesitate to hang up, stared ahead, heart never able to calm down. It had been a long time since I felt this angry. These past years I had almost achieved enlightenment. Didn't expect, because of Emily's one-word ending, to lose control to this extent. I closed my eyes, tiredly covered my face with my hand, saying it was her pursuing me back then. Really an idiot. Still doesn't understand even now. If I didn't want it, could she have pursued successfully? The car continued driving forward. The scenery outside kept receding backward. My memories also crazily rewound. That year when I entered college, I was only 16. Height then was only 5 feet 8 inches. Compared to Emily, the 5 feet 7 inch northern girl, we were about even. Though I wasn't tall, my IQ was always outstanding. I studied at the country's top 6-year combined undergraduate master's medical program, while Emily barely passed the exam to get into the neighboring communications college. Though throughout high school I always tried hard, trying to pull Emily along. But a study slacker like her really couldn't be pulled up, already not smart, only relying on the knowledge points I gave to memorize and maintain grades. Unexpectedly, in the second semester of senior year, she fell into a stupid one-sided teenage crush, all day fantasizing about developing feelings beyond friendship with some male student. Luckily, that male student didn't understand. After the college entrance exam. When I was already in college, thinking back on it, I was really annoyed, to the point of not wanting to talk to her. But she seemed unaware she had angered me, kept running to my school all day. At first I thought she was like me, missing me so couldn't leave. Every time I coldly asked why she came again, Emily would smile with squinted eyes saying, "Of course, because the food in your school is delicious, both cheap and plentiful. $8 for a steak meal with a huge piece of meat and fried eggs, even pasta. My school doesn't have it. The cafeteria of an elite university really beats normal schools like mine. Back then, I really should have studied harder. Just needed a few dozen more points on the test," Emily said regretfully, and I with a face full of disdain pulled out my meal card. Too late to know now, but at least she finally knew she was wrong. Worth me buying her a steak meal. Little David is so nice, Emily happily praised after seeing me swipe the card. The two carried steak trays to sit at a table. Emily mysteriously leaned over whispering, "Moreover, your school is medical. If I find a boyfriend here, huge profit." I froze again, frowned asking, "What's so good about students at my school? Future doctors all, busy to death, yet you still think it's good. Doctor is girls' favorite profession. Wearing white coats is super cool." Seeing my unhappy face, Emily quickly flattered, "Little David will definitely be very handsome as a doctor later." I angrily picked up the steak from her plate to mine. Eaten my food so many times, still don't know what I study. I study biomedical pharmaceuticals. Can't do surgery or treat patients in the future. My specialty is drug research and testing. Not being a doctor anymore? Emily always thought I'd be a doctor. Glanced at me saying, "Such beautiful hands, not holding a scalpel is a waste." I was unexpectedly praised, felt happy inside. She pressed her lips smacked once, not knowing what she was thinking. Emily hurriedly smiled, ingratiatingly, picked back the steak, eating while looking around. "Your school has so many male students, unlike mine all beauties. Should set up a friendship exchange program, save people from being single." I asked irritably, "You went to college to date?" "Of course, if not now then when?" "I heard after entering society, you can't meet anyone. Finding a boyfriend requires blind dates. I must seize the opportunity. If I can't find anyone after graduation, it'll be troublesome." I didn't answer. Cut the steak into small pieces. Emily mysteriously called me, "David, look at that guy over there. Is he a medical student? Will he be a doctor later?" I answered irritably, "How would I know? Should I go ask for you?" Before I could stop her, she had already picked up her food tray, sat right in front of that scholarly-looking male student, smiled charmingly looking at him. He was stunned by the beautiful girl's sudden appearance. Emily said a few sentences and got his phone number. She came back to me, face full of pride, smiled smugly saying, "I'm beautiful, so I have advantages. Want a number? I can get it immediately." Emily, "You come to my school just to do these silly things?" I was so angry, I almost couldn't maintain my image. "What are you angry about? Next time you come to my school, I'll get my friends' numbers for you. My school has lots of beauties. I don't need them. Don't come to my school anymore either." After speaking, I stood up, taking my tray away. Didn't bother looking back. Emily, left behind, irritably scratched her head, not understanding why I was angry. This guy is really hard to understand. What's wrong with wanting a boyfriend at this age? Fellow townsperson not helping but obstructing. Her roommates all got introduced through acquaintances. Finally, I realized Emily coming to my school every week wasn't because she missed me, but wanted to come to the top medical school to find a future doctor boyfriend. Smart as I was, I never expected she had such base intentions, shameless and vulgar, all day only thinking about romance. I was very angry, started ignoring her completely, not replying to messages, cold when answering calls, not accepting invitations to meet. I thought Emily would realize, then come apologize to me, but unexpectedly, after entering college, no more exams or rankings needed. Naturally, no need to pray to gods and Buddhas, and I, her study god, was completely forgotten by her. I was 16 or 17 then, already clearly understood in my heart. I had fallen for that shameless thick-faced girl, the one who clung to me every day, making me tutor her. Couldn't continue being so careless, with such an active boyfriend hunting attitude. Maybe before the semester ended, she'd already bring a boyfriend to show off. After all, she was quite pretty. I thought for a while. Finally called Emily. Invited her to my school for steak. Emily was still angry about me turning on her that day, so her tone wasn't very good. Didn't you tell me not to come to your school anymore? I only said that in anger. You thought it was real? I gently coaxed on the phone. Emily unhappily asked back. What did I do to make you angry? You casually asked for people's numbers, without even knowing who they are. Already got the number. What if you meet bad people? How bad can students at your school be? You can know faces but not hearts. HMPH, I only asked for a number. I'd investigate afterward. You think I'm stupid? Okay, I know. If you really want to date a medical student, I can introduce someone to you. Really? Emily happily asked. You'll really introduce someone? Really? I guarantee to choose someone with good grades and character. I immediately agreed. Said I'd filter among my classmates. Emily, hearing this, was naturally very happy. Even shamelessly added more requirements. Has to be handsome too. I won't take ugly ones, and tall. I know, I said irritably. Throughout all my school years, I was always 2 or 3 years younger than female classmates. Both appearance and height were quite small, so almost no girls liked me. In high school, half the girls liked Jake Crocodile John. Often someone slipped him love letters. Emily had written one too. I caught her and almost tore it up on the spot. But because there were too many love letters, Jake threw them all away. Didn't read anyone's. I looked in the mirror at my face. Still looked immature like a high schooler. Height wasn't enough either. I estimated I needed at least 2 more years. Height also needed to grow more. I know, I said irritably. Throughout childhood to adulthood, I was always 2 or 3 years younger than classmates. Both appearance and height inferior. So almost never had any girl confess to me. In high school, half the girls in class liked Jake Crocodile John. Often people slipped him love letters. Emily had written one too. I discovered it, and almost tore it up on the spot. But because there were too many love letters, Jake threw them all away. Didn't read any. I looked in the mirror at my face. Still looked very childish, like a high schooler. Moreover, height wasn't enough. I thought to myself like this. To meet Emily's boyfriend selection criteria, I definitely had to drag it out 2 more years. Couldn't let her find a boyfriend. So I made a detailed plan. Started crash studying all kinds of romance guides from idol dramas. The types of boys girls like most. Moments that make girls' hearts flutter. All had to be learned. I relied on what I'd learned. First restored relations with Emily. Still invited her to school for meals weekly. Often brought her delicious food. On holidays or birthdays, I would also pretend to accidentally give her small gifts girls like. At the same time, I also kept close watch around her. All the boys with intentions toward her were all sabotaged by me to be worthless. Either the school was bad or height wasn't enough, or I'd tell her to wait. I have an extremely good senior. Been busy lately. Next month I'll arrange it for you. Really? That's great then. Boys from your school are definitely the best. I'll wait. Emily's eyes shone bright, looking at me full of trust. So Emily was strung along by those non-existent seniors and juniors of mine for a long time. Of course, during the time preventing her from finding a boyfriend, I absolutely didn't confess. Even less could I reveal I liked Emily. Otherwise, the chance of rejection was 50%. For me, someone who pursued with 100% success rate, I wouldn't hastily submit this love answer sheet. I carefully prepared, drank milk daily, night running, jump rope. Finally, by the end of freshman year, I felt it was ready. That summer, I deliberately didn't go home with Emily, but stayed at school. We didn't meet for almost 3 months. When Emily came back to school to find me, she was immediately stunned. Just over 1 summer break, I suddenly became super handsome, tall and lean, 6'2", long straight legs. So handsome she wanted to drool. Exactly her type. Why look for a boyfriend anymore? Finding me was enough. Study God, handsome. Also studying at medical school. Wasn't this her ideal type? Of course, Emily didn't know how much effort I had spent just preparing for this reunion. A summer of running and working out gave me a fit, healthy body, long hair. I even cut it like Emily's favorite idol. Even the angle of smiling and several accidental touches were all carefully designed by me, just for one precise strike, making Emily immediately realize I was different, indeed extremely effective. I clearly felt Emily started being enthusiastic toward me again, like when she was little, asking me to tutor her. No, even more enthusiastic this time. Back then, just verbally enthusiastic. Now both eyes and hands were enthusiastic. She always seized chances for small gestures, deliberately touching my hand, or secretly pulling my clothes, finding chances to lean close to me. When taking the subway, even found ways to lean on my chest. Ha, this little rogue. I secretly laughed under the covers every night, but based on the male lead's personality in dramas she liked. I analyzed. She liked introverted, slightly shy boys, so I often actively retreated in pursuit scenes. When she was cold, I'd pull her back, maintaining just the right distance with Emily like this, watching her flustered because of me, running into walls because of me. Time passed like this. I felt it was time for her to confess, but she still had no movement. Every day just staring at me wide-eyed, making small gestures, but not daring to take another step. Finally, I decided to help her. I invited roommates to celebrate my birthday. I was the main character, so naturally got drunk. My roommates very tactfully all slipped away, leaving me to Emily. I thought being this tall, she definitely couldn't support me. So when booking the restaurant, I deliberately chose 120 meters from a hotel. Emily normally always looked for chances to take advantage of me. Such a good opportunity, she definitely wouldn't miss. Turns out I was wrong. So wrong. Don't know what Emily ate to be so strong. She dragged me, pulled me, carried me into a taxi. The whole way, I don't know how many times I hit the car door. Hit painfully but embarrassed to cry out. Could only grit my teeth and endure until the dorm. She dragged me up again, finally hauled me back to the room. Roommates opened the door in disbelief. Emily was also stunned. Didn't you guys have something to do? Why are you back? Roommates also stammered. We came back to get stuff. Right, get stuff. Geez, if I'd known, I'd have asked you guys to carry him back. I'm freezing to death. Emily panted heavily, put me on the bed closest to the dorm door, then dusted her hands and left. I sat up, silent, face full of gloom. Roommates all held back laughter, but no one said anything. Finally, I understood. Emily was a coward. Mouth always talking about romance, secretly doing all sorts of tricks. But when it came to really doing it, she didn't dare. I held my aching head from being hit, thinking all night, then took action again. I let her accidentally see love letters in my bag, pretended to answer confession calls from others, even pretended to agree to go out on Christmas with a girl. The next day, Emily with dark circles asked me, "How was your date?" I casually said, I didn't go. Went to the library to study. Seeing Emily's obvious relief, I couldn't help secretly laughing. I didn't believe Emily would still be unmoved by this kind of attack. Indeed, on Valentine's night, she nervously asked me out. I wore the white shirt she liked most. Whenever I wore it, she'd find excuses to touch my hand, hold my hand. I even got a clean, neat haircut, then unhurriedly went to the meeting spot. Indeed, as predicted, Emily confessed to me. Seeing her nervous, stammering her words, I was ecstatic, wanted to tease her. I pretended to reject. Said I had no intention of dating. Actually, I wanted to love her to the point of madness. Every day, finding ways to seduce her. But seeing her disappointed and awkward eyes, I couldn't bear it. Afraid if I rejected this time, what if she didn't confess next time? I quickly pulled her back. Okay. If it's Emily, I can consider it. Seeing her eyes light up, I smiled too. The plan for so long finally succeeded. I was satisfied, openly holding Emily's hand. Later, every time I heard her tell the story of pursuing me, I secretly laughed again. So silly. It was me who wanted you to pursue me. If I wasn't moved, even a fairy descending would be useless. From that day, I seemed to disappear from Emily's life. No more daily driving her around. No more coming to cook 3 meals a day, as if that brief conversation really cut the thread of fate between us. I returned to my world. She tried hard to integrate into the new world, until one day after work, her department head Nathan Joe walked over, called her into the office. Nathan Joe put his hands in his pockets, finally able to do what he always wanted to do as a child. He didn't care what suffering the male lead had. Couldn't let the two keep misunderstanding each other. Being nosy was fine. Not asking Mr. Chen's opinion was fine. Had to say it anyway. Had to overturn this misunderstanding. He didn't want them to waste another moment. Quickly get married. No wait. Remarried. Emily, after hearing Nathan Joe's words, eyes wide with shock, then ran out of the office, rushed down to the company entrance, but didn't see my car anywhere. She took out her phone to call me. As the ringing sounded, she ran all over the street, looking around for my figure. After a while, I answered. Low voice came through the phone. Hello. Emily stopped, breathing heavily, standing straight, gripping the phone tightly, shouting, David, give you 10 minutes. Quickly appear before me, otherwise never come see me again. The dark night sky lit by countless household lights, cars streaming along the road. A black car parked, The middle-aged man in the car, sitting dazed in the driver's seat, seemed to be thinking something, corner of mouth slightly smiling. The smile had some nostalgia, also some bitterness. The phone in the car kept lighting up, then going dark, lighting up then dark again, as if he was hesitating. Finally picked up. The other end came a sad voice, "David, are you really not coming to find me anymore?" My eyes immediately reddened, gently choking up saying, "Going. Of course I'm going to find you. Otherwise never come see me again." The dark night sky lit by countless household lights, cars streaming along the road. A black car parked. The middle-aged man in the car, sitting dazed in the driver's seat, seemed to be thinking something, corner of mouth slightly smiling. The smile had some nostalgia, also some bitterness. The phone in the car kept lighting up, then going dark, lighting up then dark again, as if he was hesitating. Finally picked up. The other end came a sad voice, "David, are you really not coming to find me anymore?" My eyes immediately reddened, gently choking up saying, "Going. I've been looking for you for 23 years. When I finally know where you are, how could I not come find you? If I had wings. I only hate that I can't fly to your side immediately." I hung up the phone, told the driver to turn around. The car rushed into the busy night traffic. After several turns, I finally saw Emily standing by the roadside. The headlights shone on her. She squinted her eyes, walking toward the light, and I stood by the car, nervously clenching my hands, looking at her deeply, looking at her exactly like in my memories. Step by step walking toward me, Emily stopped in front of me, looked up at me, asked, "Do you actually have a wife or not?" "No," I answered. "Then why did you say you did?" "I never said I had a wife." "Why did you let me misunderstand then?" I didn't answer. Emily closed her eyes hard, trying to suppress her anger. Small voice asked again, "Did you deliberately let me misunderstand? Because you don't want to get back with me?" "Yes." I looked up at her. "I don't want to get back with you." "Why?" Emily asked angrily. "Just feel we're not suitable anymore." I calmly answered. "Not suitable where?" "Everything." Emily laughed coldly. "You're famous now, have reputation, so I'm an eyesore, right? If you say so, then let me ask you." My eyes carried displeasure. "The first day you came back, when you first saw me, what did you think?" "Nothing." Emily answered. "Lies. You thought, who is this man? Why is he so old? You were even a bit afraid of me, right?" "No, I just felt a bit strange." "Then when you thought I had a wife, what did you think?" "What else?" "Of course I was angry, but you were also relieved, right? You thought it was good I had a wife. Otherwise you wouldn't know how to face me, right?" Emily felt guilty, also felt frustrated. "No." "Yes." I looked at her saying, "You think what you say is what I think. Are you a worm in my stomach?" Emily scolded angrily. I laughed lightly. "Maybe that's really true. I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore. I just ask if you still like me." Emily hurriedly asked. "That question should be me asking you," I said. Emily was about to answer when I stopped her. "Emily, I hope you think carefully before answering. You know, I only take 100-point exams. Also only want 100-point love. If your feelings for me are just momentary emotion or dependence, then sorry, I don't accept." "How terrible. When young you weren't this hard to pursue." Emily stamped her foot in anger. "Fool, at 18 inches, that love exam I held your hand to do each question. But now, even I can't do this exam. So how can I teach you?" Emily and I separated again. She was really frustrated. She thought between us, there were no more barriers. Who knew the biggest barrier was me? This man was really refusing to get back with her. Not just refusing, but refusing very decisively, completely denying her feelings for me. So angry she forgot to ask where my son came from. What 100-point love? Her feelings for me, even if not a full 100, should at least be 90. What kind of high requirements? She was so angry she couldn't sleep all night. On the way to work the next morning, Nathan Joe knocked on Emily's desk. Seeing she was awake, then said, "Hey, even if you came through the back door, can't doze off during work." "Sorry." Emily slowly sat up, seeing the surrounding desks were full of people. Everyone was working. Emily quickly apologized. "Won't happen again. Couldn't sleep last night, right? Look at your dark circles." Nathan Joe looked at her, eyes carrying some pity. "Go wash your face, then come to my office." Nathan Joe looked at Emily's lonely figure. Couldn't help asking, "You two still haven't gotten back together. Why are you so nosy?" Emily couldn't help complaining. "Aren't I concerned about your Mr. Chen?" Nathan Joe said. Emily glared at him. "Your Mr. Chen rejected me. said we're not suitable for each other. Nathan Joe raised his eyebrows, looking at her, saying, honestly, if not for that past, you two now really aren't suitable. Not just the age issue, also social status and vision. Worldviews also have distance. If you two got together impulsively, then all sorts of conflicts would arise, finally would regret and end badly. Even the initial beautiful feelings would be destroyed. Mr. Chen being careful is right. I think he worries too much. What problems could there be? I'll just give in to him later, Emily said. You thinking that way is wrong from the start. Can one person give in to another forever? Nathan Joe said, that's not love. It's about trading, about pleasing. Someone like Mr. Chen. How could he want you to do that? He probably just wants you to be happy. Emily's face fell, looking completely spiritless. Nathan Joe looked at her, said again, actually you wanting to get back with Mr. Chen now is also because he's kept in good shape. Like my dad. No, that guy also once looked for my mom, found out my mom remarried and had 2 kids, aged and lost her old looks, turned and left immediately. What feelings are there to speak of, right? Nathan Joe asked curiously. If Mr. Chen got fat like Boss Ryan, would you still miss him? Emily, hearing this, thought for a moment, just about to answer. Nathan Joe raised his hand to stop. I don't want to hear the answer. Why ask if you don't want to hear? If you say no, I'll think you're cold. If you say yes, I'll think you're fake. So forget it. Forget it, yet still ask. Nonsense. Emily angrily glared at him, took the documents he handed over, and walked out. Nathan Joe touched his chin, clicked his tongue. This girl is fierce. Why did Mr. Chen like this type when young? Emily, back at her desk, still hadn't calmed down. Nathan Joe's question was really annoying, as if doubting she was shallow, but she couldn't help thinking in that direction. What if David really got fat like Boss Ryan? Just then, Ryan Chen, with his round fat face, features all crowded in the middle of his face, came to find her. Emily. How is it getting used to things? It's fine. Emily quickly said nothing she wasn't used to. Just tell me if you need anything. Ryan Chen smiled with squinted eyes. Yes. Emily looked at Ryan Chen with his pot belly, touching his bald head, shiny appearance, walking around the office, teasing a few pretty girls, then came back saying, hey, last time I told friends in Boston about you. Everyone said I should organize a gathering. Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Emily initially wanted to refuse, but looking at Ryan Chen's fat round face, somehow nodded. Okay. Ryan Chen, seeing her agree, happily left. Emily quietly bit her thumb, thinking if David really looked like Ryan Chen, then probably couldn't accept it. No, that's not right. Need more contact to know. Inner beauty is also very important. Emily turned to look into Nathan Joe's office, saw him holding back laughter. Emily raised her fist toward him. Damn it, using anyone as example but had to use that. So annoying. After work, Emily rode in Ryan Chen's car to the pre-booked restaurant. In the elegant dining room were already 5 alumni, both male and female. Emily wasn't very close with them. None were classmates. Mostly came because they heard she was back, just to gather. Everyone sat down and started chatting animatedly, talking about old college days. Some talked about current work, mostly talked about family, even what skill classes their kids were taking. The meal was quite lively and noisy. During the toasting, Emily drank a bit too much, dazedly looked at Ryan Chen, imagining Ryan Chen was David. Ryan Chen was her childhood sweetheart. Ryan Chen waited for her 21 years. Ryan Chen said to her, Emily, you finally came back. All these years I always thought, maybe when dawn comes you'll return. Emily's heart suddenly sank. She tilted her head back, drinking a large glass of wine, letting the spicy burn rise up, chasing away the pain from deep in her soul. The classmates, seeing her drink so well, drank even more enthusiastically. After eating, Emily almost couldn't walk. Ryan Chen supported her, helped her out of the restaurant. Emily's mouth mumbled, Ryan, you're also good. Not bad. Lose weight and it's fine. For me, can you lose weight? Ryan Chen looked at me stunned for a moment, then nodded seriously. Okay, for you, I'll try. Emily smiled stupidly, leaning on his shoulder. Emily pulled Ryan Chen's hand, asking. Ryan Chen vaguely didn't understand what was happening, but didn't bother with a drunk person. Lose for you, I'll lose weight. Look, I was also a heartthrob before, now so fat. This is not okay. If I'm fat, did I eat your rice? Ryan Chen started getting unhappy. Emily had been calling him fat all evening. Even his wife didn't criticize him. Emily, staggering, was supported by Ryan Chen, standing at the restaurant entrance. Ryan Chen's driver hadn't arrived yet. She was calling to urge. Two people, one supporting, one leaning, looking very intimate. When I got out of the car, I saw this scene immediately. My eyes turned cold. Without a word, I yanked Emily over hard. Ryan Chen's hand was still supporting her. Seeing someone grabbing her, quickly held her hand tight, shouting, "Hey, hey, who are you?" "Her guardian," I said while pulling harder, pulling Emily completely to my side, pushing straight into my arms. "What guardian?" "Emily." "Emily, who is he?" Emily groggily looked up, smiled, saying, "My husband." "No, my ex-husband." "Boo-hoo." "Why ex-husband?" "David the first like you so much. Don't abandon me." Emily hugged me tightly, crying and sobbing. Ryan Chen now understood. We too had something ambiguous, so quickly handed her to me, and quietly retreated. I helped Emily into my car. She clung to me like an octopus. Two hands started wandering everywhere, inappropriately. I grabbed her hands tight, softly said, "Don't mess around anymore, Emily. David, don't be angry with me anymore. I didn't say you're old." "Really? I thought about it all day today. Just now I figured it out too. Even if you become Ryan Chen, I still like you. I'm not that shallow. Not the type who only looks at faces. I have a heart that can feel the love you have for me. I really can feel it." Emily opened her beautiful eyes wide, looking at me pitifully, saying, "I don't think you're shallow." I stroked her head. "It's just that I'm not good enough." "You're good. You're really very good. No one in this world is better than you." Emily, while speaking, pulled out her hand, hugging my neck tight, saying, "You're the best person. Who else could be better than you?" She kept whispering that sentence repeatedly, leaning on my chest, then falling asleep. I lowered my head, looking at her fair, rosy skin, sleeping like a princess from a fairy tale, brilliantly beautiful, making one unable to resist wanting to kiss. I raised my hand, fingertips lightly touching her lips. How much I loved kissing her years ago. Now I yearned even more to kiss once again. I knew I had almost dropped all defenses. Back then, I deliberately let Emily misunderstand I had a wife, just to build a wall of fire between us, not letting her impulsively approach me anymore. Couldn't just rush toward me without thinking, because when that happened, I had absolutely no resistance. Now that wall had collapsed. I seemed to only be able to surrender, but I really couldn't. My life now was like the evening sunset. Only the last bit of light remained, while she was the noon sun, blazing with vitality, so dazzling it took one's breath away. Chapter 16. Turns out she's my family. Chapter 16. Turns out she's my family. The next morning, Emily woke up, head hurting a bit, but memory still clear. Though she drank a lot, she only lost control a little. Last night, using drunkenness as an excuse, clinging to David, touching everywhere, and crazily confessing, making me almost unable to resist, only knowing to raise hands in surrender. Emily realized, though I said I didn't want to reunite, told her to think carefully, but my actions clearly revealed reluctance to let go. I was completely contradictory, tearing myself apart, not knowing what I was doing. Now if she came back to me, wouldn't I benefit greatly? That's right, she still hadn't asked, "Where exactly did your son come from?" Emily finally found the opportunity, looking at me asking, "You said you don't have a wife. Then where did your son come from?" Emily asked. "Did you adopt?" "No," I shook my head. Emily gritted her teeth, glaring at me asking, "Don't tell me you had him with another woman." She angrily stamped her foot, breathing heavily, gritting teeth, saying, "Fine, even if it's a stepson, I'll tolerate it this once. Quickly confess the truth." I looked at her, trying hard to convince herself, accepting being cheated on, for me. Couldn't help laughing, said, "It's biological, but not my child." Emily asked, "Then whose child?" I said, "Yours." "Mine." Emily stared at me. "Don't talk nonsense. That year I never gave birth to a child for you. Men claiming children I've seen, but women claiming to be mothers, first time seeing. Don't think because I forgive you now, everything is easy, then talk nonsense again." "Really yours," I sighed, "but not your son. It's your younger brother." Emily stunned, looking at me asking, "My younger brother?" I nodded. "Biological?" Emily asked. I nodded again. Emily clutched her head, looking at me with disbelief. Asked again, "Really born by my parents?" "Yes," I nodded, confirming. Emily took a deep breath, licked her lips dried by the night wind, thought for a long while, finally accepted this reality. She had a younger brother. Years of being an only child. Suddenly, having a little brother. Well, her parents were really capable. She couldn't help saying old Johnson was impressive, still virile at that age. When was he born? The 5th year after you disappeared. I said mother-in-law was determined to do IVF. Then died from amniotic fluid embolism during childbirth. Amniotic fluid embolism. Died giving birth then. Why did my mother, at such an old age, still giving birth? Emily said angrily. Was she afraid no one would care for her? Would I abandon her? Why was she like this? It wasn't like that. I shook my head saying, mother-in-law wasn't afraid no one would care for her. But after you disappeared, father-in-law spent all year searching for you, always encountering danger. Mother-in-law was worried. Thought to have another child for father to rely on. My father spent all year outside looking for me. Emily asked softly. Yes, the first years after you disappeared. Your father went crazy searching for you. I said gently. When your mother did IVF, your father opposed it, but your mother said if one day, both of them passed away, and Emily came back, there would be no family left. We'll leave her a family member. When she returns, she won't be alone anymore. Hearing this, your father agreed. After I finished telling, Emily continuously wiped her tears. Tears like a faucet turned on, flowing continuously. Couldn't wipe them fast enough. She suddenly remembered going home that time. Mother had prepared a very large bag of cured meat, mother's homemade sausages, but she thought it was heavy and wouldn't take it. Argued with mother at home for so long. Finally father said young people traveling with heavy bags was inconvenient, could mail it later. Now Emily remembered, raised her hand slapping her mouth hard, really hated herself. It was just a bag of cured meat. How heavy could it be? Why didn't she take it? If she had taken it, at least now, could still taste the flavor of mother's cured meat, mother's stuffed sausages, all the pork belly she liked, steamed and cut full of fat, so delicious nothing could compare. But now she couldn't eat them anymore. Never again. I held Emily's hand that was hitting herself tight. Don't do this, it breaks my heart. Emily said, if I don't hit myself a few times I'll go crazy. Okay, it's all right now. I gently comforted her. They loved you so much. Now you're back. They'd be too happy to even celebrate. How could they bear to blame you? Even if you blame yourself, it's not allowed. Emily stopped her hand, nodded firmly. Her father really loved her. The only 20,000 left on her was secretly stuffed by father when leaving for work at New Year. Said newlyweds, just bought a house, probably had no money, keep it to spend gradually. At that time, she said she didn't need it, but happily took it inside. Father saw her carelessly put money in her pocket, followed behind, worriedly reminding to keep the money safe. Don't get pickpocketed. 20,000 that year was enough for a house down payment in a small city. Money father saved for years, didn't even dare spend himself, yet gave it all to her. I stood beside, gently patting her shoulder. Don't be too sad. Your parents believed one day you'd come back. That's why they had Michael. It's the best gift they left for you. Right, Emily nodded vigorously, crying while laughing said, David, I still have family. I have one more family member. Emily tried to wipe her tears dry. When it's dark, David, take me to meet Michael. I want to meet the boy. Okay. My eyes were also a bit red. I gently pulled her up from the ground. The boy is still in evening class now. Won't be out until 8:30. I'll take you to pick him up. Okay? Emily nodded slightly. On the way driving to school, Emily and I talked about many things. At first I was afraid she'd be hurt, so didn't dare tell. The year after she disappeared, the Johnsons searched everywhere for many years. Actually, an adult suddenly disappearing like this. Many people said something bad must have happened, but Father Johnson didn't believe it. He quit his factory job, focused on finding his daughter, posted missing person notices everywhere, almost posted throughout the whole country. Also posted high-priced missing person ads on forums, even got scammed by many fraud calls, lost quite a bit of money. Like this he bet his whole life searching for 5 years, until Father Johnson, during searching, encountered a mudslide, almost lost his life on the road. Mother Johnson got scared, afraid the old man would continue like this, die on the road, searching for their daughter, also afraid if their daughter returned in the future, there'd be no one at home, so she demanded to have another child. At that time Mother Johnson was over 50. The hospital didn't dare perform IVF, but Mother Johnson was stubborn, determined to give birth. She registered Emily's death certificate, used medical experiment grounds to petition the hospital. Finally, at a hospital in New York, successfully did IVF, and got pregnant with Michael Chen. She gave birth at 52, but after giving birth, Due to complications, got amniotic fluid embolism, then passed away. Actually, everyone had advised Mother Johnson. Older women giving birth was very dangerous. Don't gamble with life. But she didn't listen. She always thought for her children, for Father Johnson, for this family she could overcome. But heaven didn't fulfill people's wishes. After she passed, Father Johnson looked at the child, then at me, said he couldn't care for the boy, still hadn't given up, still wanted to search for his daughter. Not searching made his heart burn like fire. Only when on the road searching did his heart feel a bit lighter. Every day he went searching, searched every corner of the country, just to find his daughter. Father Johnson told me, "You just wait at home. Uncle will definitely find Emily back. You help Uncle care for this child. Consider it helping Emily." I looked at the baby in the crib, nodded agreeing. This was the child of my in-laws, also Emily's younger brother. The tiny child looked very much like Emily. At that time I thought, if Emily was still alive, my child with her would probably look like this. They say grandchildren look like uncles. From then on, I raised Michael Chen as my own son. Outside also said he was my son. Later Father Johnson, as he said, until death was still wandering outside, still on the journey searching for his daughter, never stopped for a second. He always carried a black backpack. Inside was a thick stack of missing person flyers, posted wherever he went, chased by city management, scolded by people. He wore hiking shoes, bought by his daughter, before disappearing, traveled all over the country's mountains and rivers, asked door to door. Just a pity couldn't find his child in the sea of people. When he passed, he was very unwilling, lying on the hospital bed, on the verge of death, still shedding tears, unable to speak. But I knew he didn't want to close his eyes, didn't want to die, just wanted to wait for his daughter's return. But he couldn't wait anymore. I held his hand tight, repeatedly told him, "I'll wait for Emily to return. I'll take good care of Michael. I'll be here. Definitely wait for her to come back." Father Johnson's hand gradually lost strength, lost temperature, heart stopped beating. Left in the hospital room was endless pain and reluctance. In those 21 years I sent off 4 family members. Father Johnson was the last. The pain of losing family, no matter how many times, couldn't get used to it. Each time made me take very long to overcome. The silver car slowly stopped at Boston Experimental School number 7 gate. We arrived a bit early. On the road in front of the school gate, parents' cars picking up children parked in rows, not very crowded yet. I turned off the engine, took some tissues from the box on the dashboard, gave them to Emily. I didn't say anything comforting, because at this time saying anything was useless, and she needed to cry, to release all the pain in her heart. In the car, 2 people silent, one crying, one silently passing tissues, waiting for Emily to calm down a bit. I then spoke. "Michael doesn't know he's your brother. He always considers me his biological father. I've never told him about his background. Don't know if he can accept it." I sighed worriedly. I also don't know what to say to the child. All these years I really treated Michael as my own son to raise. Telling him now, really afraid it will hurt the boy. He's already a child, without a mother since young, so very sensitive. Now even his father isn't biological. Can he handle it? "You and Michael have a good relationship?" Emily looked at me worriedly, asking. "Very good. This boy is very understanding. Been very good since young. Also smart. Studies much better than you when young. Never dropped from top 3 in class." I mentioned Michael, voice with some pride. "He knows piano, knows drums, guitar and saxophone, also learned quite well. Last year participated in National Youth Go competition. Won first place. A Go master even wanted to take him as disciple. Character is also good. Unlike other boys, can't sit still for a minute. He likes quiet. Concentrates on everything he does. Perfectionist in whatever he learns," I said while smiling. Emily looked at my smile. Her facial expression gradually softened. She always felt the teenager I was describing was very much like herself when young, almost identical. Smart, quiet, warm and sensitive. He really knows how to care for others. Sometimes when I'm sick, he even massages me, gets medicine, pours water. At night still gets up to check on me, like a miniature adult. He's very diligent. First grade, already knew how to wash his own clothes, knows how to clean his room. Not like other kids. Everything needs parents to do for them. People say raising kids is hard, but I don't feel anything. I always feel very lucky. Lucky that I raised him these years. With him beside me, I don't feel lonely either. I smiled, eyes a bit red. I really love Michael Chen. Don't want him to suffer any hurt. But Emily only has this one family member left. I can't prevent them from acknowledging each other. You said if he knows the truth would he be happy? Emily asked. I don't know. I answered honestly. Maybe yes, maybe no. I think so too. Emily lowered her head, silently thinking. Who wants to be born into this world just to wait for someone who doesn't even know if they'll return? Who would want to have never received any love from biological parents? Who would want, after knowing they have biological parents, to immediately become a burden? Even I wouldn't want that, let alone a teenager going through puberty. Emily covered her eyes with her hand, forcefully rubbing her red eyes from crying. Said, forget it, don't tell him for now. I looked at her, lowered my head smiling lightly, heart softened, gently said, that's good too. Ding-ling-ling, the dismissal bell rang. The whole school immediately became lively. Less than 2 minutes later, groups of students happily rushed out from the school, some walking, some riding bikes, some on electric scooters, some running to their parents' cars, then getting in. I hadn't told Michael I'd pick him up today, so got out standing by the roadside waiting. Emily also got out of the car, circled around to stand beside me. She looked at the vibrant kids running past in front of us, a bit nervously tugging at her clothes, then bent down, looking at herself in the rearview mirror, forcefully wiping away the messy tear stains on her face, took a deep breath to make herself look less terrible, only then raised her head. Michael, I raised my hand, waving at several boys arm in arm in the crowd. A teenager raised his head, revealing a bright and surprised face. He smiled, running from his friends. Dad, why did you come pick me up today? Emily intently looked at the teenager's face. The boy had very fair skin, tall and lean build, features almost identical to mine, and also his father's. Just the lines more resembled his mother, especially when smiling. The corner of his mouth exactly like his mother's, bright and warm. Emily, seeing Michael like this, almost couldn't hold back her tears again. She couldn't help gripping my sleeve tightly. Only then could maintain her emotions. I patted her hand comfortingly, then lowered my head gently, saying to Michael, running up, didn't you say before, you're always hungry after evening class? Dad came to take you for late-night snacks. Yes, Michael was very happy. What are we eating? Let's go eat steak at that place in the west side. Didn't you say you were craving it? I said yeah. Eating steak. Michael's smile grew even brighter, his whole face filled with joy. But when he saw the woman standing beside me, his expression instantly froze. Frowning, asked, is she coming too? Yes, she's coming too. I nodded. Emily wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say, could only look at the boy with an awkward and ingratiating smile. Michael's eyes kept looking back and forth between me and her, as if sensing something abnormal. The smile stopped on his face. He didn't say anything or greet anyone, just frowned, saying, girls should go home early at night. It's fine, we'll take her home later. I said, Michael's expression became even worse, but well raised, so though he didn't like it, still held back from saying harsh words. The boy just lowered his head, walking to the back of the car, opening the door to sit in. Emily and I exchanged awkward glances, also got in the car, unexpectedly. Parents, standing by the school gate, all witnessed this scene. A gossipy woman said, was that Michael's dad just now, with his girlfriend? Definitely not a girlfriend. Who brings women to meet their son? That woman looked very young. Won't she become Michael's stepmother later? Who knows? Michael's dad must have money. Otherwise, at that age, what young girl would follow him? He looked so respectable before. Didn't expect that. You all understand nothing. What man doesn't like those types? Sigh, the boy will be pitiful later. If they marry and have another child, will there still be room for him at home? That's right. The discussion gradually dispersed as people left the school gate. The three of us arrived at the Western restaurant, under the staff's guidance, sat at a 6-person table by the ground floor window. Michael and I sat on one side. Emily sat alone on the other. The sofa was very soft. Sitting down made one unconsciously want to relax. But Emily still sat straight, whole body tense, looking at the teenager opposite. I took the menu from the server, opened it, and placed it in front of Michael. Gently asked, what do you want to eat? Filet mignon combo. Michael didn't bother taking the menu. Directly ordered his favorite. I'll have the same, Emily hurriedly said. Want to try what my little brother likes best tastes like? I smiled, handing the menu to the server. Demeanor elegant and gentle. 3 filet mignon combos. Change all wine to grapefruit juice. Medium rare is fine. Yes, sir. The server took the menu and left. Emily sat up straight, planning to have a proper conversation with Michael, but saw the boy take out several notebooks from his bag, sitting down to do homework right away. I saw Emily really wanted to chat with Michael. Tried several times, but the boy paid no attention, so couldn't help telling Michael, "Do it at home later, son. Just finished class, let your brain rest a bit." Michael's pen paused, expression slightly annoyed. He raised his head, looking at Emily. Emily quickly waved her hand, saying, "Let him do it. Kids have lots of homework. Finishing quickly to sleep early is good too." Michael glanced at her, continued doing homework, still maintaining an attitude of not wanting to interact. "Michael studies so hard. Must have good grades too." Emily randomly found a topic. I nodded. "Pretty good, always first in class. Top 3 in the grade." "Wow, so smart," Emily sincerely praised. Michael snorted, glanced at her, not understanding why his dad at this age, first time bringing a woman to meet him. "It's someone like this." Michael pushed his notebook away, asked for my phone, sat beside playing games. The two adults at the table didn't say a word to each other. I was also a bit awkward. Didn't expect Michael to be so cold today. Usually, he's a very enthusiastic child, and obedient. "Do you two often eat here?" Emily found another topic. I nodded. Michael likes coming here. The steak here is very tender. The sauce is also delicious. You'll know when you try it later. Whatever Michael likes must be good." Emily ingratiatingly praised again, but this flattery was completely useless. In Michael's eyes, that young woman was exactly the type with ulterior motives, targeting his dad. Soon the steak combos were served. "Michael, eat dinner. Don't play on the phone anymore." I reached out, taking the phone from his hand. Michael immediately jumped up, trying to grab it back. "What are you doing? Won't let me do homework. Won't let me play games either. Am I supposed to sit here staring at you guys?" I frowned, about to lecture a few sentences. Emily quickly soothed, "Forget it. Why are you scolding him? Let him do whatever he likes." I looked at her with that tolerant, motherly appearance, couldn't help shaking my head, lowered my head, smiling softly. Before, when we first married, we had discussed if we had kids who would be strict, who would be lenient. Back then, Emily had boldly said, "You're soft-hearted. Definitely couldn't bear to be strict with kids. Leave the discipline to me later." But looking now, she was probably just talking big back then. Soon the appetizers came up. Desserts and main soup were also served in succession. By the time for steak, Emily was already about 80% full. Couldn't finish the whole piece, so cut half, very naturally, put it on my plate. I was slightly stunned, but didn't say anything, just quietly cut that portion. Eating together, Michael silently watched the two interact, guessing in his heart how far Dad and this woman had progressed, intimate enough to eat each other's leftover food. The relationship must be very deep already. A meal in an awkward atmosphere quickly ended. The three got back in the car. I dropped Emily home first. After Emily got out, I also stepped out, gently said, "Let me walk you up." Michael sat in the car, looked up at the apartment complex where he once lived, coldly asked, "She lives here?" "Yes," I nodded. Michael turned away, said nothing, just pressed his lips together angrily. "This house. He and I lived here until he started elementary school. There are so many of his memories here. It's his parents' newlywed home, where his mother once lived. Also the only place with traces of his mother. Though he and I moved away later, I still couldn't bear to sell it. Even less could bear to rent it out. No matter how busy, I still brought him back to clean several times a month. Yet now I let another woman live in this house. Michael was extremely angry, felt the sacred territory between him and me had been violated. For the first time, anger toward me rose in his heart. Emily walked behind me, couldn't help turning to glance at Michael. Michael's eyes had not a trace of goodwill. The moment their eyes met, the boy even angrily glared at her. Emily sighed, turned to follow me upstairs. At the door, Emily opened it. I stood at the door looking at her, saying, "I'll head back first. Call me if you need anything. I'll pick you up for work tomorrow morning." Emily lowered her head, hesitated before saying, "David." Emily looked at me deeply, as if suppressing intense longing and emotions, softly asked, "Can I come home with you?" "I want to be with you. You haven't remarried, right? So I'm still your wife, right? So can I come home with you?" Emily said this with a smile on her lips, but the hesitation in her eyes couldn't be hidden. That pitiful look made my heart tremble, almost surrendered, nodded regardless of everything. But I really couldn't. I turned away, softly said Emily. I know you really want to come home with me, but I think you should think more. What else do I need to think about? Is it because of Michael? Emily asked. I nodded slightly. Yes, partly because of Michael. He's not ready to accept changes. I don't want to hurt him. Emily was silent, then said quietly, Then what can I do to make him accept me? I answered, It's not that. Then why? Emily asked again. What exactly are we stuck on that needs thinking? I gently closed my eyes. After a long while said, It's because of me. Emily shook her head incredulously. I don't understand. I smiled bitterly saying, Emily, you just came back. No family left in this world. The only person you can rely on is me. You feel only I can give you security. Your feelings for me now might not be genuine. This is just the suspension bridge effect. Wait until you calm down, then we'll talk, okay? I'm afraid you'll regret. Will find me boring? Emily looked at me incredulously, asking, You don't trust me this much? I honestly answered, I just hope you can see more of this world. Meet more people before making a choice. Why do I need to see the world? Why meet more people? Can't my world just have you? Even if there's a better man outside. In my eyes, he's not worth a small part of you. Emily shouted loudly, voice carrying anger and grievance from being doubted, mixed with pain of not being trusted. David, I love you. Whether you're 20 or 40, even if you're 60 now, I still love you. Hearing this, I smiled softly, eyes glistening with tears. I softly said, Emily, the one you love is me from the past, and also yourself now. Emily firmly said more. I shook my head. Emily, in your heart, whether I'm 20, 40, or even 60, I'm always the image you love. But actually, it's not like that. 21 years to you is just like 10 hours. But for me, it's really too long. So long it seems there's no end. I changed long ago. I'm no longer the person you once loved. You don't trust me. Emily stared at me. I lowered my head. It's not about not trusting, but the current me really isn't worthy. My face full of melancholy. Emily couldn't bear this expression most. She closed her eyes saying, Fine, I won't force you. You want me calm, I'll be calm. Want me to see the world, I'll see the world. But David, even after seeing the prosperity outside, even after experiencing so many shores, the one I love most is still you. Emily looked at me with determination, in her eyes burning passionate emotion. I almost turned and ran, softly said, Rest early. Michael is still waiting downstairs. Emily didn't stop me, just silently watched my back leave, watching carefully, until she couldn't see me anymore. I returned to the car, just closed the door and saw Michael sitting in the passenger seat. The boy somewhat dissatisfied. Why so long? Talked for a while. I adjusted my mood, told the driver to start the car. Michael asked again, Who is she? Do you like her? I didn't answer immediately. Michael, hearing this, frowned unhappily. Even if you like her, can't let her stay there. Seeing me silently driving without answering, the boy sulkily continued, Isn't she too young to be my stepmother? I forced a smile. She can't be your stepmother. Can only be your sister. Why doesn't she want to? If she doesn't want to, why stay at your house? Dad, don't be fooled by her, Michael said, full of dissatisfaction and suspicion. The boy thought. That woman was taking advantage of his dad's kindness. That house was originally hers, I said softly. Michael didn't hear clearly. What? Nothing. I reached to pat his head. Adults' business, kids don't worry. But your business, I definitely have to worry about, Michael said immediately. I don't object to you having a girlfriend, but I think that woman is too young, not trustworthy. Does she really want to live with you? She hasn't agreed yet, moved into your house, maybe even made you buy things for her. Dad, have you given her money? If you really want to remarry, I still think that lady is better. At least we know her well. She's pursued you for years. Looking at my son, worrying for me, I laughed. Let him ramble. You're seriously ill. Michael held back and held back. Finally asked quietly, Have you told her yet? No, I answered directly. Oh, Michael was completely relieved. With Dad's responsible character, if he's still hiding that, probably not planning to marry her. The two returned home. Michael went to his room to do homework. I also returned to my room, closed the door and turned on the light. Light blazed up. I sat down on the single chair by the floor lamp, pressed my temples. The dull pain came in waves again. I gritted my teeth, taking a deep breath. After a while, my hand started trembling violently. I had to use my left hand to grip my trembling right hand tight, but couldn't stop it, struggling to endure for a while. I stood up, opened the drawer for medicine. With trembling hands unscrewed the cap. The medicine bottle fell to the floor. I quickly picked up 2 pills from the table, swallowed them, closed my eyes tight. After a long while, the trembling gradually subsided, but my head still hurt badly. I groaned softly. Emily's tearful face appeared in my mind again. When she said she loved me, how could I not want to run and hold her tight? Why wouldn't I want to hold her hand? Like before, promise to never leave this lifetime, though I'm over 40, still want to selfishly keep her. I've waited so many years, until my heart withered, my body deteriorated. How could I not still love her? How much I love her. My heart never stopped racing, but I still really don't want her to know. The person she once liked has become like this now, old and weak, full of illness. I remember in school, she loved reading romance novels, always said I was no worse than the male leads, handsome and smart, good at studies, and adorable. She always said she'd use me as a model to write stories, would definitely be popular, maybe even adapted into a movie, would have me play the lead. Thinking of this, I smiled bitterly, eyes reddening. But what about now? The person she once loved has become a man over 40, also someone who had brain surgery, with epilepsy sequelae, could have a stroke and be paralyzed anytime. What's she doing with me? Taking care of me in old age? If using someone like me as a novel's male lead, probably no one would read it. I smiled through tears. Why did I search for her all these years, without news of her? I worried myself crazy. Now she's back. I still hurt to the bone. Emily, Emily, that name for 21 years, always echoed in my heart, like a bell ringing in an empty schoolyard, never stopping its repetition. It's okay. I've passed the age of only knowing how to love madly, past the age where not being with the one you love would hurt so much you'd want to die. I've matured. I'm used to it. Just her coming back is enough. Just her returning. Nothing else matters anymore. Through so many nights I silently prayed. Wasn't it just praying for her return? She has returned. I can't be more greedy. Michael went back to his room to do homework. An Olympic math problem stumped the boy. Though he tried several methods, still no answer. He held the problem sheet, opened the door planning to ask Dad for help. Just arriving at my door, about to knock, he heard strange sounds from inside, like a wounded beast groaning in the darkness. The boy frowned, quietly pushed the door to peek in, only saw my tall figure, quietly sitting in the chair, once steady shoulders now slumped, hand covering eyes, head bowed low, shoulders trembling, the lonely silhouette heartbreaking to see. Michael's nose stung, gently closed the door, eyes reddened. The boy I raised, since memory began, had seen me occasionally have episodes. My epilepsy wasn't severe, just intense headaches. Worse was whole-body convulsions. Recent years getting more serious, always needing medication to control. Outwardly, no one could tell. Outsiders still saw me composed and refined, steady and trustworthy. When grandfather was alive, he once told him, "Your dad used to be very healthy, had no illnesses. It's because he went with maternal grandfather, going out to find your mother, that he got sick." Heard that your dad and maternal grandfather got news. Someone was held captive in a small village. Heard that your dad and maternal grandfather got news. Someone was held captive in a small mountain village. They didn't hesitate, and immediately went searching. Result was ambushed by a group of people, hit hard on the head, had to have brain surgery to remove blood clots. From then started having the illness. Never healthy again. It was a female college student tricked and sold there. Heard she was about mother's age. Build also very similar. Maternal grandfather and dad immediately traveled overnight, but encountered a landslide. Dad, to protect maternal grandfather, was swept away by mud and rocks from the mountain. When rescued, whole body covered in injuries. Head also hit by rocks, bleeding nonstop. Had to have immediate surgery. But around that small village, at best, was only a county hospital. Hospital doctors basically didn't dare do such difficult surgery. Finally, maternal grandfather contacted paternal grandfather. The two spent a large sum hiring medical helicopter, took Dad to the best brain hospital in the capital, also invited several neurology experts for consultation, but even so, still missed the best treatment window. Life was saved, but left many sequelae like epilepsy, frequent headaches, sometimes forgetfulness. Experts even said, after 50 Dad had high chance of stroke, but even so, just hearing any clue, Dad still immediately ran to search. When Grandma was alive, don't know how many times she tried to stop him, but useless. Dad still never stopped searching for Mother's traces, even missed the chance to study abroad. Until 6 years ago. Before Grandma's death, she held Dad's hand tight, made Dad swear, this lifetime not to go out searching for Mother anymore. Otherwise she'd die with eyes open. I remember Grandma died on a winter day. Boston just had its first snow. Grandma had been hospitalized over half a month. Dad always stayed by the hospital bed. That day approaching, seemed Grandma had premonition, like a stubborn old lady, gripping Dad's hand tight, time after time, using hoarse voice making Dad swear. I still remember, that day Dad wore thick black down jacket, slowly kneeling with legs that hurt in rain and snow, bowed his head low, tears falling from Dad's eyes. Dad held Grandma's hand, painfully resting forehead on her hand, deep hoarse voice choked with sobs. Mom, I'm sorry, made you worry. I swear from now on won't search anymore. Rest assured. When Dad finished saying that, Grandma's eyes still closed but tears kept falling, mouth kept mumbling. You promised, Mom. Promised from now on not to search. Won't search anymore. You won't search anymore. Must live well, okay? I'll live well. Mom, rest assured. I promised, Mom. Promised, Mom. Promised, Mom. I promised. Grandma at death kept mumbling like that. Said one sentence. Dad, kneeling by the hospital bed, answered one sentence. Said one sentence. Dad answered one sentence. Like this, don't know how long passed, in worried reminders and choked responses. Grandma left this world carrying hundreds of worries, and Dad from then finally gave up that endless search. I remember very clearly, after Grandma passed, Dad never cried so painfully again, always like a strong giant, protecting me growing up. Yet today I saw Dad cry again, though separated by a door. I still felt that intense emotion. Is it because of her? She doesn't like Dad? Looking down on Dad, I gripped the problem sheet in my hand tight, young but already knew what heartache was. I ached for Dad, hoped Dad would be happy, but Dad was always unhappy. All these years rarely saw Dad smile. Even if he smiled, that smile carried deep sadness. I slowly returned to my room, closed the door, placing the problem sheet on the desk, took out a dark blue notebook from the drawer, slowly opened it, pulled out a photo inside. The photo was old and yellowed with time. Photo quality, not very clear either. Photo was my dad when young, wearing white shirt and jeans, black windbreaker over it. Simple, casual, but extremely refined. Dad sitting relaxed on a park bench. Behind were cherry blossoms in full bloom. Dad slightly curled his lip toward the camera, smiling gently and elegantly, but the starlight and joy in Dad's eyes couldn't be hidden at all. Just one look and you knew. This man was extremely happy then, and a girl in white long dress, sitting beside Dad, leaning close against Dad, head slightly tilted toward Dad, two hands in front of chest, making silly V signs, mouth open, laughing bright and sunny. I silently looked at this photo. This was the only photo of my parents together. Other photos of Mother, after Grandma died, were all put away by Dad. I couldn't find them anymore. This one I had hidden long ago. Remember when little, Grandma really didn't like me. Every time I cried, wanting Mother, she'd yell, "Your mother died long ago." But I knew Mother wasn't dead. If Mother was dead, why did Dad and maternal grandfather search all those years? I secretly took this photo to ask paternal grandfather, "Is this my mother?" Paternal grandfather said, "That's your dad's wife." Then that's my mother. I concluded like that. Paternal grandfather kindly patted my head, saying nothing, but I knew that was Mother, because Dad wouldn't like anyone else besides Mother. If she wasn't Mother, then who else could be Mother? I knew my mother went missing. Heard it was after going home for New Year. On the way back to Boston, she went missing. Many people secretly told me my mother ran off with another man. I really wanted to laugh. My dad is so good. How could Mother bear to leave Dad? Some also said my mother died long ago. Otherwise, why hasn't she returned? I only remember being very angry hearing these words when young. I believed that Mother I'd never met would return, like Dad said, like maternal grandfather believed. Later, one year after New Year, Dad went to high school reunion, came back having drunk too much. Two uncles brought Dad home. Dad lay on the bed, then crawled up hugging the toilet vomiting. I brought hot water for Dad to drink. Dad fumbled in his pocket looking for something. Groggily said, "Where's my phone? Where's my phone?" I quickly helped Dad find it. Gave it to Dad. Dad opened phone, pulling up a Twitter post. Eyes red, saying, "What is all this? All made up. How can there be such things? All made up. Made up, Michael, look. These news are all fake. Don't believe. How can there be such things in this world? Can't be such things. How can there be women missing? Over 10 years later, discovered by husband, locked in cage in Thailand for display. How could that be? Impossible. Dad already searched so many places. Cities on the US map. So many villages Dad has been to, but still so many places not reached. Now even abroad. Thailand, India. The world is so vast. How can Dad go everywhere? Dad can't find her anymore. Dad can't find little Emily anymore. Is little Emily waiting for Dad? Waiting for Dad to rescue her? But Dad can't find her anymore. My dad bowed his head in pain, saying, "That year I was 10. Always hoped one day Mother would return." I, suddenly calm, then slowly said one sentence, "Maybe. Mother is already dead." Dad listened to Grandma. "Don't search anymore. Mother is dead. Mother died long ago." When saying this sentence, I suddenly felt lighter, no longer hoping Mother would return, accepting the fact Mother was long gone, heart no longer aching from not seeing Mother. I hoped Dad would be the same, just treating Mother as dead. Wouldn't that be better? But Dad wouldn't accept it, shaking his head slowly but firmly, like he was telling me, while also convincing himself, "No, she's not dead. She will come back. She will definitely come back. Maybe when dawn breaks, she will return." I said nothing. I'd never met Mother. Also been curious. Once hoped and imagined Mother's embrace and warmth. Once imagined Mother's appearance and voice. Once imagined that the day Mother returned, how happy the three of us would be. But at that moment, I hoped Mother was already dead. Dead, then Dad's heart would also die. At peace, not having to endure like this. No longer tortured on hot coals every day. Dead, then Dad's body would also be at peace. No need to wander everywhere searching. The person Dad loves lying somewhere. Then Dad could visit, also having a place to entrust feelings. Not like now, living without seeing the person. Dead without seeing the body. Making Dad always worry about Mother. Searching for Mother, waiting for Mother. Like a story without ending. Never giving a decisive conclusion. Just hanging suspended like that. Making Dad every day immerse himself in a sea of desperate suffering. Waiting for a miracle both impossible and uncertain. I looked at the photo in my hand, eyes stopping on the girl's face in the photo, slowly frowning, expression also becoming serious. The woman I met today. Why does she look so much like Mother in the photo? Almost identical. Could it be Dad saw that woman as Mother's replacement? That's why he was so heartbroken when rejected. I didn't understand. Only 15, at school every day. Didn't see the fleeting news that day. I couldn't possibly think that young woman and the young woman in the photo from 21 years ago were the same person. Chapter 17. I still see you haven't changed. Chapter 17. I still see you haven't changed. Early morning when dawn was just breaking. She had already woken up. Actually, all night she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When dawn came, she didn't try to stay in bed anymore. Put on the new clothes from last time I bought for her at the mall. Planning to go out to eat something, then return. Wait for me to take her to work. She went downstairs, along the sidewalk, walked to the breakfast shop I had taken her before, ordered a bowl of plain porridge, 2 steamed buns, quietly finished the simple breakfast, then walked out along the street. My rejection and distrust yesterday, though somewhat hurtful to her, but she didn't take it as anything. She would make me trust her. She felt, between her and me, still remained a very deep connection, not easily severed. I once said I had changed a lot. True, I now no longer resembled myself when young. Current me more steady, gentle and calm. My thoughtfulness made her feel like a fragile artwork, held precious in my palms. While young me, after years of dating, from a naive boy, pampered by her into a big boy who liked acting spoiled. During newlywed time, I all day like boneless sprawled on her, even too lazy to move my hands. Closed eyes enjoying, then said, "Sister Emily, I'm thirsty, pour me some water." Just married then, she was annoyed by me. Thirsty, then go to the living room yourself to drink. But so tired, don't want to leave the bed. Sister Emily, help me pour please. I pouted, making such a cute spoiled face, could squeeze water from it. What are you tired from? Just woke up this morning already complaining tired. You don't know, last night I used all my strength. I lay on her, grinned wickedly, then lightly bumped. Now can't even stand anymore. You're so shameless. She blushed, pouted, trying to push me away, but I hugged her tight, never stopping calling her name by her ear. Little Emily, little Emily, little Emily, little Emily. Finally she couldn't stand my whining, had to give in and get up, went to living room to pour water for me. Result was me here, too lazy to even take the water glass. Held her hand, drank all the water in the glass, then lay down on bed taking a long breath. Ah, so happy, seems I have strength again. Sister Emily, come here quickly, let me serve you. Get away. She pouted, giving me a sharp look, just about to turn to the living room to put away the glass. I immediately hugged tight from behind, laughing out loud. Every time I teased her, I always called her Sister Emily, pretending to be an adorable boy, as if she was forcing me. Actually, I knew I was deliberately teasing, getting back at her for high school, making me call her Sister Emily for 3 whole years. Not until college did I discover I liked her. One Valentine's I asked her out. 2 people walked along the riverside path behind school. I asked her, Valentine's when boy and girl go out alone. What does it mean? I was just turning 18 then. Eyes as long as not smiling would reveal some melancholy. I said I didn't know. She sighed, bit her lower lip, closed her eyes tight, gathered all courage saying, "It represents 2 people wanting to start dating." Oh really? My face at that time flashed a suppressed smile, lips pressed tight, so she didn't see I was turning away. Cheeks burning red looking into distance, hands clenched behind back, outwardly calm, but heart anxious and restless. Even I didn't know if this confession would succeed. Initially, I planned to wait a bit more. But when second semester freshman year started, I had become so handsome. Female students from other schools all knew. Always had beautiful girls surrounding me. Pursuers had gone 2 laps around the gym. And she and I weren't at the same school, though still frequently met, called and texted daily without fail. But if I didn't hold tight, I was afraid she'd be stolen by others. That's right. She turned her head back, eyes somewhat domineering glaring at me. "Tonight you agreed to come out with me. Means you agreed to be my boyfriend, right?" "Boyfriend?" I raised eyebrows stepping forward. "So you like me?" I. She stepped back, swallowed the reflex to deny, gently, Probably. Probably how? I held back laughter asking. Also, not very sure. She rubbed her nose softly mumbling. I heard and burst out laughing. Couldn't hide the smile anymore. I covered my face to not laugh out loud. Arrogantly said, "But I don't plan to date during college." "Are you rejecting?" Her heart seemed to fall straight to bottom. 2 hands clenched into fists, face still forcing a smile. "Oh, it's okay. Later, if you plan to find a girlfriend. Remember me, okay?" After speaking, turned to walk away. But I immediately pulled her back, yanked her hard to my side, lowered my head, somewhat arrogantly said, "Though I don't plan to date now. But if it's you, then I agree." She immediately widened her eyes, looking at me, grinning ear to ear. Finally realized I had been waiting here all along. Clearly, I also liked her, yet still pretending to be aloof. She turned to leave, wanting to keep some dignity. "HMPH, no need to force yourself." I laughed behind, sticking my head out. Peeved, burst out laughing. Not forcing. "Who told you to be my sister, Emily?" She was a bit embarrassed. "You're still calling me Sister Emily." I smiled brilliantly, reached to lightly touch her nose. "Calling because you made me, now won't let me call. Then what should I call you?" She thought for a moment, pressed lips suggesting, "Could call my beautiful treasure, or little princess or something." I was horrified. "Don't you think that's cheesy?" "Cheesy where? I see couples in the dorm all call each other that," she said coquettishly. "Anyway, can't call Sister Emily anymore. I still want to call that." I suddenly bent down, leaned close to her ear whispering, "Sister Emily," each word very slowly. Hot breath on her ear. I seemed to feel my lips almost touching her ear. That numb tingling feeling made her heart tremble. She'd never felt like that. Panicked, not knowing how to react, could only push me away, pretending to be angry, hitting me as usual, while I dodged laughing, haha, smile bright and brilliant, as if lighting up the whole night sky. Back then she really thought this boy might never grow up, just happily mischievous like this, acting spoiled with her until old, the rest of life. She wouldn't miss a minute beside me, but who could have known? In the blink of an eye, she had lost 21 years. She sat on the roadside flower bed, watching people passing by, seemed to see teenage me standing in the crowd, smiling brightly at her, still the same as before, smiling showing even white teeth and smooth forehead. When looking at her, eyes full of starlight, beautiful enough to make her melt. She just like that. Dazedly looked at the boy in imagination. I looked for a long time before stabilizing my mood. Slowly walked home, just entering the residential area road. Heard loud calling from behind. "Emily, Emily," turned around. From afar, saw me walking over. My expression serious, eyes worried, but I still kept steady steps. Step by step walking toward her, not like before. As soon as he saw her, grinning ear to ear, running quickly to her side, either pulling her hair once, or pinching her cheek once, always teasing, until she hit me a few times before I was happy. She looked at the man walking under the sunlight, compared to the boy in memory, really somewhat different. But the moment I walked toward her, she still felt her heart racing wildly, heart full of happiness and sweetness. Where did you go? I tensed up. Hair at temples already soaked with sweat. Dark blue shirt also seemed printed with exhaustion. My voice gentle but full of restraint, as if many emotions were being suppressed in my chest. I only softly uttered one gentle question. Didn't I tell you last night to wait at home for me? I went to have breakfast, Emily answered. I looked at her intently. After a while, took a deep breath. Softly said, next time remember to answer my calls. You called me? Emily quickly took out her phone to check. Indeed, over 10 missed calls, all showing calls from me. Strange, why didn't the phone ring? I took her phone to look. You set it to silent mode. No, I didn't set it to silent. Where's the silent button? She craned her neck, watching me lightly touch the phone screen, then handed it back to her. She said embarrassedly, must have touched it by accident. God, phones without buttons are really hard to use. You'll get used to it. I looked at her, saying, next time going out, remember to tell me. I just went downstairs for breakfast. I cut her off sternly. You promised me, then don't leave on your own. I'll be very worried if I can't find you. I looked at her slowly, saying, Emily, I'm old, can't take it, understand? She turned away, softly said, sorry. No need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. I took the bags she conveniently bought, turned walking ahead saying, let's go back. Emily followed me, step by step returning. David, can you stop always saying you're old? A man at 40 is a flower, you know? In my heart. You're forever my bright red little flower. I treasure you so much. Really? Emily said while chasing after, planning to grab my arm. But I dodged away. I seriously said, walk properly. Stop pulling and dragging. What's to fear? We have all the proper documents. Legal pulling and dragging. I smiled. Your documents were invalidated long ago. So what? We just go register again. I think today is an auspicious day. How about today? Emily kept clinging to me, talking. I pressed my lips, refusing to speak. Emily wasn't in a hurry either. She thought having pursued me once successfully, certainly could pursue again. This guy cold outside, hot inside, needs to be pursued first to be happy. She understood that, thinking of this, couldn't help reaching to hook my finger, teasing me a bit, watching me jerk my hand back like electric shock. Old man still so sensitive, she happily thought. Sitting in the car, I just smiled without speaking. Every time my eyes absently looked over, she'd send me an air kiss. I pretended not to see, still serious. Head down, looking at documents on the tablet. Just the page-turning speed was a bit fast. Emily couldn't help laughing softly. Getting out at the company, Emily said, oh right. In a few days, I want to go back home. Are you free to come with me? I immediately answered, I'll go with you. God knows how much I've regretted all these years. Regretted that year, having to work overtime during New Year, not going home with her. All these years I often lay in bed, in endless darkness, thinking forever. If that year I had gone home with her, how good it would have been. She wouldn't have gotten lost, wouldn't have disappeared. Even if there was danger, I'd be beside her. Even death would be together. Better than now. Heart like drifting duckweed without roots. Unable to be at peace any day. But I want to stay a few extra days. Will it affect your work? Emily asked worriedly. It's fine. I have time, I said decisively. Okay, Emily smiled. I could go home with her. Of course I was happy. Actually, right now. She also didn't dare go far alone. But I looked at her somewhat worriedly, asking, are you mentally prepared? Emily froze, then nodded firmly, looking at me smiling, yes, I'm ready. Just thinking of having you beside me. And Michael, I'm not afraid of anything. Feel full of courage again. I think with my current state, I can go meet them. I looked at her smiling, sincerely praising, little Emily is the best. Your parents will be very happy. Of course, Emily waved, making a pledge gesture. I'm the best, Emily. No difficulty can defeat me. Haha, so energetic this early. Must not have enough work. Nathan Joe walked from the parking lot. Just happened to see Emily performing. Couldn't help opening his mouth to tease. Already have lots of work. Last night I even worked overtime at home. Emily couldn't help retorting. Overtime is your job. Nathan Joe glanced at her, then immediately changed expression, quickly stepping to me, very politely and respectfully greeted, good morning, Mr. Chen. Good morning. I smiled at Nathan Joe, like looking at a junior. I'll go first. Little Emily, I'll trouble you to take care of her. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Nathan Joe patted his chest, guaranteeing, eyes looking at me with even more respect. Two people stood at the company entrance, watching my car leave. Nathan Joe sighed. Mr. Chen really has style. Good fashion sense too. What brand is that jacket he wore today? Where did he buy it? Emily turned asking, "What, you want to buy matching clothes?" Nathan Joe nodded repeatedly. Emily smiled, squinting, turned walking away. "No way. Only my husband can wear it." "Emily, why are you so petty?" Nathan Joe walked beside, mumbling, "Don't you think about who helped you win back your husband? Wasn't it me? Back then, didn't know where you were hiding crying." Thank you, Emily said. HMPH, Nathan Joe laughed coldly. "Such insincere thanks. I don't need it." "Oh right," Nathan Joe leaned over, lowering voice, asking gossipingly, "That kid was adopted by Mr. Chen?" "No," Emily answered very happily. "It's my little brother. Biological brother. A gift my parents left for me." She emotionally clasped her hands, placed on chest, saying, "Family my parents left for me." "Oh," Nathan Joe disdainfully, "what's so great about a little brother? What do you know?" Emily, hearing this, unhappily said, "How would I not know? I have little brothers too, 2 of them even." Nathan Joe lazily smoothed his hair, smiled mockingly. "You haven't lived with little brothers. That's why you see them as gifts. Seems you and your brothers don't get along." Emily said, "I don't get along with anyone, except Mr. Chen." Nathan Joe didn't want to remember 2 half-brothers from different fathers, always finding ways to suck blood, demanding money from him. Just mentioning them, voice became unpleasant. Emily was somewhat surprised. "I think we get along quite well." "That's a middle-aged woman's greasy illusion." Nathan Joe glared at her. "I talk to you only for Mr. Chen's sake." After speaking, ignored her, quickly stepped into the elevator. Didn't even wait for Emily before closing the door. Emily also didn't care about that cold face, chasing after, saying, "Then for Mr. Chen's sake, give me a week off. I want to go home." "You've worked less than a month, wanting a week off," Nathan Joe said. "I have connections," Emily shamelessly said. Nathan Joe thought a moment. "Maximum 3 days off. For Mr. Chen's sake, I know." Emily rushed to say, "Thanks." Nathan Joe mead. Elevator arrived. 2 people stepped out in turn, starting a day's work. At this time, I also drove to my company. My company was in the city's high-tech zone, government specially planned land for pharmaceutical and technology industries. My laboratory and cooperating pharmaceutical companies, all located here. Along the way, colleagues greeted me. I smiled in response. Several girls, after I passed, secretly opened group chat on phones. "Dr. Chen looks in such good mood today." Right. He even smiled at me. God, I'm starting to fall for his looks. Dr. Chen was always handsome, just a bit older, and has a grown son. Otherwise so many would pounce. Age and son aren't problems. No one dares flirt with the man the CEO likes. Exactly. Have feelings but dare not act. Have feelings but dare not act +1. Have feelings but dare not act +2. Have feelings but dare not act +3. Such neat formation. Then I'll +1 too. The young girls admiring words in group chat. I completely didn't know. But when I knocked on Director Harrison's door, still had to face the woman who had pursued me all these years. Must say, in the past 21 years. If I said I never wanted to give up waiting and searching for Emily, that would be a lie. After each time being full of hope, then disappointed. Each anniversary related to her. At my mother's bedside, I once thought just let go, time after time, but then, I still couldn't do it. I wouldn't search anymore, wouldn't wait anymore, find a normal woman to continue living. And Grace Harrison was the woman who pursued me most closely these years. When young, she was very beautiful. In our all-male technical school, was considered the beauty queen. She was a fellow student, under the same advisor as me. When still in school, often worked on topics and experiments together for our teacher. Always liked calling me senior brother. When Emily hadn't disappeared yet, she was extremely wary of Grace, always telling me she had bad intentions. Said that woman often called me at night, asking about this and that. The way she looked at me was also strange. Also liked doing little tricks. One look and you knew the type, pretending to be refined, trying to steal me. HMPH, still calling me brother. Don't know who's older or younger. So annoying. Back then I always smiled watching Emily being jealous like that. Every time I smiled like that, she'd be like hitting a nerve. Immediately, turning into a little ball, grabbing my face, glaring. Warning. Not allowed to hang out alone with her. Not allowed to eat alone with her. Not allowed to help her with work, schoolwork or any work. Not allowed to help. In short, not allowed to pay attention to. Hear me clearly. Back then I could only nod repeatedly. Listen to you completely. Actually, I didn't feel that girl had any special feelings for me. Just normal work interaction. Outside work, didn't even want to answer her calls. Later, little Emily disappeared. Grace pursued me for years straight. People around also often pushed, wanting us to become a couple. But I refused very clearly. Also told Grace directly I would never love her. Grace got tired of pursuing and gave up, went abroad. Later, hearing I had an accident, came back saying she couldn't forget me, took care of me at the hospital, even helped care for Michael for a while, when my parents were alive. Also always told me, even for Michael's sake, should accept Grace. Two people form a normal family, live happily and lively. At that time, I also seriously considered this advice. Finally still gave up. I remember when I rejected Grace once more. She showed a dejected face asking me, why? Is it because you feel you don't love me, so can't marry me? Or is it because you feel me pursuing so hard is pitiful? I told you, I don't need your love. You don't need to love me. Just for the child, isn't that okay? I'll treat Michael well, I swear. I remember looking at her crying. I didn't feel heartache or moved at all. Even stepped back 2 steps feeling disgusted. I thought then said no, not because of those reasons. I'm just afraid little Emily will be angry. That year I lowered my head softly saying, you don't know. She really hates you. If I accept you, she'll be very angry. She's been gone over 10 years already. Grace angrily said, she's not dead. She'll come back. I firmly said. Grace nodded, wiped tears at the corner of her eyes, sighed fine. You win, fool. Slowly wait then. From that time, Grace disappeared from my life again. Years later, because of a project, Grace was transferred back from another company, becoming a partner working with me. On the surface, seemed to have given up, but actually, she still found every way to please Michael. I knew she hadn't given up, just didn't say she liked me anymore. Only said the child was pitiful, wanted to treat the boy better. We're all senior and junior students together, taking care of each other. Being close is fine. Having said that, I couldn't make it tense either. Ambiguously passed a few more years like this. Many people rumored Grace was my girlfriend, even future wife. I corrected a few times, but rumors still didn't stop. Too lazy to explain anymore. But a few days ago, Grace dared pretend to be my wife in front of Emily. Now I had to make it clear to her. I lowered my eyes, knocked on Grace's office door. Sunlight shone on the woman over 30, carefully made up, wearing moss green silk blouse, sitting in the office chair, looking professional yet elegant. She raised her head looking at me, smiled. Why did you come? I'm planning to take annual leave. I walked in. If you have anything, you can contact my assistant, Kevin. Grace raised her head, frowned looking at me. Heard some nonsense rumor again? Want to go find her? I slightly pressed my lips, corner of mouth still showing a gentle, pleasant smile. Though over 40, my eyes still deep, gentle, sparkling with starlight, my voice carrying unconcealable joy. No, don't need to search anymore. Finally, you've thought it through. Grace's face briefly showed joy, but then my answer plunged her into cold depths. I softly said, she has returned. Grace, surprised, looked up at me, my eyes full of excitement and emotion. Grace couldn't believe, how is that possible? It's true, I didn't hide anymore. It's the girl you came to find last time. Impossible. Grace couldn't believe. She looks just over 20. Yes, it's her. I smiled, calmly recounted the whole story. Also showed her the news. Finally she believed this strange thing, as if drained of strength. Raised hands covering face. I'm really ridiculous. Running to her, pretending to be your wife. You acted very well. She really believed it. Even wanted to break up with me. I laughed, voice carrying the tolerance of experience. Sorry, I didn't know about that. Grace said sorry, it's fine. That day, I also behaved badly on the phone. I looked at her, then said, don't joke like that anymore. You know, things about her always make me easily agitated. Grace smiled bitterly, nodding, looked at me for a long time. Only then from the bottom of her heart said, congratulations. Thank you. I smiled. That smile, exactly like the first day she met me, bright, gentle, making people unconsciously sink in. Grace looked deeply at that smile, heart sour. That smile she hadn't seen for many years, like pulling her back to teenage years. That heart-fluttering moment, but she understood better than anyone, that smile wasn't for her, but for the woman he had searched for 21 years. She heard me say goodbye, turned and left without any reluctance. She looked at my back, softly said goodbye, this time really goodbye. She had no more chances. Goodbye to the man she loved since youth, but could never have. Goodbye to the only man she ever loved in life. Goodbye to the man with absolute defensive walls. The pursuit lasting over 20 years, finally closed. This time she really lost. Also good. At least that gentle and handsome man finally waited for the one he loved. Grace's heart in turmoil, laughing while sighing, eyes reddened, took another deep breath to continue working. I finished asking for leave at work, also handed over work, gave several drug research data and current progress, handed to several deputy team leaders, then went home to pack simple luggage, booked high-speed rail tickets online, then went to pick up Emily. I stood under her company, waiting for her to come down, but heart unusually nervous, as if the heart that had slept peacefully for 21 years was beating excitedly again. Blood in my body also flowing hot. Whole person seemed younger by over 10 years. I even couldn't help getting out of the car. Standing by the car, looking toward the company entrance, saw her wearing backpack, bouncing and running from afar. I was again like an immature boy, couldn't help stepping quickly toward her, looking at her face not changed at all. I again dazed, remembering youth, also carrying this mood, waiting for her under the alley near home, waiting for her at the woods behind the dorm, anxious, burning, sweet touching. I walked over, taking the backpack from her hand, politely opened the back door for her, waited for her to sit, then circled to driver's seat. Me, leave approved. Emily smiled, thanks to you. Nathan approved, incredibly fast. I smiled softly, I already booked tickets and hotel. Let's go, she happily answered. After a while leaned over asking, how many rooms did you book? 2 rooms, I answered. Such a waste of money. Emily smiled, then touched my thigh once. I almost jumped up, awkwardly glanced at the driver, seeing he wasn't paying attention behind. I then, relieved, breathed out, glared at her, stop messing around. Emily covered, mouth laughing, obediently sat still, eyes never leaving me, exactly like a spirit wanting to eat someone. We two arrived at the high-speed rail station. Entering the station was a bit crowded. Emily was bumped by someone. I quickly stepped up, supporting her. Just finished supporting, about to let go. Found my hand gripped tight by her. I gently pulled but couldn't withdraw. She held even tighter. Looked up at me pitifully. Too crowded. I'm afraid of getting lost. I've never taken high-speed rail before. I struggled internally for a long time, very afraid of sinking into this gentleness and intimacy, but couldn't really bear to shake her hand off. I could only press my lips tight, not saying a word, protecting her through the crowd. Walking to the ticket gate, Emily giggled secretly, looking at our tightly interlaced hands, holding each other tight, raised her head, showing a triumphant smile. She knew clearly, I absolutely couldn't refuse her. All my resistance was too weak to withstand her presence. Soon we were on the high-speed train. Amid Emily's exclamations of amazement, we arrived at our hometown, City H. When getting off the train, Emily still couldn't stop exclaiming, oh my God. Really only took 2.5 hours to arrive, before driving took 8 hours. Like this we can work in Boston. Every weekend we can go home. Really convenient. Going back doesn't help anyway. No one left at home now. Saying this, Emily lowered her head, disappointed. Her whole person became sad again. I stepped forward actively, putting my arm around her. Softly said, let's go. Someone came to pick us up. Someone came to pick us up. Who? Emily asked curiously. I didn't answer. The two of us walked out of the station together. Before reaching the exit, saw 7 or 8 middle-aged people standing outside, all around 40 years old. Seeing Emily, they shouted, oh my God, class president, it's really the class president. Emily Johnson. Emily, oh my God. Emily, you haven't changed at all. Emily widened her eyes looking at them, trying to recognize each person. Oh my God. Aren't these childhood friends who grew up together? Why has everyone changed so much? Emily couldn't help running quickly over, running straight to them, hugged a woman and burst into tears. Amy, how did you get so fat? I almost didn't recognize you. Amy Harrison, the classmate who had been with Emily for over 10 years. Both angry and touched, hugged her tight, then patted gently. Can't you say something nicer? Give birth to 2 kids and see if you get fat. Oh my God, oh my God. Everyone has changed. Emily didn't know what else to say, just crying and touched. In her memory, wasn't it just recently gathering with this group of friends, men stylish, women charming, now some fat, some bald, but still those close friends, playing together since childhood. Okay, stop crying, I booked a private room at Seaflower. Let's go eat first. A man looking quite composed, cold temperament, while pulling apart the girls, hugging and crying, while saying yeah. Everyone wiping tears, while holding hands, walking toward the exit. No one willing to let go. Emily looked at this one, then that one. Those who once played together, played ball together, traveled together, studied together, took exams together had changed so much. The feeling was truly magical, but she could feel everyone's emotions toward her were exactly the same as before. Emily and David ride with me. Everyone else drive to private room 207 inches. The man who spoke earlier continued. No one in the group objected. Jake Jong had been like this since childhood. Always the decision maker in their group. When young, he wasn't very liked. Everyone felt he was somewhat domineering. Also seemed arrogant, but after playing together realized he was very responsible, very loyal to friends. As long as you didn't go against him, playing with him was very comfortable, because he always helped everyone arrange everything. Very organized. Oh, forgot. Emily once secretly liked Jake Jong, but Jake was the typical straight guy. Couldn't sense any romantic signals at all. Because of this, I teased her about it all senior year. Emily sat in the back seat, secretly looking at Jake Jong. The 44-year-old man was still very tall, clear features, could still see. When young, he was definitely a handsome man. He had some gray hair on his head, corner of eyes showing clear wrinkles, deep laugh lines and slightly drooping mouth corners made his face look more serious. Wearing serious black-framed glasses, very similar to Memory, the homeroom teacher from high school everyone feared most. Emily secretly observing, while laughing softly, just about to turn to tell me something, saw me tilting my head glancing at her. Seeing her distracted, I coldly turned away, ignoring her. Emily fearfully sat up straight, eyes looking straight ahead, not daring to glance at Jake again. She forgot. The person beside her, when young, was also a huge jar of vinegar. Just because the first person she liked wasn't me, had made me angry countless times. I remember sophomore year of college. Jake came from New York to Boston to visit. Before coming, he called telling me to receive him. To Emily, this was normal. Old friend coming to visit. She naturally welcomed it. That day was weekend. I had originally arranged to go to the library with her. At that time, we weren't officially together yet, though I already liked her. But between studying and playing with Jake was clearly more attractive, so she canceled. Called me saying she wouldn't come to the library. I asked, where are you going then? Jake came to Boston to visit, said to go see maple leaves at Fragrant Mountain. Evening he's treating me to roast duck too. Emily's voice full of excitement. I coldly said on the phone, have you passed set 4 yet? Final exams coming up. Have you done your advanced math? Still thinking about playing. Emily was silent for 3 seconds, hesitating, just resting one day. I've been at the library all month. Let me rest one day. No, I didn't agree. Forbid resting. Come to the library immediately. I'm waiting here for you. No, I want to go out and play. Emily back then was also a stubborn girl. Fine, you go. If I ever tutor you again, I'll be a puppy. I angrily hung up. Emily in the dorm kept packing and unpacking, hesitating forever. Finally still ran to the library. Who told her she was lovesick? Only those involved understand. 2 words, pathetic. She placed the can of drink she bought on my desk from behind. I raised my head looking at her. Beautiful lips pressed tight. Unhappy expression. Looked at her once then said, didn't you say you weren't coming? Because we were in the library. My voice lowered, but could still hear some reproach. Emily quickly leaned to my ear whispering, I was afraid you'd be angry. I humphed lightly. Studying is your business. What am I angry about? Right. Emily sat to one side, taking books from her bag. Opened the book, reading half-heartedly. I glanced at her. You want to go to Fragrant Mountain? Wait until after exams next week. I'll take you. Wherever you want to go. It's Jake who wants to go. Emily flipped through the book. I knew it. You still haven't gotten over Jake, right? My handsome face darkened. Voice both small and urgent. Emily didn't hear clearly. Leaned close asking what? Such private matter. I was too embarrassed to ask again. Could only turn to look at the book in front. Pretending to be serious. I'm telling you to study properly. Stop daydreaming about romance all day. Emily giggled, propping her chin saying, but I already have someone I like. I only want to love that person. Want to hold hands and hug every day. Want to eat together and play together. Want to call until 2 a.m. and still miss them. I gripped the pen tight in my hand. Eyes darkening looking at her. Who do you like? Emily tilted her head, still propping her chin. Eyes brimming with sweet romantic dreams. Pinky finger still tapping lightly on her cheek. Happily looking at me saying, won't tell you. I glared at her. Turned back to continue writing in the book. After a while picked up the water glass, taking a sip. Clack, setting it down. My whole being seemed to be restraining. suppressing some emotion. Later, we were officially together, but just hearing the name Jake Jong, I still couldn't control my emotions. Rising up again, remembering old stories from years past, like being jealous all over again. I darkened my face telling her, back then, what I feared most was one day she'd run to tell me she was in love with Jake Jong. Emily then laughed, saying, "You were so afraid I'd love him. Why didn't you pursue me yourself?" Still pretending to be aloof, waiting for me to confess. HMPH, I was afraid you didn't like me. Young handsome David lowered his head. The expression of someone afraid their feelings wouldn't be returned. That expression really made anyone watching's heart flutter. Emily couldn't resist that charm even more. Immediately, threw away her tiny bit of pride. Ran over hugging me tight. How could I not like you? You're so adorable. I love you to death. The one I love most is you. But the first person you liked wasn't me. I put on a look lacking confidence. She even teased, "Who told you to be shorter than me when young?" I glanced at her. Emily quickly smiled ingratiatingly, hurrying over to coax. "When young I only cared about studying, didn't think about those things. Look, as soon as I had feelings I found you right away. My first love letter. Seems like it was written to Jake Jong," I said indifferently. That was just following the crowd. Senior year, academic pressure was huge. Many people wrote them. I just casually wrote one too. HMPH, I laughed coldly. Don't bring up old stories. Now I love you most. Emily shook my hand. Hearing her confess like that, I couldn't help pressing lips into a smile. Then Emily, kiss me. Oh my, can't stand it. Emily cried out, unable to resist the temptation anymore. Pounced, pushing me down. Joyful sounds filling the room. Pink bubbles floating out. The taste of happiness wrapping tightly around us. Back then, I thought days like those were so wonderful. I wanted to be with the person in my arms forever. Forever, but who knew? Those sweet happy days only lasted a few years. But those years were still the most brilliant time of my life. Whether 30 or 40, just closing my eyes, I'd remember Emily. Each time she looked at me then pounced. Those eyes full of stars and eager movements, like a spring overflowing with love, drowning me in it, making me sink, painful yet sweet, unforgettable. Chapter 18. Walking on familiar streets. Chapter 18. Walking on familiar streets. The enclosed car and familiar scenery always made people remember the past. I, 44-year-old David, glanced at Emily, eyes suddenly full of tenderness. Emily sat in the car, just dazedly looking at the scenery outside, the city she grew up in since childhood, now high-rises everywhere, making her somewhat unable to recognize it. But when the car entered the old district, she cheered up completely. Those landmark buildings, shopping centers, schools mostly still in old places. Emily looking, while happily saying, "Isn't this grand department store? Why is no one there?" 21 years ago, this was the busiest place. Anyone who bought things from this building was rich at tycoon level. This building has no parking lot. Now City H, just for large shopping centers, already has 6 or 7, so no one comes here anymore. No stores either. Jake Jong glanced out the window saying, "This place borders the old district. Downtown demolition is expensive. Hard to renovate, so just declining." "Is that so?" Emily looked regretfully. Jake Jong looked at her through the rearview mirror once, the corner of his serious mouth slightly curved up, making his whole person look kinder. He said friendly, "It's changed a lot here. Leave you here. You probably couldn't even find the way home. You're looking down on me." "Why couldn't I find the way home?" Emily protested. "Then after eating, let you drive. See if you can find your way home." Jake Jong laughed, saying, "No problem." Emily raised her head confidently. I just sat beside looking at her, smiling, not saying anything. The whole class knew Emily was severely directionally challenged. She only knew to go straight, always circling one spot, often clearly already arrived, but still couldn't find the entrance, just walking back and forth around the destination. Remember when she and I first started living together? Every time she got off the bus, couldn't find our apartment complex, circling around the complex forever, but couldn't see the gate. Every time had to call me to pick her up. I'd ask where she was. She'd say standing under an advertisement sign. Every time I went looking, she wouldn't stay in one place. While calling, still continuing to circle, and I could only circle following while searching. Every time angry enough to want to throw the phone. Once it was raining heavily. She finished overtime and couldn't find the complex. Circling outside on the street. I went out searching but couldn't find her. Rain too heavy, had to call a taxi. Driving around the complex, looking. Finally discovered. She was right near the complex's back gate. After finding her, I was speechless. She was embarrassed, too. Wouldn't admit she was stupid, just mumbling behind my back. I think our complex is a bit haunted. I was led astray by ghosts. Hearing this, I burst out laughing. When I laughed, she immediately clung close. David, are you angry? Don't boys like girls who are a bit silly? I'm this silly. Do you like it? I pretended to scold. Don't like. Come on, like me. I'm so cute. At home, I'll massage you, okay? I'm guaranteed you'll be comfortable. She acted spoiled while burrowing into my arms, hands still naughtily touching everywhere, making me unable to keep a cold face. Had to grip her hands tight. Stop messing around. We're outside. Hee. Who told your little David to be so cute? Emily hugged my waist tight, sticking close to me walking. I held the umbrella, while sheltering her in my arms, while rubbing my cheek on top of her head, my whole heart soft. After that, every day, I'd calculate the time, go to the bus stop, to pick her up after work. Once, Emily asked if picking her up daily was troublesome. I smiled. Troublesome is a bit troublesome, but better than circling the complex, looking for you, before her unconvinced attack. But there's something I didn't tell her. Actually, I didn't find it troublesome. Every time seeing her jump off the bus, running into my arms with a bright smile, hugging tight, not letting go, made me feel happy, as if the whole day just waiting for this moment, just to receive this hug. Coming back to reality, I saw the car had arrived at the restaurant. Everyone surrounded, bringing Emily into the private room. As she walked in, she turned back looking for me, waving, signaling with her eyes, telling me to hurry up. I smiled, about to step over, then saw Jake Jong offering a cigarette, signaling to take it. I didn't refuse, reached out taking it, turned around, with Jake Jong, walked to the ventilated area outside the hotel entrance, borrowed the lighter in his hand, to light the cigarette. Two men just stood in the ventilated area, silently smoking. After a long while, Jake Jong suddenly spoke. She really hasn't changed at all. Hasn't changed. I lowered my head, taking a drag. We're all old. Jake Jong laughed. Old? I laughed too. Both looked at each other, laughing. Jake Jong exhaled smoke, asked, what are you two planning for the future? I was silent for a long time, very unclear. Don't know. I haven't finished thinking either. Everything is too sudden. Yes, really sudden, like suddenly winning the lottery jackpot, to the point of not daring to believe, let alone thinking how to spend it. Jake Jong said, right, that's the feeling, I said with a soft laugh. Jake Jong stubbed out the burnt cigarette. No matter what, it's a good thing. Of course it's good, I said sincerely. It's a joy as big as the sky. Take good care of her. Jake Jong patted my shoulder, saying, I will. I nodded slightly. Jake Jong said no more, turned and walked into the restaurant. There were words I didn't know how to say, also felt saying them would be redundant. Actually, yesterday, when he received my call, he also sank into enormous joy. Emily Johnson was also an unfading scenery in his heart, though he'd been married for a long time now. Hearing this name still felt shocking. When young, what he regretted most was before understanding what liking meant. He had loved a girl. By the time he understood, she already had me beside her. He didn't even have the chance to confess, could only smile, wishing us well, and before he could sort out his emotions, forget that regret, she disappeared. A girl like that, just like written in books, was the white moonlight in his heart, a cinnabar mole that would never fade. Sometimes he compared himself to me, always with some dissatisfaction in his heart, feeling he only lacked opportunity. That year, if he'd also tested into Boston for college, Emily might have been his girlfriend, but later he realized, even given the opportunity, given the same distance, he still couldn't beat me, because I really was a man many times better than him. If the same thing happened to him, he probably would have given up early. Many years passed and he had to admit, he really wasn't equal to me, not as persevering and determined as me, not as persistent and passionate as me. Before reaching the private room door, we both heard noise inside. The dishes had been ordered to be served since leaving the high-speed rail station. Now a full table, no one touching chopsticks. 4 girls hugging in a pile, this one lifting that one's face, that one holding this one's hand, emotionally telling each other the changes over all these years. The men also stood by, occasionally adding a few words. Emily's bright smiling face like a flower. Oh my God, I still can't accept. How did you all change so much? I feel like I just saw you all a few days ago. You were just over 20. In a blink your sons are almost 20. Haha, that's right. If you and David don't work out, You could be my daughter-in-law. A few years older than my son, I don't mind. I decline. Don't you feel embarrassed saying that? Ha ha ha, Emily, as your daughter-in-law. Your son would be too pitiful. Don't you see David gets bullied by her every day? Don't talk nonsense. Who bullies who? She's always bullying me. The masses have bright eyes. Back then, every day making David copy homework for her. Thought we didn't know. Even duty cleaning David did for her. Right. Back then, you said you were studying together. Good friends, pure friendship. Haha, so fake. So many old stories. You're still bringing them up. We were classmates in high school. I was very pure. Only had studying in my head. Had no intentions toward David at all. Fine, you keep telling yourself that. Why only talk about me? Amy, you wrote a love letter to the math class president next door. Got caught red-handed. I took the blame. Got punished with a month of duty cleaning. Is this a conference exposing dark history? Okay, enough. Let's eat. Today we must have several shots of clear liquor. Everyone sat down in their places, poured themselves full glasses, raised glasses together. Jake Jong stood up saying, this glass. Let's all toast Emily. Emily is very happy to see you again. Jake's eyes slightly red. The friends also smiled with tears, together saying, Emily Johnson, welcome home. Emily raised her glass, crying like a fool. I stood beside her, raised my hand, rubbing her head hard. Everyone drained their glasses. The gathering continued lively like this, glass after glass, drinking from afternoon till dusk, dispersing. Amy hugged Emily, crying profusely, kept calling Emily. Good thing you're back. You don't know how pitiful David was these years. Good thing you're back to be with him. This time you two must be together well. You're the only couple from our class. Must be together, understand? Must treat him well, understand? Emily nodded repeatedly. No, I know everything. Emily, when I got married, you didn't come. I got married twice, you didn't come either. I was so sad, you know. You're my best friend. The best. I missed you so much. Had so many words to tell you. Every time I was sad, I thought of you. This world without you to listen to me ramble. Without you to filter men for me. Without you to make plans for me. I was really suffering. Don't cry anymore, don't cry. I'm back. I'm still your tree hollow, your trash can. Whatever you want to ramble, I'll listen. While wiping tears from Amy's face, while gently coaxing. These years Amy hadn't lived very well. 2 failed marriages. Living at her mother's with 1 child. In her heart, the happiest, most beautiful times were all when beside Emily. But Emily disappeared. This made Emily's image in her heart even more an unfading bright streak, a best friend. When knowing Emily returned, she was really so happy. It had been so long since she was this happy. She cried for the bitter years, also cried for her friend's fate, feeling at this moment everything had passed. Days would get better. Okay. It's late. Emily has things tomorrow. Let's disperse today. Waiting for Jake to speak, the friends sorted their emotions, called drivers, sent each drunk person home. Emily and I also took room cards, went to the booked hotel. The hotel was very close to the restaurant. Same walking street, just 3 minutes. I refused Jake's good intentions, not letting him drive us over. Led Emily, with eyes red from alcohol, walking forward. Emily still hadn't recovered from the gathering, remembering the friends at the banquet, remembering so many years had passed, so many things happened she never knew. Some had their edges worn smooth by time, some worn haggard by the years, but in her eyes, their hearts and feelings for her were still the same. They had too many shared memories and common topics, as if in a blink, back in that familiar environment, with familiar friends, this world to her, no longer strange and insecure. And all this was arranged by me, dispelling the mourning mood from visiting parents' graves, so she wouldn't be too afraid, only accepting the flow of time passing. David, Emily couldn't help stepping quickly, hugging me tight, softly saying behind me, David, thank you. She thanked me again. The man with his back to her asked softly, what exactly are you thanking for? Everything. Emily blinked softly, word by word saying, I thank you for everything. I lowered my head, looking at the hands hugging my waist tight, eyes gradually reddening, nose stinging. I gritted my teeth tight, raised my head, took her hand, closed eyes whispering in my heart, me too. Everything of yours I'm grateful for. Thank you for the love you gave me. Thank you for the endless waiting you gave me. Thank you for everything you've given me. Chapter 19, Mom and Dad, I'm here. Chapter 19, Mom and Dad, I'm here. Early morning. The first ray of sunlight shone into the hotel room. On the bed, no one remained. In the bathroom, a beautiful young woman was turning on the faucet to wash her face. She splashed water on her face, looked up at herself in the mirror, face still somewhat pale from the alcohol, long black hair tangled in a Bessie bun on her head. She dried her face with a towel, applied some moisturizer, let her hair down, took a comb to neaten it, tied a low ponytail, took from the suitcase a long black dress, changed it onto her slender waist. That fit perfectly in one arm's embrace. She hesitated a bit, but still put it on, adjusted the dress pleats. She paused for a second. She still took out her makeup bag from the suitcase, applied some BB cream to make her face look fresher, then chose a lipstick to add color to her lips. She wanted to look beautiful, meeting her parents. Wanted them to see she had grown up. No need to worry anymore. Emily finished arranging everything. Opened the room door, stepping outside. Outside the door, I was already holding a pre-bought bouquet, waiting. Sunflowers, her mother's favorite kind. The first time I came to her house, I had also asked Emily, what flowers did Mrs. Johnson like? She thought for a while but didn't know. Though her mother had lived so many years, her father had never given her flowers. Perhaps even Mrs. Johnson didn't know what kind she liked, so she went home to ask, Mom, what flowers do you like? Mrs. Johnson thought for a long time before saying she liked sunflowers. Sunflowers, why? I asked, surprised. Of course, because sunflowers are edible. Mr. Johnson laughed, saying, by the river, behind our village, there were wild sunflowers. When your mother was young, often hugged a huge sunflower head, sitting by the riverside, peeling the seeds inside to eat. Fool, you're the fool. Weren't they all picked by you for me? Always picking when the seeds weren't ripe yet. Mrs. Johnson, exposed to embarrassing stories, angrily hit Mr. Johnson's arm once, defending. Weren't you afraid if we waited until ripe, others would pick them? Mr. Johnson immediately laughed ingratiatingly. All for you. Mrs. Johnson laughed. Mr. Johnson laughed too. Emily, after eating a full serving of dog food, turned to tell me her mother liked sunflowers. After that, every time I visited, I brought gifts and a bouquet of sunflowers. But at first glance, Emily saw I brought ornamental sunflowers, no seeds inside. Still worried her mother wouldn't like them, but Mrs. Johnson, looking at my wrinkled face, also smiled like a sunflower, continuously saying she liked them, really liked them. So happy, so happy. From then on, every occasion related to mother, I gave Mrs. Johnson a sunflower bouquet, making Mr. Johnson's position at home increasingly lower. Always saying this David kid was very cunning. Today I wore a complete black suit, my whole being straight and dapper, deep eyes, steady expression. I calmly said, let's eat some breakfast before going. The cemetery is quite far. Emily softly answered. Later on the way we need to buy incense and offerings. Do you know where they sell them? By the cemetery. Can buy directly there, I said softly. Wine offerings and fruit pastries I already bought. In the trunk. Emily nodded, dazedly, following me, walking quite a long way, to the parking lot. She suddenly reached out, grabbing my shirt hem, pitifully saying, David, I'm a bit scared. She wanted to say, I don't want to go, but how could such words be spoken? She didn't know how to describe this fear now. Clearly already here but didn't dare go. Clearly had built up mental preparation for so long, still didn't want to face it. Clearly, looking in the mirror this morning, still thought, would beautifully go meet parents. Wanted them not to worry anymore. Yet now was scared, just didn't want to. Emily's eyes reddened, biting her lip tight. Tears couldn't be held back, like a faucet, flowing down. I turned back, looking at her once, reached out, taking the hand pulling my shirt, gripped tight. Using a steadying tone said, Emily, your parents have waited for you so long, let's go visit them. Emily nodded hard, trying to wipe tears, saying, let's go. All along the way she sat in the back seat, looking at roadside scenery. Tears kept flowing, kept wiping them away, finally gave up, let tears wet her collar. 40 minutes later, car stopped at the cemetery parking lot. We too carried offerings, walking up the mountain, finally stopping halfway up the cemetery. I let go of Emily's hand, slowly took out flowers, fruit, offerings from the basket, incense and candles arranged solemnly. Emily stood to one side, dazedly, looking at parents' photos on the tombstone, then slowly knelt down. Tears held back all along the way, now flowed down free of charge. She reached out, hugging her parents' tombstone, sobbing, Mom and Dad, I'm back. Your daughter is back. Sorry, your unfilial daughter. My eyes also reddened, silently burning paper money. Smoke stinging eyes even redder, couldn't help tears falling. I didn't comfort Emily, Just let her pour out all the pain in her heart. Raised my head, looking at Mr. Johnson's photo. Couldn't help remembering the last time I saw Mr. Johnson. At that time his health had declined for 10 years. Michael was also already 10 years old, and Emily had been missing for 16 years. At that time Michael was somewhat rebellious, hard to teach, making me also troubled. Right then, I received a call from the police station, saying a wandering old man had my number on him. The elder was confused, sleeping on the street in midwinter. Good people brought him to the station. After receiving the call, I immediately bought tickets and set off to a northwestern city to pick up Mr. Johnson. At that time, Mr. Johnson and I hadn't contacted for 4 or 5 years. After entrusting Michael to me, he devoted himself to finding Emily. No fixed number or residence. Also didn't actively contact me, then gradually lost touch. When I arrived at the police station, saw Mr. Johnson sitting on a chair waiting for me. Seeing me but not recognizing, the officer asked me, "Are you his son?" I shook my head. "I'm his son-in-law." The officer looked at me once, sighed sympathetically, saying, "Son-in-law, still can't let the sick elderly go out alone. Be more careful in the future. Lucky to meet good people this time. If no one brought him, it would be dangerous." "Yes, sorry officers, troubled everyone." I continuously nodded, supporting Mr. Johnson, saying, "Dad, come home with me." "Who are you?" Mr. Johnson's weather-beaten face had aged beyond his years, eyes vaguely looking at me. "I'm David, little David. Often came to our house for dinner." I patiently explained. Dad shook his head continuously. "I don't know you. I don't know you. I have to find my daughter. Find my daughter. This is my daughter. Have you seen her?" The 73-year-old man, shakingly from his bag, took out a missing person notice, held it up to my face, asking in an aged voice. I looked at Emily's photo on the notice, heart unbearably sour. The police beside sympathetically said, "The elder forgot even his name. Where he lives also doesn't remember. Only remembers finding his daughter. We already checked his daughter's registration. ID cards all revoked." My nose stung, eyes red, looking at that aged face. Softly said, "Dad, I've certainly seen her. She's my wife." Dad forgot, "She's at home. Emily came home." Mr. Johnson nodded repeatedly. "Right, Emily. My daughter's name is Emily. Emily Johnson. Must be Emily Johnson." I affirmed once. Dad somewhat doubtful. "She came home?" "Came home." I gently lied to the old man, smiling, happily saying, "Good to come home. Good to come home. Go. Take me home. I also want to go home. Go home to find Emily. I'll take Dad home." My eyes teared up, holding his bony hand, slowly walking out of the station. After that I brought Mr. Johnson home. But Dad's serious illness couldn't last 2 months before passing. "Dad, this time I'm not lying. Emily really has come home." I looked at the father's photo on the tombstone, smiling, saying, I looked deeply at the photo on the tombstone. In the photo, as if Mr. Johnson was also looking at me, smiling, Emily finished paying respects to her parents, then followed me to visit my parents. She had little contact with my parents. When newly married, was somewhat prejudiced against her mother-in-law, because my mother wasn't very pleased with her as daughter-in-law. Even said dating my son was fine, but to marry at least wait until 30, after finishing PhD. When work was stable, then consider. At that time, Emily had just entered society, prideful and self-respecting. Felt she didn't even want to marry that early. It was I who insisted on marrying right after graduation. Marriage, as if she was the one anxious to get married. She suppressed the irritation in her heart, smiled, saying, "Right, Auntie is right. I think so too. David, listen to your mother." But I just gripped her hand tight, seriously looking at Mother, saying, "Mom, it's not that she wants to marry. I want to marry. I really can't wait that long." Many couples, dating in college after entering society, different environment, different relationships, different opportunities too. Going and going, they break up. Emily and I, though confident we won't be like that, but I don't want to bear that risk. Mom, I truly love her. I only want to marry her when I love her most, and remember for life. This joy I don't want to forget. My mother frowned, still somewhat opposing. Now you're young and impulsive. What if you regret later? Why fear an uncertain future and miss present happiness? I gently squeezed Emily's hand. We looked at each other, smiling. The affection in our eyes no one could cut. Saying more is useless, I'm very certain. This moment, I extremely want to marry her. This whole life only love her alone. Emily, looking at me like that, so happy she had no pride or self-respect left. Though my mother didn't like her, she was willing to let it go. She gripped my hand back tightly, solemnly saying, "Auntie, I'm also very certain. I truly want to marry your son. I'll be good to him. I swear." My mother's heart still rippled, not wanting her son to suddenly marry. Then my father stepped over, advising, "Young people, liking themselves is better than everything. I'm not saying they can't be together. Marriage is a big matter. Need to be older to think thoroughly." My mother said, "Thinking too much can't get married. Look at society, so many over 30 still not married. All thinking back and forth, choosing back and forth can't establish a family." My father said, Okay, however you like, just don't regret later." Finally, my mother also yielded, though feeling her son could find someone better. But 1,000 gold can't beat the one in the heart. If son likes, then let him. After marriage, my mother never interfered in our small family matters. Phone calls also rarely to us too. Only New Year eating one meal together. Eating also politely, though not intimate. But this kind of invisible mother-in-law, never picking or prying like this, was very liked by Emily. Usually, when she bought things herself, often remembered to buy portion for my mother. After my mother received, would immediately transfer a big red envelope. After transferring, that's it. Also didn't notify beforehand. Emily knelt before the grave, reverently kowtowed 3 times, hands clasped, eyes closed, softly saying, "Mother, from now on I'll take good care of David. Won't let him be sad anymore. Mother, rest assured." I knelt beside, lit long incense sticks with white bamboo, myself bowing 3 times, inserted incense in the burner, lit 3 more, giving to Emily. She followed, bowing 3 times. Finished the ceremony. I went to the cemetery bathroom, fetching a bucket of water, got a rag, meticulously wiped clean the dust on tombstones. Emily squatted beside, pulling weeds. While pulling, looked up at me. I skillfully wiped all tombstones once, went to change another bucket of water, used clean rag to wipe once more. The black tombstones under noon sun reflected streaks of white light. In the cemetery, only heard wind rustling and occasional birds flying past, so quiet that people's hearts seemed buried down there too. Emily looked at my serious expression, movements flowing like water and clouds. Already knew these years I'd visited graves many times. All these years, I alone sent off 4 elders one by one. Must have hurt so much. Thinking of this, she ached again. She silently watched the man beside her, quietly arranging each fresh flower brought in the vase before the tombstone. After a long while, I finally turned, asking, "Shall we go?" Emily nodded. "Let's go." I stood up, brushing dirt off knees, suddenly pointed to a plot beside, telling Emily, "Oh right, that's our grave." "What?" Emily's eyes widened, quickly walked several steps to look. Only saw on the black tombstone no words carved yet, but could see it was a double grave. Our grave. Years ago, when arranging burial for the elders, I conveniently bought it. I also stepped over, looking at the tombstone, saying back then could still buy plots in advance. Now policy doesn't allow anymore. Emily dazedly looked. The grave right before eyes, between parents' grave and my parents' grave, right next to each other, like a family gathered neatly. She suddenly smiled, heart especially satisfied, thinking about after 100 years, being able to lie with parents and the one she loved. Her whole being had a place to rely on, had roots now. This long stretch of life, even if only one person left, wouldn't be afraid. Emily happily turned her head, patting my shoulder, saying, "Very good, well done. A family should be beside each other." I looked at her, not speaking, eyes carrying a smile. I understood her too well. When the salesperson introduced the plot, I already thought, if Emily were here, she'd definitely buy. She'd definitely want to be beside parents forever. So I didn't hesitate, bought immediately. But Emily suddenly moved closer, linking arms with me, continuously saying, "Graves already buried together. Should we go redo marriage registration? Otherwise later, how can we be buried together, right? Need legitimate status, right? Let's discuss later." I quickly pulled my hand back, picked up the basket from the ground, lowered head, walking down the mountain. Okay, back at her, tell we'll talk slowly." Emily deliberately teased. "Be serious for me at the cemetery." I glared at her once. Emily covered her mouth with hand, acting like okay, I'll listen to you. I didn't answer. Head down, walking ahead. Emily, looking at my reddened ears, laughed softly, turned back, looking once more at parents and my parents' graves, then turned, following. The sorrow seemed to gradually settle. At least she still had me beside her. Even if one day she went first, wouldn't be afraid. After all, in the end, we'd still be beside each other. Even death couldn't separate us. Chapter 20. Just want to be a little closer. Chapter 20. Just want to be a little closer. Leaving the cemetery. Car drove smoothly toward downtown. Emily rolled down the window, elbow resting on door, one hand propping chin, silently watching scenery outside window. From overlapping mountains embracing the river to entering the city. High-rise buildings suddenly retreating rapidly. Opposite traffic also getting heavier. Simple lanes rarely saw bicycles. Mostly electric bikes. Buzzing past, Emily watched everything, remembering the town that raised her. How it was before, compared to now, no matter how many times looking, still felt somewhat unreal. Every time like this, she'd turn glancing at me once, then look outside again. What do you want to eat tonight? I drove looking straight ahead asking. Emily thought a while, saying, I want to eat the black bean noodle shop in front of my house. Add a braised duck leg too, fragrant and meaty. Don't know if still open, let's go look. Definitely not open anymore. The whole area where she lived had been demolished. I said that, but knew clearly she still wanted to go home and look. Therefore, car still drove toward the road to her house. Over an hour later, the car stopped on a 4-lane wide road, engine off, parked by the curb. I opened the door, stepping out. She also followed, getting out, looking up. Her old neighborhood had been built into new apartment complexes. Outside the complex was a wide road and neatly planned green tree belts. She stood still in one spot, slowly turning in a circle, looking all around, not seeing any traces of the past. Couldn't help asking, is this really my home? I shook my head, pointing into the apartment complex. Your home was in that complex. Was demolished 6 years ago. She held the apartment complex fence, looking inside for a long time before saying, can't recognize anything as my home at all. Her house was once a 2-story house the family built themselves. Built when her grandparents were still alive. 2 floors with 7 rooms, plus the yard over 400 square meters. In the yard usually grew cucumbers, luffa, bok choy, scallions, ginger, garlic every season. Every evening, her mother cooking would always call loudly from the kitchen, Emily, go to the garden and pull 2 scallion stalks for Mom. Back then she still wore pigtails on both sides. Would skip running into the garden, pulling a handful of scallions, sometimes waking up early, brushing teeth in front of the vegetable garden. Suddenly, discovering several small tomatoes already bright red, she'd hold the toothbrush in her mouth, pick the reddest one down, wash it clean. After brushing teeth and washing face, put it in her bag, take to school to eat at lunch. On the west side of the yard was also a magnolia tree her grandfather planted when he was young. The decades-old magnolia tree, lush with branches and leaves. Every magnolia blooming season, even while sleeping. In dreams could smell the flower fragrance. Someone once came asking to buy that tree. 30 years ago offered $10,000, but her father wouldn't sell. Her father said that magnolia tree was planted by ancestors. Old trees have spirits. To protect peace for the whole family. As long as the Johnson family has people, it can't be touched. Back then she heard her father say this. Even thought when she was old, would also sit under that magnolia tree. Tell her grandchildren. This magnolia tree was planted by the Johnson family ancestors. Old trees have spirits. To protect our peace, no one is allowed to sell it. Selling means destroying the family. Where's my magnolia tree? When demolishing, was it cut down? She turned asking me. No. That tree was moved to the city park. Some belongings from your house. I helped collect everything. Stored at my old house. I explained carefully. The compensation money then. I used to buy 2 apartments in Boston for Michael. Now the price has increased quite a bit. Wow, you really have an investment eye. Later, even if Michael doesn't study well, can't make money, can still be a landlord. She knew I was joking to cheer her up. Also very cooperatively, acting obviously happier. Michael studies very well. No need to worry. I smiled saying, with you here. Back then someone as poor at studying as me was saved by you. Let alone Michael taught by you since young. She turned, patting my shoulder. Let's go. Nothing left anymore. Nothing worth seeing. Find somewhere to eat. Let's go. I also didn't look back, getting in the car. The moment the car wheels turned, she still couldn't help turning back, looking at that apartment complex once more. No image overlapped with memories in her head. Even the trees, flowers, and air were different. Such a completely strange place. Made me unable to feel any attachment. Just felt somewhat sour. She couldn't help sighing. I was always watching her. Immediately asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Just feel fortunate to still have you. David, only you haven't changed. She lowered her head saying, if even you changed, I really wouldn't know what to do. Hearing her say this, I gently lowered my eyes. Silent, I didn't know how to tell her. Actually, I had changed a lot. No longer like what she liked. I had aged, thinking more rigidly, no longer humorous like before. Body also starting to be troubled by illness. Someone like me now, no different from old houses in the city, or an appliance about to be obsolete. How could I make young people like me anymore? I said I hadn't changed, only because time was still short. She just hadn't noticed yet. The next few days, I took her around all the streets in City H. Also went to see the magnolia tree in the city park. The decades-old magnolia tree, when in the home yard, was very large, but when placed among the forest of trees in the park, became not very prominent. Moreover, it wasn't magnolia blooming season. She couldn't even recognize this was her family's magnolia tree. She kept asking, "Is this really my magnolia tree?" "Yes, I personally moved it here," I said. She stepped over the low fence, walked to the magnolia tree, touched the bark, walked around the trunk. Finally, on the trunk over a meter from the ground, discovered a hollow. She excitedly shouted, "This really is my magnolia tree. Look at this hollow. I made it with a pencil sharpener when little. When young, she was very naughty. Every time Mother punished her, standing under the magnolia tree, standing bored, she'd take the pencil sharpener from her pocket, scratching back and forth on the trunk. Over time, became a hollow as big as a fingernail." I looked at her smiling. "I know, back then you showed me. Said if Dad discovered, Dad would be furious. Said if you killed the tree, would definitely get spanked. My dad was just threatening. Never had the heart to hit me, even if I tested poorly. Even if I caused trouble outside, he never hit me." She looked at the magnolia tree with red eyes, as if back in the yard of the past, when coming home from school, often saw Dad sitting under the magnolia tree, fanning while reading newspaper, Mom picking vegetables, cooking in the yard. Seeing her return, Dad would smile saying, "Back already? Hungry? Dinner's almost ready. Bought apples inside. Tell Dad to wash for you to eat." Mom standing outside nagging, saying Dad was like an old man, only knew to rest. Right after work, just sitting there doing nothing. Okay, I'll go wash apples for my little princess." Dad happily went to the kitchen, taking apples, washing clean, also carefully peeling, cutting into small pieces in a bowl, bringing to her, doing homework in her room. "Emily, eat apples." When young, she wouldn't look up, saying, "Eat later, doing homework." Dad said, "Then Dad will feed you." Then took an apple piece to his beloved daughter's mouth. She bit crisply, both sweet and crispy, eating while smiling at Dad. Dad asked, "Sweet?" She giggled, "Sweet." Dad said, "Dad went to market early to buy." She looked at Dad, as if waiting for praise. "Thank you, Dad." Dad just watched his daughter write homework, occasionally feeding another piece. Mom, sitting under the magnolia tree in the yard, watching father and daughter inside while smiling, saying, "This old man only knows how to spoil his daughter." She touched the scratch on the trunk, tears welling. "Magnolia tree, do you still recognize me? I'm back. Later, when I have money, I'll buy a big villa, then plant you in the yard, okay? You'll still be our Johnson family magnolia tree, okay?" She hugged the tree tight, full of attachment, laughing while asking. The park quiet, only wind blowing gently through, making branches sway slightly. A few leaves fell on her, as if really answering its little master. She picked up a magnolia leaf, happily looking at me, saying, "The magnolia tree agreed. It still wants to be our Johnson family tree." Must have agreed, I gently said. She smiled, gave the magnolia leaf to me, looked up asking, "What about you then?" I confusedly took the leaf. "What?" She looked at me asking, "When will you agree to be the Johnson family's son-in-law again?" I gripped the leaf stem tight in my hand. I twirled the leaf in my hand, feeling amused, so said, "Who proposes with a tree leaf?" She said, "This isn't an ordinary leaf." I laughed. "Right. This is a Johnson family leaf. Good that you know." She said, "This is a leaf that sooner or later must return to the Johnson family, just like you. You might not know current real estate prices. To earn enough money for a villa, I'm afraid it's quite difficult. I'll work hard. We'll be extremely hardworking. Make lots of money," she said very seriously. After speaking as if finding life's purpose, happily ran forward several steps, turned back shouting loudly at me, "Whether it's you or the tree, I'll bring home. You're all mine. No one can hope to escape." I looked at her back, corner of mouth slightly curving up, heart beating so fast couldn't control it, arms also starting to tremble. I clenched my fist tight, put both hands in coat pockets, took a deep breath. After a long time, finally exhaled. This kid, so many years past, still makes me flutter and love like this. On the way back, we passed by our old high school. The school had changed names, from City H High School number 48 to H International School. The name sounded much fancier. Student uniforms now were small vests. Short skirt style also looked real, making her look enviously. Kept holding my hand saying, God, if our uniforms were like this, how good. You wearing these outfits? Definitely handsome beyond compare. Like the male lead in Korean dramas. Suddenly I feel, our school back then, making us wear such ugly uniforms, must have been thinking of us. Otherwise everyone beautiful and clean, fair skin, pretty face. Who would want to study anymore? Would only want romance. I glanced at her but said nothing. She noticed that, pulled my sleeve asking, what was that look just now? You're calling me shallow, right? No, I seriously denied. I just don't agree with your viewpoint. She suspiciously asked, where did I say wrong? I looked at her, smiling, saying, someone wore ugly uniforms, but all day still only thought about romance. So you see, wanting love or not, has nothing to do with uniforms. It's decided by the person. She pouted. You saying someone means me, right? I didn't say that. Don't randomly attribute things. I tried avoiding her gaze. She humphed, believing you would make me the fool. Deliberately continued. Thinking back, if I'd succeeded in romance in high school, later probably wouldn't be your turn. I glanced at her once, coldly said, then go try loving now. Won't need me any more later. Hearing my strange tone, she hurriedly came close, coaxing. No, I was just joking. Are you really angry? I'm not angry. I headed forward. She grabbed my hand, pulling while sweetly coaxing with a smile. Look at my Mr. Chen, always saying he's old, but gets angry just like a child. Still saying you're old, more like a kid. I looked at her, hanging on my arm, anger still not subsided. Shook my hand off, frowning, saying, walk properly. Right. She stood up straight, acting innocent, looking at me. Seeing me turn to continue walking, she chased after, grabbed my hand. I shook it off, grabbed again. I removed it again, continued gripping tight. This time I struggled but still couldn't remove it. After a while, finally I let her lead my hand, walking. She smiled triumphantly. Stuck with me, still want to run? Dream on. Tonight, no matter what, I'll drag you to my room. We found a random restaurant near the hotel, ate some simple dishes. She while eating meat, while calculating tonight's matters. Eyes like hooks stuck tight on me, being watched until scared. I paid, then told her, tonight I have something. You go back to your room, rest. First. What matter? Have to leave tomorrow. I want to meet a friend. Friend, she asked. Who? You don't know them. You have friends I don't know? She was surprised. Everyone I knew was within her control. Now there was someone I'd never mentioned. That won't do. Can I come along? I thought a while, then said, if you want to come, then come. Seeing me agree so quickly, she followed without hesitation. I led her to a flower shop, bought a very beautiful fresh bouquet. She asked, is it a woman? Yes, a woman. When did you meet? Very long ago, when I was 14 inches. Not first love, right? No, a neighbor lady. I told, when young my parents were busy working. I was often home alone. That lady opened a flower shop, so I often went there to play. She was very nice. Sounds like a gentle woman. She said. No, I smiled, as if remembering that lady. She was a strange person. Had no relatives. Flower shop was unprofitable, but talked to flowers all day. As long as flowers bloomed beautifully, selling or not didn't matter. Must have had money at home. Otherwise how could live so comfortably? She said. Maybe, I said, then stopped by the riverside. We're here. Where's the person? She asked. I opened the bouquet in hand, gently released it into the river. Said softly, she passed away several years ago. Left me a letter. Said she had no relatives. Asked me to scatter her ashes in the river. Oh. She raised eyebrows, looking at the river, sensing I really missed that lady. The relationship between us must have been very good. Why have you never mentioned before? When happy, don't think of it. Every time sad. Often come to the riverside, then remember her. I lowered my head, eyes as if carrying beautiful memories. She was a very good person. Taught me many things. She clasped hands together, closed eyes, softly mumbling in her heart. Flower lady. Flower lady, thank you for taking care of David. I'm Emily Johnson, David's wife. He only now introduced you to me. Really stingy, hiding even small secrets. Later, I'll often come visit you. You must also bless David and me to be happy forever. I looked at her with eyes tightly closed beside me, frowning, as if performing some ritual. I asked, what are you doing? She smiled, saying, I'm greeting your flower lady. She said she really likes me, told me to take good care of you. I burst laughing. All made up, not made up. She smiled, acting like hearing something. If you don't believe, then try listening. Enough, let's go back. I finished speaking, led her back. She followed behind me. 2 people walked back to the hotel, up the elevator, followed me to my room door. I swiped the card, opening the door. She also squeezed in, following. I raised my hand, blocking. Aren't you going back to your room? Yes, but the new phone I'm not familiar with. Teach me a bit more. She was slippery as an eel. In one move slipped right past my arm, into the room. I called her once from behind, finally helplessly closed the door and walked in. Don't know what operation. I looked and saw her hiding the phone behind her back, looking up at me full of mischief. It's night, why don't you close the door? I glanced at her once, then turned, looking at the door. Just got back, opening for air circulation. She pouted, showing disbelief. Clearly you're afraid of me. Quickly close the door. I won't do anything to you. I, somewhat embarrassed, pressed my lips. Quickly stepped back 2 steps, closing the hotel room door. The hotel room wasn't large, only about 10 square meters. There was a double bed, the walkway only wide enough for 2 people standing side by side. Near the window was a work desk and single sofa chair. She jumped once, immediately claiming the sofa chair, took off her shoes, then comfortably curled up on the chair, taking out her phone while scrolling the screen, while secretly observing me. I stood near the door. After a while stepped forward a few steps, then stood still again, then stepped back 2 steps, standing at an angle, asking, don't know how to use what on the phone? Watching movies, watch a few minutes, then asks for membership. So annoying, she said while shaking the phone. I have a member account. Use mine. I took the phone she threw over, logged my VIP account into the movie app. Only took a few seconds to finish. If I use it, can you still watch? She asked me. Yes. One account can log into 2 devices at once, I answered, while handing the phone back to her. But the distance between us was somewhat far. She just reached out her hand, not willing to move even half a step, meaning I had to hand deliver it to her. I had no choice, could only step forward 2 steps, planning to place the phone in her hand. Unexpectedly, she suddenly twisted her hand, grabbed my hand, pulled hard once. I was pulled forward, stumbling, afraid of crushing her, so quickly braced my hand on the sofa armrest to keep balance. I was just about to ask what she wanted, when I already felt her using her other hand, pressing hard on the back of my head, looking up, then suddenly kissing me. I opened my eyes wide, unable to believe. My nose filled with a scent long unfamiliar, like the smell of ripe peaches in summer, faintly sweet, my lips being bitten back and forth by her. She was like a small puppy, continuously biting my lips, craving my response, but my whole body was stiff. It had been 21 years. I'd never been intimate with anyone like this. Didn't know what to do, didn't know where to put hands and feet, didn't know whether to push her away or hold her tighter, only knew, my long cold heart, as if resurrected, beating loudly, hurting my ears, when her whole body pressed close, hugging me. I could even feel every pore on my body trembling with excitement. She kissed me wildly, but realized I was stiff as a log, not responding at all. Secretly opened eyes to look. Seemed I wasn't objecting either, so she became bolder, let go of my hand, sneakily touching all over my chest. These actions for her had no obstacles, because she was my newlywed wife after all. Before parting, still passionately intoxicated. Things like this, strange if we didn't do it several times nightly. She even remembered my first time, was also this kind of pretending to be proper. Clearly already traveling together. Even booked a double room, mouth saying sleeping separately for safety. When night came, really was very gentlemanly, slept in his own bed, didn't do anything excessive. Until the trip was almost ending, she saw me, lying clean and fresh under the covers, on the bed exactly 1 arm's distance from her, using gentle sweet eyes deadly saying good night, so she couldn't hold back anymore. Turned off the light, midnight crawled to my bed, then ate me up. She still thought she was like a seductress, eating clean the little monk she'd watched for days. Still felt somewhat guilty, unexpectedly only ate halfway before being led by me. I even shamelessly turned on the light, with a research spirit, meticulously tried again several times in a row. HMPH, this guy when young was already pretending to be proper. Don't look at how calm he seems now. Just need a few more moves. His true nature will be exposed. Thinking this, she laughed softly. I heard that laugh, ears heating up a bit. About to speak, but was kissed again by her. Her 2 hands started touching everywhere again, when her hand moved downward, I was like being electrocuted. Suddenly pushed her away hard. The push was very strong. She fell, hitting the sofa, making quite a loud sound. She raised her head, surprised, looking at me, eyes wide, asking, "What's wrong?" I turned my back, whole body trembling, breathing hard, gritting teeth, saying, "Go back to your room. Wasn't it fine just now?" She stood up from the sofa, asking, You don't want to?" I shouted, "I told you to leave." She was startled, clenched her hands, bit her lip, aggrieved, saying, "Why are you yelling? You don't like it. Before you really liked me taking initiative. Before was before. Now I'm old. Don't need you forcing anymore." I lowered my head, gripping the iron bar at the window, hands cold and painful, but heart empty, feeling nothing. "What do you mean?" She started getting angry, literally. I closed my eyes, trying to endure, turned, looking at her. "You think I haven't changed at all. But Emily, I've changed too much. So much even I don't want to list. Don't want you to know, because I hope in your heart. I'm still like before, the type you like, not like now. I really can't understand you. What's wrong with you now? Why do you think I don't like current you?" She stomped, shouting, "I like you. Like, I love you." I heard that confession, didn't feel happy at all. Only felt tired, closed eyes, saying, "Stop talking. You go, I don't want to hear." Why? She wouldn't let go. I turned my back to her, gritting teeth, whole body trembling. My heart was tearing apart, body also struggling, head hurting like it would explode. I gripped the railing tight, hesitating whether to tell her or not. My body was really terrible. The doctor once said post-surgery complications were very serious. If it continued worsening, I could have a stroke, become disabled. But I knew, if I said it, she would never leave me, would take care of me, love me, stay with me for life. But she's so good, so beautiful, so young, like a flame, a beam of light, brilliantly dazzling. How could I let her bind herself to a man about to be disabled, like me? I couldn't bear it. The more I thought, the more it hurt. My body couldn't take it anymore. Started convulsing violently. I collapsed to the floor. She screamed in panic, my face pale, pointing at my clothes. She immediately rushed over, searched through all my pockets, finally found a medicine bottle. Trembling, opened the cap, poured out a handful, asked in panic, "How many pills?" But I couldn't answer. Whole body convulsing, almost unable to breathe. But my mind was still very clear. She screamed in terror, my face pale, pointing at my clothes. She immediately rushed over, searched all my coat pockets, finally found a medicine bottle. Hands trembling, opened the cap, poured out a handful, panicking, asked, "How many pills?" But I couldn't answer. My whole body convulsing, almost suffocating. But my mind was completely clear. I looked truly pathetic, so angry, to the point of just wanting to die. I least wanted her to see this appearance of mine, yet it happened right in front of her. I was ugly to this extent, disgusting appearance, weak, even distorted. I was in so much pain I wanted to scream, but couldn't make a sound. I convulsed, then bit my tongue. Blood started flowing from my mouth. Emily intently looked at the medicine bottle and the instructions on the bottle. Finally determined it was 3 pills. She held the pills to my mouth, but couldn't get them in. My jaw had stiffened from being wet. She absolutely couldn't open it. She was anxious to the point of being drenched in sweat. Finally found a key in the suitcase. She shoved the key into my mouth, struggling to pry open a small gap, then shoved the pills inside. I was still convulsing non-stop. Emily tilted my head to one side, using hands to hold my body tight, not letting me hurt myself. Don't know how long passed. The convulsions finally stopped. I gradually recovered, difficultly and silently sat up. Emily wanted to come support me, but I pushed her away. "Go back to your room first." My voice hoarse. Emily sat on the floor, sadly looking at me. I said sternly, "Go." Emily understood me, knew that I didn't want her to see my pathetic appearance. She quickly stood up, saying, Okay, I'll go. Don't be angry anymore. I'm leaving, you rest," Emily said with a smile, but eyes full of tears, voice also full of worry. I didn't turn around, also didn't dare say another word, because afraid with just a slight movement, I'd return to that ugly appearance from earlier. Emily stood outside the room door, silently lowering her head. My health had always been good before. Previously, absolutely didn't have this illness. When exactly did something happen that made me become like this? Emily thought painfully. The years I wasn't there. How exactly did I live? Chapter 21. I love you, forever love you. Chapter 21. I love you, forever love you. When Emily called Amy, Amy was lying in bed telling her child fairy tales. She just answered, hadn't said many sentences. The child beside kept calling, "Mommy, why aren't you telling the story? Tell it quickly, Mommy's on the phone. Sweetie, can you sleep first?" Amy gently coaxed over the phone, but how could one stand not hearing the whole story? Kept whining, absolutely wouldn't listen. Amy had no other choice. Could only tell Emily to wait a bit. After she coaxed the child to sleep, she'd call back. Emily, of course, immediately agreed. After hanging up, she sat alone on the big hotel bed. The night sky outside the window pitch black, occasionally car horns sounding. She gripped the phone tight in her hand, two hands hugging her legs tight, eyes glued to the wall in front. The room next door was mine. Don't know what David is doing now. Emily really didn't want to leave me, even for a minute. She kept trying to endure, trying not to let herself run over to find me. She really wanted to return to familiar life soon. That was her safe and comfortable zone. She really wanted to return there. But I wouldn't let her return. Maybe I should be clearer with her. Be clearer about her position in my heart. Be clearer about her weight and meaning to me. So she would truly believe me, not mind this 20-plus year gap. Emily silently looked at her phone, opened the Instagram account I created for her. Account only had 6 or 7 old friends added today. Emily opened my chat window. My Instagram name was just David Chen. Profile picture was a sky photo. Nothing on the profile. Completely empty. Even cover photo not set. Emily opened her own profile. Thought a while, then posted 3 photos from today. 1 was the magnolia tree I took her to see in the park. 1 was my back walking ahead. 1 was her selfie. She wrote in the post, "Our family magnolia tree, growing very well in the city park, both tall and big, lush branches and leaves. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Must take me every year from now on. Love you." After writing, she hit send. After a long while, only Jake Jong commented, "David and I planted it together. Should thank me too." Emily replied, "Thanks, little Jake." Jake Jong hadn't been called that for years. Emily really was close. Jake was a bit over the top. Emily plus David. Emily just saw my reply. Immediately opened chat. "You still not asleep?" Then she stared at the chat window. Saw I was typing, but typed forever without sending anything. 2 or 3 minutes later, even the typing line disappeared. Emily sighed, thinking why hesitate so much? I was already this age. Getting a young wife, what's wrong with that? When Emily was almost falling asleep from waiting, finally Amy's call came. "Hee, what did you need me for?" "Nothing really. Just last time too many people, couldn't talk much. Leaving tomorrow, wanted to call and chat with you." Emily leaned against the headboard, laughing. "I also want to meet you properly again, but at home the child is still small, always clinging to me," Amy said tiredly. "You're raising both kids?" Emily asked. "No, the older one is a boy. In-laws wouldn't give him, so left with ex-husband. I only raised the little girl." Amy's voice somewhat tired and dejected, no longer lively and enthusiastic like in memory. Emily lowered her eyes, gently said, "Next time we meet, bring your daughter." "I haven't met her yet." Amy immediately agreed. "Yes, next time I'll bring her to meet you. You and David should hurry and have one too. You're still young." "But David is already 44. Need to hurry." "I want to hurry too." "But he won't," Emily said, full of distress. "What, he won't? How could that be? All these years he's been waiting for you. When his mother was alive. Don't know how many people she matchmade for him. He wouldn't even look at one." Amy immediately said. She knew this best. David's mother and her mother were card-playing friends, often played cards together. While playing, complained about her stubborn son. The match-made girls were all pretty, both educated and young, yet he wouldn't accept any. Single-mindedly waiting for someone already dead. Don't know what he's thinking anymore. Later, as time passed, his mother also gave up, let him do whatever he wanted. But every time mentioning her son, still couldn't help wiping tears. Emily, hearing Amy tell the story, thinking of mother-in-law, also felt sour in her heart. Sighed, saying, "I don't know why either. I can feel he still loves me, but doesn't want to be with me. He always says he's changed. Already old. I don't know where he's changed either. Amy, you know, I don't find him strange at all." Emily habitually scratched her finger, said over phone, "Though these days I've been very sad, also somewhat afraid of this world that's past 21 years. But just thinking of him, my heart is happy. He clearly suffered so much for me, waited for me all these years, yet in my heart I still feel happy, just because thinking, so David really loves me this much. I'm really too happy. My heart is filled with this love, even 10 years later." 20 years later. This whole life I won't forget this feeling. Amy, I'm really too selfish. Turning his inner suffering into my sweetness. Emily irritably messed her hair, lightly hit her head several times. Really too much. Amy on the other end, hearing her say this, also couldn't help laughing. Hee hee. If any man treated me like David treats you, I'd be sweet for life too. But Amy, I discovered David now has epilepsy. He didn't have this illness before. Do you know what happened? He didn't have this illness before. Do you know what happened? She asked. I think I heard Jake Jong mention something. Said that year David was hurt saving Dad. Saving my dad. Emily couldn't believe it, immediately asked again. Amy nodded, saying, Actually, I'm not very clear either. I heard Jake Jong tell it. Seems like years ago. David and your dad went looking for you together, then encountered a landslide. To save your dad, he was crushed by rocks. Took 2 days before being dug out. David's head seemed badly injured, but they were in a town then. Remote and poor place. Medical equipment so poor, couldn't save him. Almost lost his life. I heard Jake say, that year, David's father called a helicopter to take him away, but already missed surgery time, though returned later. But post-surgery complications were very severe. Amy's voice over the phone, word by word, transmitted into her ears, her whole body stunned. The sweet feeling of love from that story, the joy, in an instant turned to ice. Pain, piercing every cell in her body. Her tears, suddenly flowing from her eyes. Gripping the phone tight, not even putting on shoes. Barefoot rushing out, running to David's door, raising hand to knock hard on the door. Wanting to call me loudly, wanting to see me immediately, wanting to see where exactly I was hurt, wanting to ask how much pain I endured, wanting to tell me how much she loved me, wanting to hug me tight, wanting to cry loudly for me in heartache. But arriving at my door, she stopped, her 2 hands covering her mouth tight, red eyes staring at the wooden door, then slowly sitting down. But no, can't do this. She closed her eyes tight, grinding her heart once more. Taking a deep breath. She knew I didn't want to tell her. I had my persistence and pride, to the point of rather leaving her than speaking out. These things I must care about deeply. Yes, who wouldn't care? Who wouldn't want to be with their loved one in best condition? If the current appearance makes me feel better, then let it be this way. No matter what, she wouldn't leave me anymore. Even if I rejected her, or said couldn't be with her, she would cling to me. She sat in front of the door, sniffling. Just thinking of my matters, tears couldn't stop falling. She didn't want to return to her room, just wanted to be a little closer to me. Hotel guests passed through the hallway, seeing her sitting crying alone at the door, glanced curiously, then walked on. She took out her phone, opened my Instagram chat, with teary eyes typed, David, I love you. Love you so much. Today love a bit more than yesterday. Tomorrow will love a bit more than today. David, I owe you 21 years. Later, can I make it up to you? David, I'll treat you really well, really, really well. Whatever you like to eat, I'll buy for you. Whatever you like to do, I'll go with you. Forever, forever by your side. David, 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 I love you, forever love you. While she was crying and texting non-stop like this, the door suddenly opened from inside. She confusedly looked up, only saw me, holding phone in hand, glaring at her saying, You're not sleeping. Standing at my door spamming messages? She widened her red eyes, sniffling, looking at me with watery eyes, softly said, I just miss you. David, I miss you. Even just in the next room, I still miss you. David, tonight I want to watch you sleep. I won't do anything, just watch you, okay? I'm begging you. I looked straight into her eyes, 2 hands clenched tight. I heard clearly my heart beating, felt my chest breathing hard from violent beating. I knew clearly, I'd fallen too deep into this love, never thought to escape, also never thought would fall even deeper, a bit more flutter. She always had the ability to easily ignite passion and love in me, always making my heart burn like this, burning fiercely without bounds, then looking at me aggrieved, asking what should I do now? What could I do? Even I didn't know, only knew I couldn't push her away, not even a bit of strength left. I slowly opened my clenched hands, pulled her sitting on the floor to stand up. She followed my pulling force, rushed into my arms, hugging me tight, with me stepping back 2 steps, then gently kicked the door closed with her foot. I looked at the just closed door, couldn't help sighing in my heart. Really no other way. All my boundaries, before Emily's tears and pleas, were too weak to withstand a blow. Early morning, the 7 o'clock alarm rang. I opened my eyes, fumbling for glasses on the nightstand, put on glasses, sat up from bed, finger accidentally touching the person beside. I turned, looking at that girl. Long black hair spread on the pillow, fair face buried in the pillow, eyes closed tight, long lashes, long like a fan, sleeping appearance gentle and sweet, like a maiden stepping out from a painting, radiating special light, filling my heart. I raised my hand, gently stroking her hair. The soft, smooth feeling, like in memory, made me unable to suppress a smile. I tilted my head, then lay down on my side, lying beside her, eyes open, silently watching her, sometimes gently stroking her hair, sometimes touching her ear, sometimes sliding hand across her cheek and lips, until she woke up, corner of mouth slightly smiling, slowly opening starry eyes, looking at me saying, "What time is it?" 7:30. "I can sleep 10 more minutes." She looked at me, softly saying, she smiled, not sleeping anymore. After speaking, she just looked deep into my eyes, then said, "I haven't brushed teeth. Can I kiss you?" I raised hand covering her eyes, thinking in my heart, "Don't so early in the morning already seduce me like this." Clearly I'm no longer that 20-year-old young man anymore, but just seeing that look in her eyes, hearing those words, I still couldn't help sinking in. 21 years ago, my blood still boiled. Early morning, most feared being entangled by her in the covers. Entangled until not wanting to leave bed, also not wanting to go to school, just wanting to curl up with her all day, to reduce her attraction. I always got up early to jog, by breakfast, after showering clean, changing clothes, then waking her, and she every morning waking with sleepy eyes, hair messy, demanding my morning kiss. I'd pinch her mouth saying, haven't brushed teeth yet, not kissing, what nonsense. Wait for her to wrinkle nose, unhappily finish speaking, then quickly rush to bathroom, handle neatly, then rush out, using hands still with moisture, holding my face, hugging, kissing me for a long time at the door, only then letting me go outside. David, remembering those days, even now heart still feels sweet. I always felt I was a born sculptor. The things she did, like holding a small chisel going ding ding, creating great echoes carved deep in people's hearts, making people never forget. She said, "Then I'll go back to my room to change. 8 o'clock meet up." She saw I didn't object, also didn't dare pressure me, then crawled up, returning to her room. She wanted to leave more space for me. Last night, she didn't ask about my injury. I also didn't say. She knew I didn't want to share yet. If don't want to say, then fine. Won't pressure, it's okay. Still a whole long life ahead. She definitely would make me drop all worries. Only fell asleep past midnight. She turned, reached out, grabbing my hand outside the covers, gripping tight, feeling my warmth and skin touch. My hands still long and pale like in youth, like model hands in art class. Still remember that year when she and I were together. Then she was sophomore in college. I still studied hard. Always first to arrive at library every morning. Also always last to leave at night. Coursework load also very heavy. Our date spot was always the library. Just met. She always wanted to stick to me constantly. Only hated, couldn't be by my side every minute, every second. But in library couldn't talk. Also couldn't hug or kiss. She could only longingly look at my handsome face and my beautiful hands. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Sometimes I got embarrassed by her staring. Would turn, asking her, "Nothing, just want to hug you. Also want to kiss you." She carelessly spoke her heart, making me blush red. I glared at her, raised hand poking her forehead. "What's in your head? Read less romance novels." She got poked but wasn't angry. Instead laughed, pulling the finger I just poked with. "Such beautiful hands. Why use them to poke my rock-hard head? Did it hurt your finger? Let me blow on it." After speaking, she placed my hand on her lips. Blowing twice. I was blown by her, feeling ticklish, numb and happy. Sweet smile on face couldn't be hidden. Seeing her boy-crazy appearance, I couldn't help saying, "You're really too much." "Fine, I'll hold your hand then." After speaking, turned head seriously, reading, just this time only using one hand to flip pages, other hand gripping hers, not letting go. Ears burning red, corner of mouth curved. After that, every time we went to library to read, always sat together. One person using left hand to flip pages, one person using right hand. Other hands definitely had to grip each other tight. On the way back to the city, she wasn't heavy-hearted like when going, also wasn't silent anymore. She sat beside me, much more lively, linking arms with me, gently resting head on my shoulder. My shoulders very broad, bones somewhat hard, body still had faint nicotine smell. Very comfortable. Sunlight through high-speed train window, shining on us. Warm, gentle, somewhat dazzling. She smiled, turning head, burying face in my chest, avoiding the sun. I didn't speak all the way, gently letting her fidget in my arms, sometimes tightening grip, pulling her closer to me. When we're back, can I move to your place? She asked. Move then. I hesitated slightly, but still nodded. I lowered head, gently playing with her fingers, voice carrying endless intimacy. It's also your home. She smiled brightly, turned kissing my neck lightly, then obediently leaning on me. What about Michael? I'll go talk to him. I gripped her hand tight, calmly said, don't worry. Okay, she heard such certain answer. Heart felt truly at ease. Just arriving at high-speed rail station, we stepped outside. Suddenly 2 men rushed over from the exit, one holding camera, one holding microphone blocking us. Hello, I'm a reporter from City Ethics newspaper. I want to interview Ms. Emily Johnson. May I ask if you have some time? She startled. Interview what? Why interview me? I'm not a celebrity. We received news. Heard you're someone from 21 years ago. Want to ask, how's your life after returning? Are you adapting? Who's the person beside you? She squinted, looking at the camera. Stop filming me. Flash is blinding my eyes. I don't want to do interviews. Also don't want to be in newspapers. Sorry, we don't accept interviews. I stepped forward, gripping the hand of reporter holding camera. If you don't want to be sued, please delete those photos. Sir, please don't be like this. Be understanding. We're just doing our job. Give us just half an hour. If it's an exclusive interview, we can even apply for support fee for you both. The reporter, seeing me too firm, immediately acted pitiful, but I wasn't led by those tricks. Sorry, we just got off the train. Also quite tired. Contact my assistant later. After speaking, I protected her, leaving. Reporter still wouldn't let go. Called loudly, Emily Johnson, do you know among those on the same train with you, 2 have already died? What did you say? She stopped, feet frozen. 2 people died. What do you mean? You don't know? Reporter showed a sly smile. If you agree to interview, I'll tell you. She looked at me. I gently nodded. We followed the reporter to a coffee shop. Since it was past 1 p.m., coffee shop quite empty. She sat opposite the reporter. Photographer opposite me. Set up camera pointing at her. She looked into camera. Emily in the lens. Half face obscured by green plant beside. Couldn't see face clearly. Only saw figure. Is this okay? Photographer asked. I nodded. Can it be blurrier? Already very blurred. Blurrier. And can't see image anymore. Photographer said, somewhat troubled. Really can't see anything like this. Fine then, seeing me nod. Finally started interview. You've been back 1 or 2 months. How's life recently? Reporter asked, facing such huge changes. Isn't it very difficult? Quite difficult. She lowered head, saying, what do you find hardest? Suddenly, having no family anymore. Suddenly, becoming alone, in an incomprehensible way. Can't eat dad's braised pork anymore. Also can't hear mom nagging anymore. Everything is different. No familiar place anymore. What helped you overcome? Because my husband is still here. He helped me be strong. He kept our wedding home. Took care of my parents until the end. When I wasn't here, he did everything he should. When I returned, regret and guilt somewhat lessened. She spoke while looking at me, calmly recounting our days together. The help I gave her. All the care, attention and love. Helping her soothe the void and anxiety of 21 years. You know, you're really very lucky. Interview ended. Reporter sighed. Among the 20 people on that train, 2 have already committed suicide because they couldn't accept that family was all gone, or if still there, didn't want to acknowledge them. Some couldn't find anyone at all. Reporter said heavily, you're the only one our newsroom could find, still living well. Hearing this news, she clenched both hands, heart endlessly pained. For those fellow passengers that day, I couldn't even remember names. Also couldn't remember anyone's face. Just together, going through a strange journey. But hearing that news, my heart as if burned by fire, burning unbearably hot. I understand that desperate feeling, the feeling of being oppressed by an estranged world, like a giant monster rushing at them. Some strong, using all strength to resist, some weak, swallowed immediately, some lucky, still had family reaching out, using warm embrace to protect them. I'm truly fortunate. I belong to the latter group. She raised her head, looking, accurately finding where I was standing. She immediately reached out, unconsciously seeking my help. I hurriedly stepped out from behind the lens, one hand gripping her hand tight, one hand hugging her tight to my chest, silently comforting her, bringing her infinite sense of security. The reporter seemed also moved by us too. Thought a while, then said, but you two should be careful. Besides the 2 dead, heard there's another missing person. Missing? She widened eyes in surprise, my eyes carrying some unease. It's that driver. Heard from construction site coworkers. He hasn't been to work for days. Phone calls can't reach him. Wages not collected either. Don't know what happened. Reporter frowned, then said, "Thank you for accepting our interview. Hope your life is happy." After speaking, reporter holding today's strange news. Happy mood paid and left. She frowned. Heart uneasy about Ryan and Nathan Joe's matter. Unconsciously hugged me a bit tighter. I gently stroked her head. Softly said, "It's okay. I'm here." She smiled. Her hanging heart also slowly calmed thanks to that comfort. I didn't know, though newspapers reported about her. Society had no reaction, because people didn't believe such things happened in the world. Just mocked reporters having no topics, making up stories like writing novels, then publishing. Really a joke. Chapter 22 Suddenly becoming stepfather. Chapter 22 Suddenly becoming stepfather. Leaving the station, we called a car. I took her to the old house first. Told her to pack things, while I went to talk with Michael, then come back to pick her up. She had no objection. Getting out, happily ran upstairs to pack. Actually, she didn't have much to pack, just some clothes I bought for her, and few personal items. Less than half an hour, everything arranged. Obediently, sitting on sofa waiting for me to pick up. On this side, I arrived home. First cleaned the living room, then washed a new set of sheets. After drying, spread on bed, walking back and forth in room, arranging everything. Though I was gone a week, house still quite neat. Could see Michael had helped clean, but still some places somewhat messy. I slowly cleaned bit by bit. Right then, Michael came home from school. Seeing me at home, very happy. Ran over, "Dad, you're back. Next time Dad goes to sweep grandparents' graves, take me along too." Next time I'll take you." I smiled, nodding, while speaking while wiping dust on cabinet. "There's something I want to tell you." "What is it?" Michael threw his bag on sofa, consciously got towel from bathroom, then actively helped me clean house. "That sister you met before, I want her to move in with us." I put down the towel. Looking at Michael, softly asked, "Do you agree? Is Dad planning to marry her?" Michael asked. "Yes, we'll marry." I answered. "Does she know about Dad's illness?" Michael asked again. "I haven't told her, but she probably won't mind." I answered. "Oh," Michael nodded. Lowered head, forcefully wiping cabinet. "As long as Dad is happy, I'm fine. Thank you," I said emotionally. "Thank you for accepting me marrying." "Thank what?" Michael lowered head, forcefully wiping glass cabinet. "So later I have to call her mom." "No need, just call her sister." She said calling mom sounds old. I laughed. "So picky. I call her sister. Call you Dad. She calls you husband. These relationships are a bit confusing." Michael frowned, looking like a little old man thinking. "Or, I just call her by name." "Fine, whatever works." I saw Michael didn't object, then agreed. Mood so good even voice became lighter. While cleaning, couldn't help humming an old song. Michael looked at his father immersed in love, like a happy young man. Couldn't help also smiling. He hoped Dad would be happy. Wanted Dad cheerful. Didn't want to see every night Dad just sitting silently watching the night, eyes dazed, sitting in one spot all night. Didn't want to see Dad smile. Also carrying sadness and fatigue. Compared to the mother never met, he more hoped his dad happy and cheerful. He'd grown up. Even if stepmother wasn't good to him, didn't matter. He was 15, already a man, completely able to protect himself. If later had younger siblings, he could also, for Dad, treat them well a bit. Anyway, as long as that woman wasn't too bad, he was willing to accept the woman who made Dad happy, made this family more complete. "Come with me later to pick her up." Michael heard Dad, using voice full of expectation, asking from behind. "Moving in today already?" Michael somewhat surprised. "Doesn't this woman know to save face at all?" I nodded. "She wants to live together with us." "Fine, as long as Dad is happy." Michael outwardly agreed, but thinking inside, this young woman clearly knows Dad's condition, yet eagerly wants to marry in, really blinded by love, or some other purpose. Michael turned looking at his father overflowing with happiness, secretly worried inside. My dad so naive and honest. Could he be deceived? "Dad, after she moves in, will you give all salary to her? Of course, also savings account. Give to her to keep, right? House, adding her name to deed. That's natural." Michael looked at the smile, both bright and naive, of his dad, silently clutched chest. "Oh heavens, this old house is really on fire, truly a disaster. Might be swindled completely clean." Father and son finished cleaning, sky also dimming. I drove, taking Michael to the old house where she was staying. Just entering the door, Michael looked her up and down, though met before, but hadn't looked carefully. Now observing carefully saw. Indeed, she looked very pretty. Smooth face, big round sparkling eyes, looking at people as if full of love, even when he looked into those eyes. Also had illusion she loved him very much, let alone his dad, an uncle who hadn't loved anyone for 20 years. No wonder Dad was completely smitten. Really a woman with tricks. He couldn't help being vigilant. Michael, you came to pick me up too. She saw the boy naturally, very happy, walked to stand before him, smiling greeting. Doesn't look too bad. Michael muttered inside. Mouth awkwardly said, I didn't want to pick you up. Dad forced me. Okay, thank you. She still smiled brightly, thanking. Let's go. I reached, taking her already packed luggage. She hurriedly tried to grab it, but I pushed away. I insisted on carrying for her. Two people tugged back and forth. Finally, Michael couldn't stand it. Stepped over, pulling suitcase handle. Said, it has wheels. Just pull it. Oh right. I took the pull handle. Happily walking ahead, she followed behind with a sweet expression. Michael couldn't help sighing. Has my dad always been this foolish? How come I never noticed before? Arriving home, I took her to the already prepared room. You stay in this room. Next room is mine. Michael's room is across. If you don't like this room, upstairs has 2 more rooms. Choose whichever you want. She looked around the house. Actually, nothing to complain about. Just asked directly, I can't sleep in the same room with you. Her shameless question made Michael, eavesdropping outside, almost kick down the door. Only saw Dad's face, strangely pink, almost embarrassedly said, wait a bit more. So wait until when? She smiled, hooking my finger, swaying. I don't know how long I'll need. She smiled, stepping forward, wrapping arms around my neck, sweetly said, okay, I won't rush you. When you're ready, tell me. I nodded. Then kiss me first. She looked at my appearance now, like so much didn't know how to express. Again clinging to me, demanding kisses. I pushed her away while saying, can't. Michael is outside. Just one, she pleaded. Can't. My protesting voice getting weaker. I completely didn't realize how I looked in my son's eyes. Looking just like a big girl being teased. Michael really couldn't watch, shaking head hard. Quickly stepped to living room, calling, I'm hungry. What's for dinner? Oh, coming. My voice from the room somewhat flustered. A while later, I finally came out from the room. Face full of lipstick marks. I, somewhat embarrassed, coughed lightly, then said, let me see what's in the fridge. It's late tonight, won't go shopping. Let's eat something simple. Anything's fine. Michael glared at me, then said. I hurriedly dove into kitchen, cooking for my son. She stepped out from the room, face with satisfied smile like just stole something. Eyes closed, sitting on living room sofa, smiling brightly at Michael. Hungry? Should we order takeout? Want KFC? Michael glanced at her. Doctor said, I don't eat junk food. Fine, I'll eat. She shook head, answering, completely ignoring Michael's disrespectful tone. Still happily took out phone to order. Hey, can't order food, Michael commanded. Why, you don't eat, so what? Still won't let others eat. She, unhappy, glanced at him, Michael's face full of displeasure. If you order food now, what about what Dad makes? Dad worked hard cooking. You don't eat. Is Dad happy? She, hearing this, slightly frowned, put phone away. You're right. After speaking, she looked at Michael, smiled, asking, hey, Michael, you really love your dad, right? Nonsense, Michael glared at her. I'm telling you, if you dare deceive my dad's feelings, I absolutely won't forgive you. She didn't say anything, just smiled, looking at him. The smile made Michael angry. Irritably asked, hear clearly? Heard clearly, she smiled brightly. Don't worry, I won't deceive David. Better be. Michael crossed arms, acting grown up. As long as you treat my dad well, I won't mistreat you. She burst out, giggling, couldn't help reaching to pat his head. Got it, little young master. Her hand just touched his head, was immediately swatted away. Michael, face red, angrily shouted, Who let you touch me? After speaking, he stood up, running to room to do homework. She looked at her hand, he hit red, laughed, squinting eyes. Little brother in our house, raised by me, personality exactly like mine, adorable to death. She stood up, humming, swaying into kitchen, saw I'd taken off jacket, wearing white striped shirt and simple dress pants, standing before gas stove, hand wearing apron, sleeves rolled to elbows, dress shirt still neatly tucked, skillfully holding spatula, other hand holding wok, stir-frying noodles on stove, noodles with shredded meat, onions, potatoes and bamboo shoots cut small, looked very delicious. White smoke rising from wok, being sucked away by humming range hood. I flipped the wok once, slightly lowered head, hair falling down, covering half forehead, high nose bridge, wearing glasses, though through a layer of glass. She still clearly saw long fan-like lashes, and eyes sparkling like stars. Me at this moment, gentle, beautiful enough to make her heart skip. She couldn't help stepping forward, hugging me tight from behind, and I, as if already knew she would do this, not surprised at all, continued stirring noodles. Just corner of mouth, couldn't hide smile. Michael outside, hearing no movement, again sneaked out, seeing the scene in kitchen. Heart softened, also smiled along. Fine, as long as Dad feels happy, even if that woman is a fraud. He'd also treat her better. Just hope she deceives Dad a bit longer. Michael returned to room, closed door, took out only photo of parents. That photo yellowed long ago, even somewhat blurry. Could only vaguely see Mother's figure. Probably a beautiful woman, looked quite like that woman, but Mother wasn't as lucky as her. Michael looked at photo one last time reluctantly, then tucked into a book, locked in deepest drawer in room. He had to be careful, not let that woman know she resembles his mother. Otherwise, if she gets angry and fights with Dad, with someone like Dad, quiet and cold, definitely wouldn't know how to explain, so better to hide it well, though somewhat guilty to Mother. But from now on in the house, can't have Mother's photo or shadow anymore. As long as Dad feels happy is enough. Though sad, but at 15, Michael still had some expectation for new life. He really hoped. Days ahead, no more storms. This house always has warmth and home cooking smell like today. Always peaceful and warm like today. Michael, come eat. I called outside door. Yes, coming. Michael hid key in piggy bank, then went outside. Stir-fried noodles already plated. I gently said, fridge is empty. Tonight eat this temporarily. Michael wasn't picky. Picked up chopsticks immediately, digging in. Emily also picked up chopsticks, eating, but after few bites felt nauseous. She hit chest several times from acid reflux. Uncomfortable until eyes red. What's wrong? I worriedly asked. Are these noodles expired? Strange smell. How could that be? It's good. Michael immediately refuted. Women really troublesome. She saw my worried face, hurriedly comforted. Must be me. Recently eating anything feels nauseous. I looked at her, not speaking. After a while cautiously asked, not pregnant, right? She widened eyes, immediately, as if awakening. Right. Based on frequency of living together after marriage, 21 years ago. Very possible. Michael chewing noodles, raised head glaring at her. My dad becoming stepdad? Can tolerate anything, but not this. He doesn't agree to this. She received pregnancy test from my hand. I just bought from pharmacy downstairs. She felt her face heating. Last time she used this was summer vacation junior year college. I and she went traveling. After a month and a half no Aunt Flo. She started panicking. Still hadn't graduated then. If really pregnant, what to do? Late at night she called me outside. Sitting in alley behind house, biting nails. Face full of tension, asking, what now? Life's over, right? I was still a young man then. Seeing her about to collapse, quickly grabbed her hand, asking, what's wrong? She shyly looked at me, stammering, this month, I haven't had my period. I was only 19 then. Immediately understood. Face flushed red. Is it? Don't know, she stomped. It's your fault. Said traveling with me. Ended up going nowhere. Just holed up in the room doing that. I was panicking too. Also felt wronged. Clearly when we went, I didn't plan to do anything excessive. Even booked a double room. But midnight she kept demanding, saying I seduced her, doing this and that. Next morning too lazy to leave the room. Still sleeping with me in the room. A young vigorous newlywed like me. Of course couldn't control myself. Whatever. Now tell me what to do. She both fierce and pitiful asked me, if it's real, then have the baby, then marry. I said without hesitation, you say have and we have. After birth who watches? Who raises? She started worrying just thinking about having a baby. I hurriedly said, I'll watch, I'll raise. If really pregnant, next year I won't do graduate school. Anyway, senior year can already do internships. With my degree, just extending a bit is easy to find work. My advisor last time even asked if I wanted to work in his lab. Though first year salary not high, but formula money still enough. About childcare. Daytime can have my mom help watch. Evening we watch ourselves. She looked at me. I immediately arranged everything afterward. Suddenly she worried less. True, next year we're seniors. Graduates from 2 top schools. No matter what can find work to live. But she didn't want a baby this early. She panicked to tears. Wasn't she just infatuated with my looks? Didn't expect consequences this big. Don't cry anymore, don't cry. I sighed, saying, if you don't want then okay, great. Were you just waiting for me to say this? So you don't have to take responsibility. Not like that. I hurriedly hugged her close. How could I not want it? A baby from you, I'd definitely love endlessly. Really. I smiled, comforting her. though unplanned, but also a gift. Sounds reasonable. She touched her belly asking, will it be a boy? I hope for a boy like you. Then I'd have 2 princes. I prefer a girl though, a sweet soft little princess. She said boy. I said girl. She said boy again. Fine, all up to you. Boy first, then girl after. My voice in the long dark alley sounded so gentle and happy. No, 1 is enough. Shouldn't we marry first? You're not old enough. Then, have wedding ceremony first. Have baby then throw party. We discussed forever in the alley. I ran to pharmacy buying more pregnancy tests. Gave to her. Said test tomorrow morning when waking. She took the tests. Seeing my ears bright red, she couldn't help laughing. Next morning, I bought her breakfast early, brought to her house. When I knocked on the Johnson door, her dad was just leaving for work. Emily's still sleeping. Go wake her up. Yes, bye uncle, be careful. I politely greeted. Her dad also liked me very much. Very happy seeing us together. I entered, put breakfast in living room, then familiarly went upstairs, pushed open her room door. She was covered with thin blanket sleeping soundly. AC temperature in room very low. She wrapped blanket tight around herself, only head showing. I smiled, stepped over touching her head saying wake up. Lazy girl. She didn't bother responding. I called again, Emily, Emily, Emily. She didn't bother, closed eyes turning over. Still wouldn't answer. I pinched her ear, pulled her hair. Clearly awake, still won't get up. Still pretending. She closed eyes. Using lazy horse just woke voice said, beautiful princess under sleeping curse. Must be kissed 10 times by prince to wake. I laughed. Princess hasn't brushed teeth. Prince is a bit reluctant. 10 times she pouted demanding kisses. Really no way with you, I said seeming annoyed, but face was happy smile. I bent down, kissing her wildly. 10 kisses done. I feel you kissed my face all wet. She opened eyes laughing. Enough playing. Quickly get up and test. My eyes had dark circles. I didn't sleep all night. Even thought about how many banquet tables, which hotel to choose, what to name the baby. Also told my dad, hoping to choose one of family houses. As newlywed home, Dad already agreed. I thought so much, thinking about having a baby, both nervous and excited, also somewhat scared. I was afraid I couldn't take good care of her, afraid she and baby would suffer, but also very expectant, thinking she would give me a lovely baby. Couldn't sit still all night. She still lay there not moving. I gently coaxed, Emily, quickly go. Want to scare me to death. Don't need to test. She lay in blanket dejected saying, why? Got my period last night. Aunt Flo visited last night. I froze. After a while comforted, it's okay. Still chances later. Stop talking, quickly throw all these away. I was confused all night. Also felt somewhat embarrassed. She pulled the pregnancy tests I bought for her last night from bedside, stuffed in my hands. I looked at those things feeling awkward. Scratching nose said, these can still be used later. You dreaming? Next time without protection. Don't dream of touching me. She glared at me, but saw me. Today dressed exactly how she liked most. White short sleeve shirt, black long pants, clean neat without excess, fair arms exposed, hanging loose beside long legs, slender fingers holding bag, face somewhat flustered, black smooth short hair obediently falling on forehead, revealing refined features, whole person in morning light as if covered in soft glow, beautiful enough to take breath away. She hugged her pounding heart, silently turned around, thinking this damn guy, really born matching my aesthetic, looks beautiful from any angle, want to pounce but can't. Handsome men really delicious, but must be careful using. Got it. Next time I'll prepare fully. I thought she turned away, was angry at me for not preparing well on trip, hurriedly apologized and coaxed. I really didn't mean to, really hadn't prepared anything then, especially didn't expect you'd be so proactive, so couldn't control, still scared thinking back, though having baby would be cute, but she still wanted with me, enjoy few more years of two-person world. Back then, I was only 19 inches, planned to finish graduate school, then marry, thought 25, 26, having kids most reasonable, work also stable then, savings and time also enough, can teach kids better, if then, second child policy loosened even better, I could have 2. That year I firmly believed, she and I would have many more years together, would have lovely children, but didn't expect, after would be 21 years hopeless waiting. Middle-aged David lowered head, sitting in living room waiting. Bathroom door slowly opened. I raised head looking. Only saw the girl from memory walking out. Hand scratching head awkwardly. My eyes full of expectation looking at her. She pursed lips. Somewhat annoyed said, negative. She said probably just ate something bad. Well, not pregnant is also good. I suppressed disappointment in my eyes, softly said, "Later I'll take you for a checkup." She didn't dare look at me. In the bathroom she had tested twice, both only one line, "Definitely not pregnant." She started feeling regret. After marriage, still made me use protection. Should have had a baby from the start. That way now she could give me the joy of fatherhood in middle age. Seeing me clearly disappointed, yet trying to appear calm, she felt infinitely heartbroken. She stepped over, patting my shoulder. "It's okay. Still many chances later. I'm still young. How about we try tonight?" I glanced at her once, neither agreeing nor refusing, just ears red, stood up saying, "Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital. You're not working again today." She followed behind, asking. I took leave. I lowered head, walking ahead, taking leave again, careful of unemployment in middle age. She laughed, chasing after me. I turned, glaring at her once, saw her smiling like a little fox. I couldn't help raising hand, tapping her head lightly. She immediately seized the opportunity, grabbing my hand. Ouch. Such beautiful hands, how can they hit people? Should be placed in my palm. I pressed lips, smiling at her, gripping her hand tight, suddenly said, "You know what you just said is called?" "What?" she asked. "Those are cheesy lines." I pulled my hand back, turning to walk. "Cheesy to the point of nausea." She blinked, unable to believe. "Didn't you used to love hearing those?" Why changed now? Chapter 23. Finally, I have a reason to let go. Chapter 23. Finally, I have a reason to let go. I drove her to the hospital. Got number, saw doctor. Doctor examined, found no problems. I still wasn't reassured. Took her again, for a complete health check series. Not necessary. Last week, I just had a checkup. She thought about getting blood drawn repeatedly. Whole body resisting. I just ate randomly, so stomach hurt. I looked at her. No, nauseous whenever eating. Must find the cause. Otherwise will affect health. Okay. Listen to you. She rolled up sleeve. Bravely extended arm. Closed eyes tight. I saw her so scared. Couldn't help placing hand on her arm, to reassure her a bit. Actually, she wasn't afraid of pain. Just couldn't stand seeing her blood drawn. When she felt my movement, started acting up, gently leaning into my chest, acting weak and timid. "Ah, so painful." It's okay. Almost done." I comforted her, softly coaxing. Actually, she was fine, just deliberately acting pitiful, to lean on me, even demanding I support her to walk. That delicate appearance, really something. From afar, Hannah saw this scene. The man always cold and distant, rarely smiling or talking, now wearing almost fawning expression, carefully supporting the girl in his arms. The gentle protection, like holding a treasure. She'd never seen this scene. Director Hannah. "What's the matter?" An elderly white-haired doctor walking behind Hannah asked. "Oh, nothing." Hannah smiled. Continued. "I heard Professor Zhao recently researching a brain cell activity stimulating drug. Wonder if could cooperate with our company. Your company has so many talents. Still need me?" Professor Zhao laughed dismissively. "Precisely because your company's conditions are good. That attracts many talented people. Whoever agrees to join. We provide private laboratory, all equipped with world's best equipment. As long as you agree, I'll strive to get you a top research team. The best laboratory too. Research funding also at company's highest level. Definitely won't let you lose out. I know your company is generous, but this project I've reported to hospital. If really want to cooperate, please contact our hospital leadership." Professor Zhao finished, then didn't stop. Continued walking forward. Just then bumped into Emily and me. I saw the professor. Immediately let go of her. Slightly bowed, greeting, "Hello, Professor." Professor looked at me, patted my shoulder familiarly, saying, "Perfect timing. I was just looking for you. Last time you mentioned the topic, brain activity stimulating drug research. Recently, I have some new ideas. Come with me for a bit." I looked at her once. She pushed me away. "You go, I'll wait here." I smiled at her, slightly nodded at Hannah as greeting, then followed Professor. She looked at their backs, though over 21 years passed, but she still recognized. That was my old professor from pharmacy department, Harvard. Also my graduate advisor. He always valued me highly, often assigned me to handle his projects. She was about to find a seat waiting for me, then heard a voice greeting, "Hello." She turned around, saw the woman greeting her, wearing a fitted light gray business dress, chin-length bob full of elegance, light blue silk scarf, carrying black Hermes bag, whole body designer brands. Obviously very successful. "You're Emily Johnson." She didn't know this person, but remembered this was the person that day, pretending to be my wife at the old house, making her misunderstand. Thinking of this, She immediately entered battle mode. So you're the peach blossom I brought home. Watch me handle you with no way back. I'm Hannah, his business partner. She stepped over, politely extending hand. Actually, you should know me. He and I went to same university. When I called asking him some questions, you answered several times. So it was you. She suddenly remembered. In college, there was a girl, looking bright and clean, dressed somewhat country, always calling me senior, often texting, calling asking me to help with assignments, listed by me as someone to guard against. Didn't expect now transformed so fashionably. Hannah smiled elegantly. That's right. I always wanted to see you again. Today finally have the chance. Oh really? Something to see me about. Seeing her speak so gently, she also felt embarrassed to be harsh. Nothing major. Just heard from him you really hate me. I want to know why. She looked at her, asked gently. Did I say that? Probably not. She forced a smile, though actually had said it, but asked directly felt embarrassed to admit. Don't know what I told her. Hannah laughed softly, looking at her, saying nothing. Hospital hallway, people coming and going. She lowered head smiling, then said, just finished blood draw. Haven't eaten breakfast, right? She nodded. Come, I'll take you downstairs for something. He'll probably talk with Professor for a long time. Hannah's voice gentle, made others feel cared for. So considerate, couldn't be hated. She hesitated a bit, then nodded, agreeing. So two went to noodle shop beside hospital. Hannah gently asked what she wanted. Give me a bowl of beef noodles. She answered. She nodded, then went to counter ordering. Scanned code paying with phone. She hurriedly ran over. Let me pay, let me. No need, I paid. She pushed her phone away, smiled saying, being able to chat with you is also my wish. This bowl of noodles as thanks. Chatting with me is a wish. You're overpraising. She being flattered also felt happy. Talking with this woman felt really comfortable. This must be what they call high EQ. Two people sat by the glass window waiting for noodles, while chatting casually. Hannah's eyes looking at her, mixed with letting go and nostalgia. Actually in college, I already liked him. I know. She nodded. If didn't like, why text me at midnight? Nothing to do but ask me to solve problems. So that's why you told him you hate me. I know. She nodded. If didn't like, why keep texting me at midnight? Nothing to do but ask me to solve problems for you. So that's why you told him you hate me. I always hated people wanting to interfere with our relationship. You too, right? Seeing her so straightforward, she also comfortably spoke out. You know, just because of that sentence, he rejected me 3 times. I pursued him over 20 years. Confessed 3 times. Last time I thought I was about to succeed, but he still rejected me. Just because of your words. She said that. She licked her lips, not knowing what to say. Should apologize, not necessary. Actually, I did hate you. I always felt I really resented you. But when I knew you returned, I wanted to thank you. You're back. I can finally let go. Don't need to compete with you, who's more persistent. She smiled sadly, though lost, but I'm convinced. Actually, David is very good. But I think you didn't need to waste so many years for him. She couldn't help comforting her. That's because you don't know how good he is to you. Sometimes even I don't know if I love David or love the way he loves you. She lowered her eyes, remembering things from the past. She remembered very clearly the first years when Emily went missing. She pretended to search for news about Emily with him, to get close to David, even went out of town with him once. That time was to San Francisco, because she heard the accident car had appeared there, and San Francisco was her hometown. She was very enthusiastic, welcoming David, driving her family's car, taking him through every alley, looking for that white minibus. When night fell, he parked by the harbor, looking toward the Golden Gate Bridge opposite, silent without a word. She bought hamburgers for him. He hadn't eaten all day. Eat something. Back then David was only 26. Took the hamburger from her hand, but didn't eat, still looking toward the bridge. Sea breeze blowing through, messing his black hair. Night lights made his face look deeper and melancholic. Posture leaning on railing made his legs look longer. He became more attractive. She didn't dare look at him anymore. Heart beating too fast, feelings of affection clearly exposed. She quietly bit the hamburger. After a long while, she heard David ask in low voice, "Have you been to the bridge?" "Been there, I'm from San Francisco." "Of course been there, many times too." She quickly added, "You want to go? Cross checkpoint can go over, very convenient now." He lowered eyes. "Really, you want to go?" He asked again. She answered, "Want to." He slightly shook head. "I don't." She bit another piece of hamburger. "She wants to go." Hearing that, she couldn't help turning to look at him, but he said nothing more. That she wants to go, he didn't explain. But she understood. He meant Emily wanted to go. Don't know why. She felt the hamburger in hand lost taste, even realized, in the coming years, she had no chance with him. That was the first time she clearly realized she couldn't have this man. First time she gave up on David. After graduation, she went abroad. But years later, she didn't meet anyone who made her heart flutter to the point of not daring to look straight. She always remembered David by the seaside at night. Too attractive, too melancholic, making people remember forever. So she came back, returned just when David finished surgery. Situation very bad. Thinner than when she left, face pale. Temperament even quieter. Like a dead lake without ripples. She often visited him. Even joined research group with him. Worked with him. For a long time, he was always in that state. Until he brought back a baby. Told everyone it was his son. At first she thought he adopted. Later heard from his mother. Learned it was Emily's brother. When baby turned 1, she attended the celebration. That day, David always gently held the baby named Kevin. Everyone advised him to put baby down to eat. He just smiled, said, "Put down, he'll cry. Eating like this is fine, no problem." That night, he always held the baby tight in his arms, only using one hand to pick up food. When baby cried, he was always first to notice. If hungry or uncomfortable somewhere, party ended. She deliberately stayed last, helping him clean up, turned looking at his gentle face, and that melancholic face by the seaside that year now seemed completely different. She couldn't help lowering head, asking softly, "You really plan to raise the child alone?" He nodded. "Of course, I can help you raise the baby. I mean, wouldn't it be better with a mother?" she worriedly asked. He stopped, thought a bit, then said, "He has a mother. My wife is his mother. But isn't it sister?" she asked again. He answered, then wait for her return to change the title. She lowered head, didn't ask more, knew she failed again. Later, she discovered, seemed David poured all longing and feelings for his wife into Kevin, caring for the child, lacking nothing. Sometimes she wanted to ask him, "After all, it's someone else's child. Don't you want your own child?" But she didn't dare ask, afraid after asking even friendship would be gone. So just hesitated like that. Hesitated until now. Hesitated until she was tired too. Wanted to let go but couldn't bear. Couldn't bear David, truly alone. No one to help. No one to love. But Emily had returned. The person she waited so many years had returned. Finally, she had reason to let go. She remembered her one-sided love of 21 years. Laughed softly, "I don't regret. Just tired. Emily Johnson, treat him really well. Otherwise I'll really become a wicked woman." Her smile mixed with tears. "A very, very wicked woman." She raised head, looking in her eyes, said, "Don't need your reminder. As long as I live in this world, I'll always be the one who treats him best." She stood up, smiled, nodding. "Blessings I won't say. Goodbye, Emily Johnson." She nodded. "Goodbye, Hannah." Two women shook hands, politely and properly said farewell. She had much to do, turned and left. She sat in place, finished the noodles she treated, thinking she was a good woman. But she was better. After eating, she ran back to hospital. By now David and Professor Zhao still hadn't finished. She stood outside the office, secretly opened a small window gap, looking in, saw David sitting inside, with Professor Zhao looking at documents on computer, discussing something. His serious, focused appearance was beautiful. She secretly watched him for a while. Seemed David finally realized some gaze was following him, turned and saw her. I couldn't help showing a smile in the room, that smile gentle and peaceful, like warm morning light shining ahead. I was enchanted by that smile. Suddenly remembered back in college. I often did the same, secretly, coming to the lab door looking for him. When he was doing experiments, I didn't dare disturb, only dared stand behind the door, outside the window secretly watching. He always seemed to have telepathy, suddenly raising his head and seeing me. I accurately located his position, then showed him a smile, filling the void in his heart. All this time, David in the office, hurriedly ended conversation with Professor Zhao, stepped out of the room, opened door asking her, "Did you wait long?" "No problem, take your time talking," she answered. Finished talking. "The rest will continue tomorrow in Professor's lab." While speaking, he led her away, conveniently waved goodbye to Professor Zhao. Professor Zhao nodded, glanced at the girl in David's arms. Only now did he suddenly remember. That's Emily, the girl from his lab class years ago, who easily made his favorite student, unable to break free from attraction. Professor Zhao laughed. Those youthful memories appeared like a slow-motion film, scene by scene clearly in mind. Old age makes one nostalgic for the past. Really an enviable couple. You just met my wife. I walked ahead, raising eyebrows, saying, "Wife?" I was surprised. "The person pretending to be your wife," she said again. "Oh, Hannah." I nodded. "I just saw her too. So, I think she's quite nice, elegant, educated. Good demeanor too." She stopped, leaning against the hallway window frame. Curiously asked, "Tell the truth. All these years, you never thought about accepting her?" I looked at her, didn't answer. She smiled, squinting, pushing me. "Say it, I won't be angry." I took a deep breath, silent for a while, then said, "Honestly, I did think about it." She glared at me. The relaxed appearance suddenly stiffened. She stood straight, staring at me. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. Trying to maintain composure, softly asked, "Then why didn't you accept in the end?" "Because I felt we weren't compatible." I walked to the window, frowning, said, "Mainly I felt myself wasn't suitable for marriage. Didn't want to hurt her. Like you said, she's a good girl." When weak-hearted, I really did think about hiding in her arms. But when reason returned, I felt that thought too cowardly. Maybe 10 or 20 years later, I would accept her. Who knows? I laughed lightly. Her face turned cold. That answer trying to drive me crazy. "Didn't you tell me to be honest?" I immediately defended, alertly. "HMPH, who knew you'd be honest like that?" She glared angrily at me. "You should say no. Never thought about it. I always waited for you. Never changed heart. And what's with your appreciative expression for her? Really hard to understand." I was somewhat innocent. "I really was waiting for you." "Waiting my ass." She raised hand, hitting me once. "You know that's called emotional cheating?" "Even thought about it. How many times?" I didn't dare be honest anymore. "Just once. The year my mother died." She reached, grabbing my collar at chest, standing on tiptoes, glaring at me, saying fiercely, "So emotionally cheated once already? I think you're like trapping others." I quietly protested. "So I'm trapping, so what?" She said, "If I didn't ask gently, would you honestly tell?" "David, oh David, your old head also quite scheming. Few days ago called me a flower. Today already calling me little old man." I unhappy raised hand, pinching her cheek. "HMPH, me from before and me today. In your eyes already two different people." She immediately pulled me down, leaning close to my ear, whispering, "Dare to cheat? I absolutely won't forgive you. Tonight go home, wash clean, wait for me." After speaking, blew lightly in my ear suggestively, humphed once, then let me go, turned, walking ahead. I raised hand, touching my ear, where she just blew, feeling itchy. I looked at her back, full of doubt. This one still no different from before, just like a female hooligan. She pretended angry, walking quickly ahead. "Actually, I understand myself. Who doesn't hope for an easy life? I'm just a normal person. Also have weak moments. Also know fatigue, want to give up. Also wavered before." She understands that, because if someone else might have given up early. Waiting until she returned wasn't easy, but understanding is understanding. Still must be angry. If not angry, how to have excuse to punish me tonight? She definitely must make me from body to soul completely belong to her. So this whole life, I won't have thoughts about anyone else. We waited at hospital over an hour more. Finally got test results. Report showed her blood pressure and cell activity both higher than. I carefully held the report. Brought to Dr. Friend to check. Doctor said might be from overworking body, causing some physiological reactions. Probably nothing serious. Just need to monitor for a while. Finally, doctor prescribed her motion sickness medicine. She looked at motion sickness pills, speechless. That ride was so long ago. Really should have taken motion sickness medicine from start. Your reaction really too slow. How long has it been? Only now starting to feel dizzy. Body sometimes reacts late. I said, why don't you rest at home few days? Don't go to work. Can't. I already took a week off. If don't work anymore. Even big umbrella can't hold up. She said, fine then, I'll drive you to company. If tired, call me. I thoughtfully drove her to company building. Got it. She got out. Deliberately walked around to car door, waiting for me to lower window. She bent down, leaning in, saying, tonight prepare well. I haven't forgiven you yet. Prepare what? I asked. You tell me. She winked at me, hand lightly touching my face. Just came out of honeymoon period. Remember a bit. Don't pretend innocent with me. My face immediately flushed red. I coughed lightly, glaring at her. Go to work quickly. What nonsense. Acting all proper for what? After scolding, she bent, kissing my lips quickly. Anyway, don't hope to escape. My Mr. Chen, bye-bye. Mr. Chen. I raised eyebrows, surprised at her calling. Couldn't help saying, sounds cheesy, but corner of my mouth couldn't hide the smile. She arrived at company. Just entering, bumped into Cola holding documents. Hey little Johnson, where disappeared for a whole week? She answered, went home visiting. Brought some local specialties for everyone. She smiled, entering office. Distributing the specialties brought. Nothing too delicious, just some pine nuts from my hometown. Come, share more. Pine nuts from my hometown, very big, fragrant too. Thanks. Cola and everyone took them, thanking profusely. Where's manager Nathan? Don't see him. She looked into Nathan Joe's office. No one inside. Not sure. Mr. Nathan didn't come to work today. Impossible. Workaholic like him also takes leave? She asked unbelievingly. Probably on business trip. Cola guessed. She busied herself in office for a while. Only at noon saw Nathan Joe slowly appear. He looked tired, as if he hadn't slept well. She held the specialty package, following him into the office. Manager Nathan, these are some specialties I brought back, leaving them here for you. Try them when you're free. She said, did you forget we're from the same hometown? Nathan Joe, looking at the large bag of pine nuts. What specialty are you bringing me? I've chewed these, until my teeth were worn. Right. Just brought some for everyone. Not bringing any for you wouldn't feel right, haha. Nathan Joe glanced at her. Couldn't help reminding, it's not 20 years ago anymore. Office colleagues don't need such formality. No need. I know. She smiled, saying, felt Nathan Joe's words somewhat sharp, but the person's still quite good. At work also didn't hide skills, compatible, quite easy to get along with. Nathan Joe yawned, waved hand telling her to go out. She asked, you look very sleepy. HMPH, you played happily all week, while I worked overtime all week, staying up every night. How could I not be sleepy? Nathan Joe glanced at her, then said, go make me a cup of coffee. Yes, sir. She went to the tea room, quickly brought in a cup of coffee. Nathan Joe didn't bother tasting, drank it all in one gulp. She was about to leave, but thought a moment, couldn't help turning back, asking, have you heard about Ryan's matter? Don't want to know. Nathan Joe glared at her. Didn't I say don't mention him in front of me? She clicked tongue, scratching head, said, I know shouldn't mention, but heard he's missing. Missing? Nathan Joe laughed coldly. Expression indifferent. He's been missing 21 years. Missing, isn't that normal? She saw he completely didn't care. Opened mouth. Hesitated, then still advised, if not then, try looking a bit. After all, he's not familiar with this world yet. What's it to do with me? Nathan Joe raised head, looking at her with cold eyes. He didn't raise me, now expecting me to care for him. Take care of him when old? Seeing his attitude, too resolute, she also couldn't say more. Other people's family matters, she shouldn't talk much. Fine then, I'll go work. Nathan Joe didn't raise head, intently looking at computer screen. When she left the room, secretly looked back, his expression still very cold, as if really didn't care at all. When the door closing sound rang, Nathan Joe finally let go of busy hands, frowning tightly, concentrated a while, then took out phone, opened blocked list, a normal phone number lying there. He thought a moment, removed number from blocked list, then put phone on desk, continuing work, but couldn't concentrate, kept wanting to pick up phone. Finally, annoyed, pressed company desk phone. Cola, come here a moment. Cola entered. Manager Nathan. Nathan Joe raised hand, let me borrow your phone. Cola puzzled. Nathan Joe tapped fingers on desk. Cola gave him the phone. Nathan Joe told him to unlock, then entered number from his phone. Made a call. Rang a while, but no one answered. Nathan Joe threw phone back to Cola. Frowning, said, go out. Yes. Cola called in, not understanding anything, then kicked out again, vaguely scratching head, not understanding what Nathan Joe was thinking. Afternoon. She and Cola went out shooting commercials. Arriving, found it was Michael's school. Shooting location was old teaching building behind school. After finishing work, she couldn't help wanting to see Michael. Last time she saw in the boys' homework, written class 9A3. So she searched for it. Class 9A3 was on second floor of a teaching building. She arrived just during class. Quietly, went to classroom window, looking in. Inside packed with people. Over 40 students. At first she thought, with Michael's height, surely sitting at back, but searched forever, couldn't find. Finally found him in third row. Michael raising head, attentively listening, occasionally stopping to take notes. That serious appearance really resembled young David. She watched a while, not wanting to disturb, stood to one side, until school bell rang. She went to classroom door, calling the boy. Michael, seeing her, eyebrows furrowed tight, put on backpack, then walked over. Voice full of tension asked, who let you come to my school? She was embarrassed by his words. Smile frozen at corner of mouth. My company came to shoot at your school. Saw you about to finish class, so picked you up. Who asked you to pick up? Michael glared at her. Wearing backpack walked around her. She wasn't angry. Following asked, what extra class tonight? I'll take you. No need, Michael said. Then eat dinner together? She asked again. No need, Michael refused again. Hey kid, don't be so cold. She grabbed his backpack strap laughing. Meeting is fate. Give me some face. Who has fate with you? Seeing your face at home every day. Already sick of it. Now even at school. Michael glared at her, saying, you want to date my dad? I won't stop you. If you serve well. Not impossible to give you some benefits. But don't dream too much. Really think you can be my stepmother. After speaking, he ignored her. Got on bike, about to leave. But she grabbed his hand. Michael? He annoyed shook her hand off. What are you doing? She gripped his hand tight. Looking at him said, I only want to be David's wife. Don't want to be your stepmother. You don't need to accept me. We mind our own business. But to make your dad happier, best to be harmonious. Who wants harmony with you? Michael said disdainfully. You do. She smiled saying, now I'm being nice to you. Best to accept, otherwise you'll know. What's the power of sleeping next to your dad? Having stepmother means having stepfather. This saying, folk wisdom didn't just make up. Michael angry. You dare threaten me. Is my dad easily bewitched by women? She grinned. Don't believe then try. Try then try. Who's afraid? Michael gritted teeth saying, after I finished work, coming home, just entering door. Saw her and Michael sitting in living room. I just opened door. Both turned, looking at me simultaneously. Eyes both sparkling. Expressions exactly the same. Dad, I have some math problems can't solve. Teach me. Michael ran pulling my hand. Speaking before I could put bag down. I gently said, okay. Wait for me to change first. Michael smugly glanced at her, as if declaring war. She raised eyebrows. Like a little fox followed me into room. Then locked door. Michael stood outside waiting forever. Waited forever. Didn't see Dad come out. He angrily knocked door. Dad, come out teach me math. After a while, I stepped out saying, I think you should think about solutions yourself first. Only ask me when can't solve. That's right. Children should learn self-study. Shouldn't ask at every turn. She stepped out from behind me, leaning on me echoing, your sister Lily is right. I nodded agreeing. Michael angry, pointed at us too, then turned and left. At dinner, Michael looked at table full of vegetarian dishes. Surprised asked Dad, didn't you say making spicy chicken for me tonight? Sister Lily can't eat spicy. Recently poor appetite. Can't eat oily food. So eating vegetarian, temporarily. I smiled bringing up a plate of boiled vegetables. She can't eat but I can. Michael shouted, hey can eat in a few days. I made a face of, you should give in to her a bit. Handed her the already served rice bowl. She smiled pointing at the mushroom dish saying, I want to eat that. I quickly picked up a piece. About to put in her bowl. She immediately opened mouth making an ah sound, signaling me to feed her. I smiled indulgently, brought the mushroom to her mouth. After she ate, still smugly glanced at Michael. Michael put down chopsticks, angrily stood up and left. Little Michael, why aren't you eating? I worriedly asked from behind. Eyes. Probably ate something on the way home, not hungry. She said, I've reminded him so many times. Stop eating street food. Kids, if don't listen then spank once. Once not enough then twice. Michael hearing this, angry enough wanting to turn back and wake his dad, so he wouldn't listen to her false accusations, but turning back saw Dad's gentle eyes at the dining table, and tilted face smiling. He had to swallow his anger, return to his room, his dad with him. Rarely smiled happily like this. Father and son eating together, always very quick. Dad also rarely talked, occasionally chatting few sentences, also very short. Never happily joking like now. One meal lasting so long. Midnight hungry deliberately couldn't sleep. Tossing and turning on bed. Room door knocked. Michael angry so didn't open door. But knocking still didn't stop. Finally he couldn't stand it and opened door. Saw her carrying a plate of beef fried rice. Standing outside door. Smiling eyes squinting said, made late night snack for you. Eat or not? Michael still wanted to act angry closing door, but she quickly slipped in. Hey don't be angry anymore. I was just joking. You're really a witch, only know how to bewitch my dad. Michael angrily pointed at her scolding. She smiled saying, okay, all my fault. I just wanted to show you some skills. Haha didn't expect such good effect. Good what good? My dad loves me most, Michael said firmly. Right, she nodded. Your dad loves you most I'm second, okay? At most I'm third. My mom is second. Michael corrected. She pouted fine. Third then third. Can we live harmoniously together from now on? She asked further. Then you can't compete with me for Dad later. In Dad's heart must also remember clearly. You're the third person, Michael emphasized. Okay, young master, got it, young master. I remember, young master. She brought rice to Michael asking, can eat now? Michael's stomach made gurgling sounds. He reluctantly took the rice plate for Dad's face. Right. She propped chin watching him eat rice. Seeing him eating well, couldn't help asking, delicious. Okay, Michael said, add more beef would be better. Already added a lot. She smiled saying, exactly like your dad. A plate of beef fried rice wanting all beef. Do your grandparents know Dad's girlfriend is older with a child? Michael couldn't help worrying. If it was his daughter, definitely wouldn't agree. His daughter choosing such partner for marriage. If meeting family resistance, would this woman leave Dad? She propped chin smiling said, last weekend already took your dad to meet my parents. They didn't object. Michael asked disbelievingly. Didn't object. We're very happy actually. She answered. That's good. Michael nodded. Just scoop few more spoons of rice. Couldn't help saying, Dad must have given them lots of money. She burst out giggling. Right. Your dad used money to marry me. Nonsense. My dad, besides being a bit older, what's not good? Many girls like my dad. You're just thick-skinned clinging to my dad. Michael definitely wouldn't let anyone defame his dad. Okay, you're all right. She smiled saying, I pursued your dad. What are you laughing at? Just think you're cute. Who needs your praise? Can't I tell the truth? The talking and laughing sounds in the room made me standing outside worrying. Also slightly curved corner of mouth. When working today, I received her text message saying she wanted to conquer my little brother. Told me to cooperate a bit. At that time, I was also worried she'd do. After all, Michael is stubborn. Didn't expect the effect wasn't bad. Perhaps partly due to blood relations. In Michael's heart actually doesn't hate her, so chose to accept. She carried the plate out of room. I was pouring water to drink in kitchen. Seeing her coming, turned smiling asked, Coke's done? HMPH, coaxing kids is my specialty. She threw plate into sink. Proudly said, don't remember how you coaxed me before? Back then, my Lily was best at coaxing. I stepped over, turning on faucet, conveniently washing dishes. She stood beside watching me, eyes gentle as water. After a while, she suddenly softly said, about Michael's background, let's never tell him. I paused, turned looking at her. She nodded. I think this is very good. Let it be like this. She smiled. He super loves you. Always competing with me for #1 position in your heart. I burst out laughing. She leaned close asking, hey, in your heart, I'm #1, right? I looked at her, not speaking, just maintained dishwashing posture. Hands still soapy. I leaned down bending, lightly kissed corner of her mouth, then raised head saying nothing. My eyes full of her reflection. She smiled, raising head said, okay, I got your answer. I love you most too. After speaking, she tiptoed up kissing back. This time I didn't avoid or push away. Actively lowered head, gently responding to her kiss. Under moonlight, we two, as if found familiar feeling again. Feelings came naturally. Intoxicated, just don't know why. Suddenly felt a gaze. Both simultaneously turned heads. Saw Michael holding water glass, looking at us angrily. She and I hurriedly separated. Forced smiles. Michael pretended not seeing. After pouring water, turned to leave. Turned back saying, you two together, I don't care. But don't hope for second child. After speaking, he returned to room. Bang, door closed. Really possessive. Like who, I wonder? She mumbled. Who else? I coldly said, like you. She fake cried. Boo-hoo, fine then. What can I do about my little brother? Spoil him, of course. Chapter 24. My girlfriend is also my wife. Chapter 24. My girlfriend is also my wife. She, with Cola shooting new commercial video. She really felt this commercial script unbearable. Really very weird. At least too weird for her. But Cola shot enthusiastically. Even said, this was his best script of the year. What's the content? 2 female students fighting over 1 male student. In the end, that male student goes playing basketball with another male student. She asked Cola doubtfully, why your scripts end up all boys playing with boys? You're really outdated. Nowadays without BLGL, who watches? Cola acted like she didn't understand the times. What's BL? I only know stinky tofu, fried tofu, stuffed tofu, tofu balls. She asked, enough already. What nonsense. Cola glanced at her, saying, BL is pop culture from Japan. Cola saw her, like never seen the world. Took out phone, I have some ready. Send you some to learn. She made eager to learn face, waiting to receive. All files several GB. Cola winked, saying, I uploaded to Drive. Password is 7,746 inches. Password is 7,746 inches. Download quickly or Drive might get locked. She didn't know what Drive was. Saw Cola busy again. She also felt embarrassed, not wanting to bother. Could only suppress curiosity in heart. Waiting after school to find Michael, asking him to download content from Drive for her. Michael glanced at her full of contempt. Don't even know how to use Drive. Are you from the countryside? She laughed, answering, not from the mountains. Michael helped her open Drive on phone, entered password, then started downloading. She stood beside watching, said, this is similar to old email, right? Michael frowned, very different. This can sync both upload and download. Can email do that? Oh, technology nowadays really amazing. She couldn't help exclaiming more. File quite large. Couldn't finish downloading immediately. Over there, Cola called her for something. She hurriedly ran to work, while Michael still stood in hallway downloading for her. After downloading, accidentally clicked open to view. The sound in that small video immediately attracted nearby teenagers to watch. Oh my, really stimulating. Michael, so wild. Didn't expect you had this kind of interest. Not mine. I don't watch. Michael wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Gripping phone tight, hurriedly put away, ran and threw phone straight at her. She shouted, Michael, what are you doing? She confusedly caught the phone, blinking eyes, not understanding why he was angry again. Really puberty mood swings. She picked up phone he threw on ground, unlocked screen, then played video to watch. Her eyes widened in shock. Young people nowadays, already popular, this kind of romance? Why did you watch this on the street? Right then, Nathan Joe walked by inspecting, saw her watching video in school hallway, her whole worldview being shattered, whole person dazed and confused. Cola told me to learn this. Nathan Joe sternly, Cola, don't give her random things to watch. Sorry, Nathan. Cola immediately retreated, working diligently. This world changed too fast, she dazedly said. Can't keep up anymore. Nathan Joe grabbed her phone, deleted all newly downloaded small videos. Just minority culture. No need to care. She grabbed phone back, shouting, why delete mine? Cola said, this is hot now, must learn. Don't need to follow others' trends. Don't need to follow the crowd. Nathan Joe returned phone after deleting clean. Rather, must learn to let your thoughts lead others. You live, must have a thinking head. Believe whatever people say. After speaking, he couldn't help using document folder, lightly hitting her head, then turned and left. She angrily mumbled, you're so great. So great, then do it yourself. Thanks to Nathan Joe supervising, work went very smoothly. Not even 3 p.m. already done. Everyone said goodbye and dispersed. She looked at watch, saw still quite early. Going home alone, nothing interesting. Decided today to pick me up from work. Conveniently see my work environment. This she wanted to know since I returned. Usually always, I pick her up. She had no chance. Today, finally had opportunity. She took taxi, no advance notice. Just went like that. My lab located in National Medical University. Many new drug research projects. All cooperate with Harvard. I also serve as graduate advisor for school's pharmaceutical biology, teaching several specialized courses. 4 classes per month, for students to choose freely. Heard my class very hot, always full. For her, Harvard too familiar, because this was my old school. Also next to her university, 2 schools less than 3 bus stops apart. Back then, she almost every week came looking for me. Remembering college matters, she thought while walking through school gate, walking past tree rows, then crossing lecture building area to laboratory building in campus depths. In the laboratory, I was with several graduate students, forming a circle, discussing something very engrossedly. I stood in middle, speaking clearly and fluently, everyone concentrated, immersed in academic atmosphere. She quietly stood outside door watching, until a student tapped her shoulder from behind. Who are you looking for? She blurted, looking for my boyfriend. That student walked past her, entering inside. Seemed discussion inside just ended. Everyone more relaxed, talking and laughing cheerfully. That student pointed at her, saying, someone's girlfriend, standing waiting outside. Male students in lab all turned, looking. At door was a girl wearing yellow jacket, pretty cute face, sweet smile, looking toward them. Exactly the type boys liked most. Not mine, not mine. The boys looked at each other, both envious and regretful, not knowing whose beautiful girlfriend. Only I calmly took off gloves, took off white lab coat, stepped out saying, she's mine. Students in room stunned, then immediately buzzing. Oh God, professor has a girlfriend. How many female students will cry? Haha, should call wife right. I smiled, correcting. I waved hand. That's all for today. Experimental data, remember to check again. I'm leaving first. Goodbye, Professor Chen. Goodbye, sister-in-law. Students laughing, waving goodbye. I stepped out holding her hand, leaving room. Curious students even ran out watching. Saw two people hand in hand strolling campus. Feelings seemed very good. That girl so young. Not our school student, right? Hey, you guys too nosy. Professor Chen lived seriously so long. Over 40 already. Having girlfriend, so what? Right. Besides, he's not our school's teacher. Even dating our students, no problem. Okay, we didn't say anything. You girls really don't badmouth our idol. Okay, we're wrong. Professor Chen is our idol too. She and I strolled in school. Initially kept distance. Don't know when. She slowly leaned on me, linking my arm. Head resting like mole bird nestling beside me. Step by step following me. I turned, looking at her. Smiled, continuing walking. Today I suddenly remembered something. She leaned on me saying, let me ask you. Back then, you said wanted to introduce a doctor boyfriend for me. Why never introduced? She asked. Who said didn't introduce? I raised eyebrows. I already introduced the best male student in school to you. Who, me? I smiled saying, director said so. Hey, not right. Back then I pursued you. She asked further, if I didn't pursue you, would you pursue me? I frowned. Actually, I always found strange. Why do you think you pursued me? Wasn't it? I laughed. Before dating, who invited meals every week? You. Before each exam, who taught you? Always you. Every summer winter break, who returned to school with you? Who carried luggage, bought tickets, fought for seats for you? Also you. Often brought food, supplies for you. Who invited you out? Also always you. I glared at her. Besides me, what other boy? None, she shook head. Had both boys and girls. Forget it. I glanced at her. You're really ungrateful. Only remember what you did. Completely forgot what I did. Hey now. Those things you did weren't hometown helping each other, supporting each other, exchanging with each other. Who supported you? Who exchanged with you? What did you help me with? Wasn't it all me helping you? Also with your grades. What's there to exchange? I really didn't want to talk more with someone slow like her. I shook head, walking away. She stood behind, giggling. Really, my husband. The more nagging, the cuter. All these years of feelings. Everything I gave wasn't worth a penny in her eyes. She confessed to me. Basically not because she was moved by my heart devoted to her. Then what did you like about me that year? I couldn't help asking. She smiled awkwardly. He liked everything. She didn't dare say honestly. What she liked was his increasingly handsome face and figure. Really? I asked. Really. So old already, why test me? She laughed, pulling me along. Tonight I'll cook beef stew with tomato and milk, okay? Fine, there's beef at home. Tomatoes we'll buy at the supermarket later. I went along with her, changing the subject. Home is out of fruit too. Need to buy more apples, oranges and such. Okay? I nodded, agreeing. The two of us, like an old married couple, walking together on the small path in school, discussing what to eat tonight, as if all the hurt had long drifted away. Only peaceful and happy days remained. She received a call from the police. It was in the evening. Police asked if she knew someone named Ryan Joe. That person was detained, wanted to see her. She didn't know why Ryan Joe was arrested and detained. Hurriedly pulled me along to understand the situation. Police said he fought with a man at midnight, beat him into the hospital. The victim wanted to prosecute to the end. Trial would open in a few days. Ryan Joe had no good lawyer. If tried, would be very disadvantageous. Ryan Joe had no choice. Didn't know anyone here. Could only ask police to call her, hoping she, for the sake of shared experiences, could help a bit. Lawyer fees later when I'm out. I'll definitely earn money to pay you back. Ryan Joe said pleadingly in the visiting room. No wonder haven't seen you for nearly a month. Turns out you were arrested. Why didn't you call me earlier? She asked. At first didn't think it was this serious. That bastard. Clearly he, in the middle of night, dragged a girl just out of school into an alley. I heroically helped. Who knew it would turn out like this? Ryan Joe was also angry. Thought at most detained few days then released. Who knew that scum would dare sue me? You acted heroically. Then where's the girl you saved? She asked. How would I know? I just held that guy and the girl ran away. I was busy beating that scum. She ran away. Still beating him for what? He hit me first. Don't I have to hit back? Ryan Joe said matter-of-factly. Who knew that guy was so weak? She glanced at Ryan Joe's sturdy build. Body used to hard labor. Actually, ordinary people couldn't withstand his few punches. Fine, I'll find a lawyer to help you. Thank you. Ryan Joe looked at her gratefully. Don't tell Nathan about this. Why? She asked, puzzled. Embarrassing, of course. Ryan Joe forced a smile. All these years haven't done anything good. Finally did one thing and it turned out like this. Who knows what to say? Already had no face to meet him. If punished later, even less face. You tell me, as a father like me, what can I give him in this life? Ryan Joe lowered head, sighing. Nothing left to give. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll bring a lawyer to see you. She comforted a while, then left the detention center. I was waiting for her outside. She told me the situation. I nodded. I know a pretty good lawyer. I'll contact them later. Okay, she smiled, saying, you're really reliable. I think it's good you're much older than me. Good where? I asked. Skip all those years of suffering together. Now just need to enjoy happiness. She said proudly. Look, now you're successful. And me, a beautiful girl standing beside you. Doesn't it add more to your status? I couldn't help laughing. Are you praising me or yourself? Both, she grinned widely. I raised hand, patting her head. She frowned, asking again. Really not telling Nathan? You already promised Ryan Joe. I didn't promise. I want to tell to ease my mind, she said. I think Nathan isn't that cold. I raised eyebrows slightly, looking at her with cold eyes. You think highly of him. She immediately recognized the familiar, sour jealousy. Just normal. How could he compare to you? Seeing her quick reaction, I couldn't help smiling slightly. If you want to tell, then tell. Okay, she said, and did. Pulled out phone, calling Nathan. Explained everything clearly. Nathan came, bringing a lawyer. Let the lawyer meet Ryan Joe. While he stood outside talking with me. Mr. Chen, I'll handle this myself. No need to trouble you anymore. It's nothing. Just introducing a lawyer. I smiled gently at him. Your dad isn't a bad person. You want to advise me to forgive him too? Nathan looked at me confused. Actually, you know clearly in your heart, your dad did nothing wrong. Who you can't forgive is the suffering and injustice fate brought. I gently advised. Resentment solves nothing. Look forward. Nathan began wavering, but still stubbornly said, Mr. Chen, I'm used to hating him, like you're used to waiting for Emily. I looked toward her, standing waiting in the distance, eyes full of tenderness, corner of mouth blooming with smile. I turned, looking at Nathan. I've waited successfully. You've grown up too. Let go. Nathan's eyes full of struggle. True, you've grown up. Don't need to live on hatred anymore. But heart still choked. Uncomfortable, frustrated. Why did I encounter this? Don't know who to blame. Only know to keep hating. But everyone knows Ryan Joe isn't at fault. Even Mr. Chen says so. I patted his shoulder. Nathan, today you brought a lawyer to help him. Actually, you don't hate him as much as you think. Right, Nathan pressed lips. Stubbornly said, don't know anymore. It's okay. I smiled. Don't need to forgive. Also don't need to hate. Just treat as a relative forced to live together. Try understanding once more. Understanding again, Nathan whispered, eyes looking at me asking. I nodded. Yes, just treat him as a stranger. See if you can be friends. Can you like him again? Nathan said nothing, but expression gradually brightened, as if agreeing with my words. Past is past. If that person is good, then treat as friend. If not good, then no need to interact. This way your heart is more at peace, no longer bound by resentment or filial piety. Seeing he seemed to have decided, I took her home first. I saw he seemed to have decided, so took Emily home first. Under night lights I drove. Emily looked sideways at my handsome face. Couldn't help teasing a few words. Only you could ramble like that to persuade Nathan. Usually if I just mention Ryan Joe's name, he'll scold me harshly. Nathan is a very gentle child. I smiled softly, saying, just now you wouldn't let me praise him. Now you're praising him yourself. Emily acted unconvinced. I just smiled, not arguing. Believing me would be strange. She giggled a while, then fell silent. Later leaned over, asking, hey, can I sleep in your room tonight? After all, Michael is at home. I whispered softly, not very convenient, when he's not around then? Emily said, dissatisfied. Her hands began restlessly, groping around on me. You planning to make me wait forever? Stop being naughty. I, somewhat embarrassed, glanced at the driver ahead, then grabbed her hand, not letting her continue groping. I'm only being proactive because I want you to hit the jackpot soon, she teased. I blushed slightly. Michael won't let us have a second child. Whatever, he's my little brother, not yours. We having a baby, still need his approval? She said matter-of-factly, with imposing momentum too, making me feel she was right. Is it okay? Seeing I didn't answer, she pushed me twice, urging. I said, if you want then come. Why ask? She grinned widely. So you said it. Finally, she was happy. withdrew her hands, mouth still humming songs, corner of mouth blooming wicked smile, just like a cat about to successfully steal food. Looking made me itch, wanting to hold her in my arms. Evening arriving home. Michael finished evening classes, sitting in study doing homework. Emily went to bathroom to wash, even sprayed some perfume, changed into black silk slip nightgown, twirled before mirror proudly, thinking tonight must definitely conquer me. At midnight 12 o'clock, finally heard Michael leaving study, going to wash face then sleep. She waited another half hour, then gently opened door, quietly sneaked into my room, didn't bother knocking, turned handle, pushed door like a thief. In my room only small lamp lit, clean neat room, bedding blue silk type, just looking felt soft and warm, made one want to pounce and roll around. I was sitting at window ledge, in room, seeing her enter. I stood up, lips slightly smiling, gently said, "You came." Came my love. She excitedly rushed over, improperly asking, "Were you anxiously waiting? Kiss me first." Then she pounced, kissing all over my face. I indulged her, let her kiss several times, finally laughed, but seeing her hands starting to grope randomly, I couldn't help grabbing her hands. "Wait, hold on." She raised head, voice carrying some dissatisfaction. "Already pounced on you." Still saying, "Wait for what?" "I want you to try on an outfit." I said, "Oh, want more romance?" She laughed softly. "No problem, indulging you completely." I pulled her hand, walking deeper into room. My master bedroom had a dressing room, only about 10 square meters. I turned on dressing room light. Light immediately brightened the dark room. In the center was a pure white wedding dress. The dress style, even looking now, didn't seem outdated. Strapless design, fitted waist, long train covered in pearls, pure white. Beautiful enough people couldn't look away. Every girl's dream wedding dress. Just one look would want to wear it. Emily just glanced and recognized this was the wedding dress she had custom made for our wedding that year, just for me. Just for the moment we walked down the aisle. She had prepared everything long ago. This wedding dress extremely expensive. That year, already over 20 million. I didn't know what bewitched me, or who brainwashed me, as if stuck to this dress, couldn't pull away. I really wanted it. Wanted so much, felt if I couldn't wear this dress, the wedding wouldn't be perfect, and I was always spoiled by David. Whatever I wanted, he'd buy for me. He emptied savings, maxed credit cards, even his wedding suit, planned to borrow from friends temporarily. Wedding rings also just fake from jewelry store. All wedding money went to me, not missing a penny. Finally, he managed to gather enough to order that wedding dress. Then I was really happy. Every day, hoping wedding dress quickly finished, hoping wedding came soon. Every day, whispering in his ear, I wanted to be the most beautiful bride. David stood beside, smiling, answering, "You wearing such beautiful dress, me wearing simple suit, would I match you?" I giggled, bit him twice, saying, "No way, you so handsome. Even wearing nothing, still most handsome. We're the most perfect couple, made for each other." David laughing, scolding lovingly, "Crazy. Wearing nothing is you, not me." Pity wedding didn't happen in time. Wedding dress not finished. Then I disappeared. Emily couldn't imagine the scene of David receiving call from wedding dress shop. Alone, going to pick up that custom wedding dress. What kind of day? What mood? Which train line taken? Which turn made? On the way, did he feel that wedding dress incredibly heavy, dragging endlessly, holding it exhaustingly? Thinking of this, my heart choked, eyes reddened, trying to blink, forcing tears back. I smiled, stepping forward, touching the dress, this dress well preserved, always kept in dressing room. Few days ago I had it cleaned again. You can try it on. I stood behind her, looking at the beautiful wedding dress, saying, all these years I always wondered how beautiful you'd look wearing it. Emily, can you wear it for me to see? I softly asked her. She choked up, tears glistening in eyes, struggling to nod, looking at me smiling, okay, I'll wear it for you to see. I left the dressing room, waiting in master bedroom. I sat on chair beside, head lowered, turning thumb constantly, as if lost in thought, also as if thinking something. Don't know how long. Dressing room door opened. She, wearing pure white wedding dress, stepped out, her hair tied in low ponytail, front loosely draped, making face more refined, collarbones clearly visible, white satin fabric hugging figure, accentuating alluring curves, long arms hanging beside dress, train trailing behind, each step slowly advancing toward me. I looked stunned, Brain seemed to stop working. All research, data analysis in my head, all disappeared. Right this moment, I like broken clock, like dry wood cut off, could only stand still, looking at everything, looking at dream pursued for 21 years, looking at happiness even dreams didn't dare hope, glowing gently, appearing in my eyes. Is this a dream? Another dream again, too moved, too happy. Then came fear from heart's depths. I slightly trembled, even didn't dare look at her glowing with light, until she stepped close to me, shyly asking, beautiful? Very beautiful. My throat choked, couldn't control emotions, couldn't speak, only felt lightness, like soul leaving body floating in air. Is it like what you imagined? She smiled brilliantly, lightly tiptoed, kissing the tear on my cheek. Silly, why crying? I didn't know I was crying, just hoarsely said, I'm just a bit scared. Scared this is just a dream. How could it be? I really returned. This whole life won't leave again. I love you, David, she emotionally confessed, eyes shining brilliantly, almost making me drown. I raised my hand, gently caressing her face, slightly parting lips. A trembling sentence burst from deep within my heart. I love you too. She didn't understand why she kept crying. She lowered head, with all strength kissing her husband, who had waited so many years. That moment, she truly felt, all the waiting was worth it, feeling like soul returning, feeling filling the void in heart, feeling making her want to laugh, want to cry, want to hold me tight with all strength. She knew, only David could give her that feeling, only he could drive her so crazy, vivid, full of love. In the warm room, even air tasted sweet, only she knew how long she'd waited for this day. Next morning, Emily came out from my room, her appearance at breakfast seen by Michael. He humphed once, then turned head pretending not seeing anything. From then on, she shamelessly moved into my room, morning and night with me, sleeping with me, life peaceful and happy. Ryan's matter finally resolved. Heard from Nathan, police found surveillance camera from that night. Girl Ryan saved, also willing to testify in court for him. Not only released, he was even praised for brave action. Life just passed day by day, until a small life appeared, once again stirring that peaceful rhythm. During days she was pregnant, I cared for her, like national treasure. Even wind wouldn't let her breathe much. All food and drink had to pass inspection. Even wanted her to temporarily stop work, but she felt strong as an ox. No need to be so careful. Every day battling wits with me, secretly eating all sorts without restrictions, making my hair gray several more strands. Not only that, she teased me, don't frown anymore. Frown too much. When baby's born and we carry out, people will think 3 generations going out together. Ha ha ha. I found this joke not funny at all. Glared at her once, then didn't talk several days. She knew she misspoke, understanding clearly in heart. I always minded looking older than her. Her blurting that surely made me sad. Thinking hard, then ran to hair salon. She dyed her black hair silver, then ran before me. Look, I apologized. Now my silver hair more than yours. Pregnant and dare dye hair? Chemical toxins and you dare use. I angry enough to faint. Now I only care about baby. Don't care about you anymore. Am I still the one you love most? She pouted, asking, I don't, not at all. Don't falsely accuse. I deny you're accusing me. She continued, charging. Then you say between me and baby, who's more important? Both important. Before you always said I'm most important. David, you've changed heart. No, I haven't. Falsely accusing again. We two argued noisily in room. Michael walked past dining room, didn't even bother glancing. He always felt, since Dad was with Emily, he became much more childish. Words also lost IQ. That day his dad cooking burned hand, even held hand before Emily whining about pain, making him jaw drop. His dad in his eyes before was a man solid as Mount Tai, unmoved by anything, but now like a child, even obsessed with beauty. Every day grooming, regular gym, said wanting 8-pack abs. His dad already young, now looking even younger, just like handsome uncles in Korean dramas. Style, fashion sense good. All day boasting to Emily that this style very hot. Many young girls crush on me. Only Emily believed. Every day treating his dad like treasure, guarding against this and that, afraid dad being stolen by others. Well, as long as those two match each other. Michael took yogurt from fridge, inserted straw drinking while walking out. Saw those two had made up, sitting together on sofa. I one arm holding her, one hand on her belly, smiling gently, leaning on her. She also peacefully leaning on me, both quietly leaning together, occasionally glancing at each other. Sweet enough to drip honey. Michael laughed softly, thinking also good. Dad happy. then I'm happy too. As for little sister, whatever, just accept. Who knows, might be cute kid. How do you know it's girl? What if boy? She asked him. Definitely girl. I don't like boys. Boys troublesome. Girls cuter. He answered. Okay, I'll try. She nodded. Evening, I came home from work. She asked me prefer boy or girl. Without thinking I said both like. No, can only choose one. She said stubbornly. Then girl. I thought a bit, then said why? I already have Michael. Now having girl makes perfect word good. I smiled saying, she hearing me finish, understanding very clearly in heart. I truly treated Michael as my own son, both grateful and happy, hugging me saying, okay, I'll try. This thing trying doesn't work, depends on fate. Then I'll pray every day hoping heaven grants Mr. David a beautiful princess. She clasped hands, closed eyes sincerely wishing. Silly, not princess also fine. I lightly tapped her forehead. Anyway, I already have a princess. She smiled brightly, eyes sparkling. Right, I'm not your princess. I'm your great wife. Yes, great wife, what do you want to eat tonight? I held her in arms. Gently asked, spicy chicken, okay? I lightly tapped her forehead. Anyway, I already have a princess. She smiled brightly, eyes sparkling. Right, I'm not your princess. I'm your great wife. Yes, great wife. What do you want to eat tonight? I held her in arms. Gently asked, spicy chicken, okay? No, too spicy, not good. HMPH, then fish with pickled vegetables. Pickled vegetables contain too much nitrite. You're starting again. She annoyed sat up, glaring at the health fanatic before her. Okay, then I'll use less chili, less pickled vegetables, okay? I immediately surrendered. Fine, she reluctantly agreed. She sat on sofa, smiling, watching the man busy in kitchen for her, heart overflowing with sweetness. These recent days, she clearly felt, my personality had opened up much more. I liked suddenly hugging her, liked holding her hand walking, liked pulling her everywhere, even diligently exercising, caring more about maintaining body. I always said wanting to live few more years, to be with her and baby longer, not letting her lose loved one early, because I understood how painful that feeling was. I didn't want her experiencing that, hoping to live to 100, when she's 80-something, becoming a senile old lady. Forgetting who I am would be better. She foolishly smiled. Still love you at 80. Who knows, then I might be holding grandchildren. No time to notice you anymore. I maintained unlimited indulgence, looking at her saying, that's even better. My Emily must always be happy. She hugged me saying, David, I also want the rest of your life always happy. Chapter 25. Perhaps when dawn comes, he will return. Chapter 25. Perhaps when dawn comes, he will return. Hey. Hello, is this David? Yes, this is County K Police Station. Your wife Emily Johnson has been missing for 21 years, correct? That's right. While opening the new tunnel 321 inches, we discovered a bus wreck in the ravine. It's the missing bus from that year. 20 people in the bus, all deceased. Your wife was among them. Can you come identify the body? Yes, beep beep beep. Heart monitor emitting weak sounds. Michael sat beside the hospital bed, looking at his frail father lying there, eyes rimmed red, unable to speak a word. On the bed was an emaciated man, hair white as snow, eyes tightly closed, arms thin to the bone, connected to various tubes and equipment. Hospital room door opened. A doctor entered, asking, how's your father today? Michael shook his head. Same as before. Let me examine him. After a series of checks, he said, the old man is very weak. Hospital can't do much more. Michael looked at the doctor, eyes full of despair. Doctor gently patted his shoulder. Prepare yourself mentally. Yes, Michael nodded. Doctor left the room. He looked at his father, lying on the bed, heart like being dragged across knife blades, sharp pain in waves. He always knew his father wasn't happy, even somewhat depressed, and after the brain surgery, his health already weak, but overall still okay. Until few years ago, his father received a call, telling him to identify mother's body. After going and returning, father seemed to lose his soul, holding the urn, returning to the old house, also where parents' newlywed home was. Then he was still young, couldn't understand father's pain. Everyone thought after 21 years passed, that woman named Emily Johnson surely couldn't be alive. No matter how sad father was, should have mentally prepared long ago. Michael also thought that way, but don't know when. He discovered father became very strange, always talking alone to air, as if someone invisible beside him. Later this condition worsened, to the point Nathan also told him, advised him to take father for checkup. Yet father told Nathan to take better care of Emily's father. Father also called Hannah, warning her not to dream, stop bothering mother, saying he wouldn't like her. Father, alone, carrying mother's urn, returned to hometown. Clearly already buried mother at the plot bought long ago, but after returning told him, Emily will come live with us, father and son. Father gently told him, even with Emily will still treat you well. Hope you don't oppose them being together. Then he truly realized father was sick, very serious, very frightening. Father couldn't accept the truth mother died. In his subconscious, mother had returned, and still exactly like 21 years ago. Psychologists said, because father loved mother too much. Couldn't bear mother aging, couldn't bear mother suffering. So in his delusion, mother's time stopped at when she disappeared. Mother forever, 25 years old, young and beautiful, appearance unchanged. Even in delusion, father tortured himself. Now he's old, mother still so young. Would she still love him? Would she think him old? Should he continue staying with mother? Michael watched father contradicting himself, suffering sad, even secretly crying in room. Felt father so foolish. He was so good, loved mother so deeply. If mother really returned, how could she not love him? Besides always hallucinating mother's return, father was normal in all other aspects. Work stable, dealing with people also fine, just occasionally mumbling to air. Nathan said should let father retire, focus on treatment, but he felt letting father live in delusion also good, because then father kinder, smiled more, even had happy light in eyes. Later in father's dreams, he and mother came together again, every day happy, even bought baby supplies, told him mother was pregnant, asked if he preferred brother or sister. Michael tearfully answered, sister. Father also happily said, I also like girls. Then turned to air, smiling gently saying, boy or girl both good. I love both. Michael also cooperated, pretending mother really still at home. Nathan outwardly also played along, told father, Emily, working at his company, told father rest assured, he would take good care of mother. Only this way, father peacefully went to work, at father's laboratory. Hannah, though angry, being directly rejected by father, but still cared for father, also tried cooperating, said sorry to father, said shouldn't destroy feelings between father and mother. Even father's friends also helped act together. Every gathering, all pretended mother still there. They were still the most beautiful couple. Everyone admired. Father being fooled also very happy. Those years always smiling brightly. Everyone thought, well, this is also good. Treat as mother really returned. As long as father happy, that's enough. But this year, don't know why father woke up. Dream ended, everything disappeared. Father sat quietly in old house, not speaking, not crying, just sitting days like that, as if illness cured. Sober again, even gently comforted him, saying don't worry, father is fine. Michael knew clearly those words were lies. He clearly felt life gradually leaving father. Less than 1 year, father had to be hospitalized in ICU. Doctor said due to previous brain surgery. Body recovered poorly, now worse. He unconscious, not waking, like in long hibernation. Michael, afraid father wouldn't wake again. Even final goodbye couldn't say, he cried out in pain. Don't know how many times he cried. Tired of crying, then collapsed beside bed sleeping. Who knows tomorrow waking father will open eyes. This sentence father also used to say. Who knows when dawn comes, mother will return. Michael fell asleep. On bed I slightly opened eyes. Before me white dim light. A beautiful young woman walked over. Long black hair tied in ponytail. Hair naturally slightly wavy, flowing, lively and cute. She wore red jacket, the one I bought for her years ago. Then, I hadn't graduated yet, didn't have much money, so jacket only cost $120, but style very beautiful. We spent whole afternoon walking, wholesale market in Boston, to find this jacket. Red jacket, fitted waist, collar and sleeves had white rabbit fur. When first bought, she loved it, didn't complain it was cheap. Every day wore black over-knee boots to match, looked both striking and confident. Beautiful enough everyone passing turned to look. And I smiled contentedly, holding her arm. Together, riding subway. Together, going to supermarket. Together, lying watching TV on home sofa. White fur on that jacket. Always shedding all over house. Some days I went to class. Still had few strands stuck on clothes. Then I'd call her teasing. Hey, your white fur fell on my clothes again. She would always angrily shout through phone. Not my fur. It's jacket fur. This jacket quality too poor. I remember then, I said, how about when I get stipend, buy you new one. She shook head saying, forget it. Few more days I have to go home. When I return you can buy for me. Remember, you owe me a jacket. When you return I'll buy. After that, she wore that red jacket going home, and I remembered for whole life. This whole life I still owed her a beautiful jacket. My eyes reddened. I reached hand toward the girl. She showed brilliant smile, pulling my hand, pulling me from the hospital bed. Little David, get up quickly. I've waited for you so long. A weak and aged David, was pulled up by her, in an instant transformed into 23-year-old young man, handsome face full of tears. I stared at her, heart full of reproach. Where did you go? I searched forever, couldn't find you. I was always beside you. She smiled, caressing my face, gently wiping away my wordless tears. Really? They said you're just an illusion. I felt more and more pitiful. Not at all. She pouted, clearly angry, tiptoed, pressing forehead to my forehead, coaxing, I'm not your illusion. I really returned. Hateful old man, how many times must I say before you believe? Finally, I smiled. Still beautiful appearance like old days. Sorry. Emily, don't be angry. I'm just too scared. You know I'm old, senile, mind not clear, often confused, saying you're old again. She annoyed left my embrace, pouting said, even old I still like you, extremely like. Okay, I won't say any more. I hurried to hold her tight again. Say again, that you've returned. Really can't stand you. Still clingy as before. Emily playfully pulled my ear saying, David, I've returned. Really returned. I say 1,000 times like this enough. Not enough, 1,000 times still not enough. Then 10,000 times still not enough. God, you're too annoying. She, as if annoyed by me to anger, tiptoed up, bit my lips several times hard, like puppy, both biting and asking, is this enough? Must always be like this. After I spoke, she kissed few more times. Okay, let me love my man a bit. I closed eyes, holding her tight in arms. Let's never separate again, okay? Won't separate. Forever won't separate. Side story 1. David loved deeply without regret. After Michael finished father's funeral arrangements, took very long to recover spirits. Then came to old house organizing belongings. Old house, long time no one visited, covered in dust. He opened door, looking at familiar furniture inside, eyes sweeping everywhere, thinking of father, who spent so many long nights here, just waiting for mother to return. Michael opened master bedroom door. Inside piled with things brought from hometown. Heard father say were mother's and father's things from hometown. Father couldn't bear throwing away. After old house demolished, moved everything here. Things piled in house. Occasionally, father came to organize. Michael opened each box looking. Some boxes were clothes, some boxes old items. Most were books of all kinds. He squatted, opening a box. Inside all books and practice notebooks from high school. Names on books all written David. Must be father's high school books. Didn't expect, still kept. Michael sat cross-legged, flipping through each book. Books densely annotated. Could see father studied very diligently back then. He flipped through few notebooks. All practice notebooks for subjects. Content in notebooks all handwritten by father. Personally summarized. Important points from textbooks, difficult parts, and frequently tested. Knowledge arranged clearly, systematically. Notes in diagram form. Very detailed, easy to understand. He looked at content thinking, with father's intelligence, actually didn't need these notes. Seemed these notes written to teach others, like how father once taught him. Surprisingly, every subject had them, and every subject filled dozens of notebooks. Almost summarized all high school knowledge, analyzed meticulously, to every small detail. Michael even thought, father's notes enough to publish as reference books. Don't know who taught that year. To be so dedicated. He continued searching in box, found yearbook and photo album. He hurriedly opened album, looking. First photo was father when young. Looked somewhat silly, cold and obedient. Next were elementary school photos, all solo photos, or photos with grandparents. No class photos, until later. One middle school class photo. Michael immediately recognized his father. Small figure, round chubby face, soft black hair, standing right front row, looking very obedient. From then on, photos in album richer. Many photos with friends. Competition photos. Most were photos with a girl, though not couple photos, but every one had her in it. She always smiled brightly at camera. My father always stood beside. Photo of group barbecue. My father tending fire. Girl holding meat skewer, laughing happily. Photo in classroom. Girl lying on desk piled with books. My father sitting behind her, chin propped smiling. Birthday photo. Girl standing center, brilliant as sunshine, holding birthday cake. My father standing beside, looking at her adoringly. Graduation photo. 2 people wearing uniforms, seriously standing among friends. Also small group photos. Everyone arm in arm, smiling at camera. Michael flipped further to college-era photos. Photo of father in white shirt speaking on stage. Photo standing before university gate. Next were normal couple photos. Eating together, in cafeteria. Traveling together. Graduating together. Holding hands walking under tree shade. Lying on sofa together. Holding marriage registration together. Very many, filling several albums. Full of their love memories. Michael looking at album, thinking. Father must often open to look. Don't know what mood he looked with. He sat very long, then continued searching. Found New Year cards. Emily sent father yearly. Found her high school test papers. Found English Level 4 certificate. Found her university diploma. Found parents' marriage registration. Found many train bus tickets. Almost traveled whole country. Even had old maps, with circles marked in many cities. Michael looked at everything. Tears blurred. He burst crying, head down sobbing, both pitying father, pitying himself. He'd never meet such a father again. Someone so gentle, forever lost. Also heartbroken for father. Such deep affection, such heavy love. Yet ended abruptly, without goodbye, in this world. No one like his father anymore. Loved deeply without regret. Faithful until life's end. His name was David, who loved Emily to the bone. Side story 2, David's brilliant youth. Side story 2, David's brilliant youth. Emily and I married. Actually for her, this was quite unexpected. Then she had graduated, renting her own place. And I, studying 6-year bachelor-master program, so still in school dorms. I worried about her living alone, outside. Always wanted to move in together. I wanted every morning waking to see her. Every night sleeping holding her, telling days stories. Only this way, I felt. We truly weren't apart at all. But she didn't think so. She thought love also needs personal space. People say if planning to marry, don't cohabitate. Cohabitating loses all mystery, especially for girls. What if living together years without marrying? Cohabitation is the killer of love. So no matter how much she liked me, she wouldn't agree to let me move in. At most let me visit, not allowed to stay overnight. No matter how late, had to return to dorms. Like this for 2 whole years. Until one night before my master's graduation. Outside pouring rain. She, as usual, told me after eating must return to school. I lay stubborn on sofa, refusing to leave. Next week I graduate. Can I stay one night? No. My dad absolutely forbids men staying over. Emily was extremely principled girl. Sister Emily. I pretended pitiful. Acting cute, also useless. Go quickly, still catch last bus. She waved hand, shooing me away. I sighed, standing up asking, next week I graduate, then can I move in with you? Don't dream. No living together, unless married. She answered while playing game. You make sense. I nodded. She busy playing game. Didn't hear clearly what I said. Only heard click door closing. I was gone. Several days later, didn't see me return. Third day, I suddenly appeared, bringing 2 household registration books. I said, I went home to get household registration. What for? She surprised. Didn't you say you want to marry? I blamed. When did I say that? She panicked, asking back. You demanded marriage, now denying. When did I force marriage? She felt wronged. You said unless married can't live together. I frustrated. Young, beautiful, just graduated. Fresh, lovely like this. Really don't want early marriage. But if you insist so much, then I have to agree. I never said that. She began doubting her memory. Did I misunderstand? She was about to explain. Then I already said, I don't care. I already got household registration. I suffered running home to get it. How can you bear not registering with me? She also didn't oppose registration. But shouldn't we tell both parents? No problem, let's register first. Tomorrow I graduate. Consider having 2 certificates. I laughed gleefully, pulling her to Civil Affairs Bureau. When leaving bureau, she still dazed, looking at 2 red books and wedding photo, stunned asking, so we're really married? I also happily looked at marriage certificate. That's right. Oh, today is June 26th. Exactly your 22nd birthday. She continued, also considered, not a bad gift. I smiled proudly. She turned looking at me, felt she was trapped, but didn't know when trapped. Afternoon, seeing belongings. I had moving company bring. Openly moving in. She bewildered asked, David, did you trick me into marriage? Hearing that, my happy face suddenly darkened. What's wrong, Emily? You don't want to marry me? No, just I didn't plan to marry this early, she said. But Emily, you won't let me move in. I'm afraid later you'll meet someone better, then abandon me. I lowered head, somewhat unconfident, saying, how could that be? You're so good. If I left you, I'd be blind. She immediately reassured me. I said, then registering early or late, what's the difference? Right, she nodded. That's right. Register early, then get to hold David sleeping earlier. Afternoon, I saw moving company that I called. Openly walking into house, carrying all my belongings in. She then bewildered asked, David, did you trick me into marriage? After I heard that, smile on face immediately covered with gloom. What's wrong, Emily? You don't want to marry me? No, I just didn't think we'd marry this early, she said. But Emily, you won't let me move in together. I'm afraid later you meet better man, then won't need me anymore. I lowered head, somewhat unconfident, saying, how could that be? You're so good. If I don't need you, then I'm blind. She hurriedly showed attitude. I said, then marrying early or late, same thing. Right, she nodded. That's right. Marry early, then sooner get to hold David sleeping. She looked at newly changed bedsheets, then looked at my handsome face, along with that fit body, quietly wiping drool at corner of mouth. That night after passionate consummation with me, she drowsily thought, early marriage not bad. Indeed it's David. I held Emily exhausted asleep in arms, smiling like boy who just stole treasure. Finally waited until graduation. I didn't want to waste another night. I wanted to move living with her long ago. Past 2 years, I don't know how worried I was. Outside society, too many temptations. What if she's seduced by that flashy world? I didn't want to continue worrying. Coaxing works, tricking works. No matter what must tie her tight. Fortunately, she was also willing to go with me to life's end. Thinking of this, I only felt heart full of happiness and joy. Emily never knew how much I loved her. She always thought she was the one actively pursuing me, like a puppy clinging to me for 1-2 years, thinking she loved me more. Only later, very, very many years later, she knew she was wrong. Turns out I loved her more than she imagined, much, much more. Side story 3 David's strict defense. Side story 3 David's strict defense. About Emily wanting to date. I really had extreme headaches. Since high school, already like this. Every time she saw handsome guy, eyes lit up, mouth smiling strangely, and reason she liked them extremely shallow. For example, Jake Wilson. Studied together 2 years, no feelings at all, but suddenly, one day, saw him play basketball extremely well. Whole schoolgirls screaming for him. So Emily suddenly got swept by crowd effect, thought Jake Wilson handsome to death, both tall and cool, good at sports, academic performance also fine, family had means, every day, brought all kinds of delicious food, also dubbed school's hot boy. She fell completely. Every day pulled best friend Sarah sitting in front of me, huddling, whispering, discussing Jake Wilson. Jake Wilson so amazing. Yesterday scored whole 24 points in that game. Yeah right, class 4 almost couldn't score second half. Too good. I glanced at Emily propping chin, eyes sparkling like stars, couldn't help snorting. What's so amazing? Athletes knowing basketball is normal. I silently muttered in heart. Female classmates next class chatted with him. He didn't even bother responding. Yeah, some even brought water for him. He didn't bother taking. Really too cool. Cool what cool? Rude more like. He wore baseball cap, looked like Jay Cho. We're similar blind. I twirled pen in hand, heart full of annoyance. Not long after, Emily wrote love letter to Jake Wilson. Well, saying love letter bit much. Actually just paper less than 100 words. How do I know so clearly? Because Emily, after writing, too shy to deliver personally, asked me to deliver for her. I wasn't close with Jake Wilson, but seeing her expectant eyes, I still took the paper, went to Jake Wilson's seat, put in his desk drawer. Jake Wilson's desk drawer extremely messy, full of scratch paper, food wrappers, half-drunk water bottles, forgotten uniform jacket. I conveniently stuffed the paper into old snack wrapper, then returned to seat, told Emily it was done. She was excited, so nervous kept rubbing thighs. We two sat waiting anxiously, saw Jake Wilson enter classroom, then sat down, opened desk drawer searching, took all trash inside, threw in bin. Emily turned pale. Did he throw away my love letter? I kept doing homework, answering, who knows. She pushed me, go ask for me. I shook head, I have to study, no time. She pouted, muttering, then I'll go ask myself. I looked up at her, blandly said, I really admire you, not worrying about studies, yet have mood to confess. She asked what's wrong. I smiled. Today have math test, English spelling, physics test too. Those 3 subjects recently you can't pass. Seems you really gave up. Beyond saving. Don't ask me for help anymore. Wasting my time. Emily panicked. Hurriedly said, not true. I really want to study. I laughed coldly. Took scratch paper, wrote very big. 162 days until college entrance exam. I tore it off. Stuck on her face. Take it. Get your brain back for me. After speaking, ignored her. Lowered head, seriously doing work. She peeled paper off face, looking at haunting red number 162, then looked at me, always first in grade, still working hard studying, while she worried about romance. Really too shameful. All pink bubbles in her head. Pop burst with a sound. Immediately, sobered up. Study, study. I must study properly. No one can disturb my studying. From then, she buried head reviewing, until after college entrance exam. Only remembered about Jake Wilson, but also unclear if because excited about college, or because escaped old environment, that Jake Wilson's halo disappeared. In summary, first love budding in innocence, also dissipated gently like that, or because left old study environment. So halo on Jake Wilson also gone. In summary, her first silly heart flutter also ended silly like that. Later, when in college, Emily's 3 roommates all had boyfriends. Every night. In dorm, full of phone calls to boyfriends. Some acting cute, some pouting, talking, laughing sweetly, overflowing emotions. In atmosphere full of dog food like this, Emily's herd mentality rose again. She also wanted boyfriend. She also wanted midnight calls in dorm. She also wanted to dress up beautifully on weekends, then go on dates. So, she began targeting my school. My school was engineering school. More males, less females. Male-female ratio 7:3. Handsome guys countless. Finding boyfriend surely not hard. For example, a classmate with me. Similar age. Pleasant features. Clean personality. Straightforward, approachable. He has girlfriend back home. I said, handsome guys having girlfriends is normal. Another example. A guy good at basketball on sports field. Muscles firm. Wearing clothes looks thin, though skin bit tan. But eyes extremely beautiful, like deep ocean or sparkling stars. She said, what about him? I replied, not good. I heard he's very close with roommate. Every day, go together, even sleep same bed. Emily couldn't believe. I nodded at her. Forget it, risk too high, really not good. Sigh, finding boyfriend really too hard. Emily suddenly realized, searching randomly like this gets nothing. Fortunately, I was very good. Said would help her find good-natured, studious guy. Emily naturally trusted me. She obediently sat waiting until school organized women's basketball tournament. Every department had to form women's team. Emily free so also registered. Because competition, so needed uniforms. Female students all didn't have basketball jerseys. Also didn't want spend meal money buying outfit worn few days. So coach asked men's team same department to lend jerseys. Wear for competition then return. Emily got jersey number 14. She didn't know whose. Anyway, already washed clean. Competition day just wear. When on court, always heard people shouting from stands. Go number 14 inches. Go number 14 inches. She weak stamina. Half game already exhausted. Threw 3 balls then substituted to rest. Sat courtside panting. A male student gave her water bottle. Emily panting heavily. Saw water bottle before her. Raised head looking at that boy. Don't know if seeing things, but looked quite handsome. He said, you play well. Thanks, Emily said. You're wearing my basketball jersey. He continued. Oh thanks, Emily answered. I'll wash clean and return to you. Tomorrow I need to wear. Can you give me your phone number, so I can find you to get it back? He continued. Voice seemed bit shaky. Emily stupidly read out phone number. After he got it, very happily ran away. Emily sat courtside again. Panted a while, then suddenly reacted. Was I just hit on? Emily, extremely excited, called telling me everything. I calmly asked on other end, then what? Don't you think it's fate? Don't think so, I answered. He's just attracted by your appearance. But I am quite pretty, haha. She proudly said. So why rush? Later guys pursuing you plenty. Dating isn't buying cabbage. Except whoever comes? Hey, what do you mean? Am I that casual? Who knows, I coldly humphed. But now someone's interested. So I won't introduce senior to you. Your senior? Emily immediately perked up. Very excellent. Was top scorer in all Massachusetts. Studying Harvard 8-year bachelor master PhD program. 6 feet tall, handsome. Good personality too. Introduced to me. Emily shouted. Don't you have basketball jersey guy? Oh my, only met once. But what if I introduce, then you love that guy? No way, just passing by. Okay? My senior interning at Harmony Hospital. When he has leave, I'll arrange meeting for you. Okay, waiting for you. Emily began waiting fervently. What about basketball jersey guy? Oh, wash clean and return. Anyway, second game lost too. Don't need to wear again. 1 month later, I called her. Oh, my senior just entered hospital, boss noticed him. Introduced relative's daughter to him. Heard next year will invite me to wedding. Emily stunned. That fast? Good men nowadays fought over too much. No problem, no problem. Don't lose heart, I'll keep watching for you. I gently comforted her on phone. Okay, I'm counting on you. No problem, leave it to me. I hung up. Corner of mouth slightly curved, showing sly smile. Introduced relative's daughter to him. Heard next year will invite me to wedding. Emily stunned. That fast? Good men nowadays fought over too much. No problem, no problem. Don't lose heart, I'll keep watching for you. I gently comforted her on phone. Okay, I'm counting on you. No problem, leave it to me. Corner of mouth slightly curved, showing sly smile. The end.